Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the pre-show for the Saturday Showdown. I'm Atlas. I am joined by the lovely Hooney and the wonderful Wolf, here to bring us through this pivotal day of games. It may not necessarily be the two top teams here in the LCK, but they are fighting for that last available playoff spot. And Kwangdong Freaks right now looking okay. They will be taking on Live Sandbox in this one. Gentlemen, this is it's feeling like we're getting towards do or die. How are we feeling about this?
Yeah, I think it's going to be a really important matchup, a really pivotal one for both of these teams. Like, this is essentially do or die. The loser of this one, this might be like the first step to why they didn't go to playoffs, for example.
Yeah, I mean, doubly Hooney speaking, in my opinion, I think these today the match will be more intense than the top tier team because it's last chance that they can actually be in the playoff for the last chance, you know?
I think there's going to be desperation. There's going to be crazy plays. I'm looking forward to it. Let's jump into our points of the match for this one. Some of the things that we want to talk about. Two teams struggling recently, as we were saying, and fierce battle for playoff spot between Eastern teams. Of course, a couple of victories in the lead are the Kwangdong Freaks, but anything can change, and this is a really important one for Live Sandbox. A win here, not only does it get you an extra victory, but takes one away from the Kwangdong Freaks, your direct opposition.
Exactly, and I think for both of these teams, beyond playoffs, I mean, this is also tied into a related playoffs, but neither of them have strong momentum right now. I think if you win this series, especially if you could do it decisively, either team taking a 2-0 here, I think does wonders for your confidence because Kwangdong Freaks looked to be the more confident team, but then they lost to OK Saving Spank Breon earlier this week, and that's going to shake you a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, recently the match, the head-to-head, I think Kwangdong Freaks has a still favorite. But the thing is, like, I think more so, especially these days, the meta, how it works as well. Like, I think the today of the conditions of the player, like how they manage well, how they prepared well, will be way more important than the head-to-head record.
No, I would agree as well. And with the fact that we've sort of rolled back to a patch that the coaching staff weren't expecting for this week, as well as thrown a few spanners in the works, we'll see whether they've rejigged a few things now that we're halfway through the week as well. Looking at that, the one interesting thing that really stands out to me is the fact that the win order seems to be the wrong way around for Kwangdong Freaks against Live Sandbox. They beat them at their strongest and lost them at their weakest last season. So it does sort of bring home the fact that it may not all be as it is to be expected. Let's talk about expectations. So let's jump into our playoff possibilities and have a look at 4 decimal places worth of percentages. Gentlemen, so apart from Gen G, that's 100%.
Basically, as you guys could see, and as we've been talking about over really like the last 2 weeks, there's one spot in contention, right? You look at the west side of the bracket, all 5 of those teams almost certainly going to playoffs, right? But Kwangdong Freaks, DRX, very neck and neck, especially with Kwangdong's recent loss to Bro. For Live Sandbox here, the percentages shoot up massively if they're able to take out Kwangdong Freaks, but based on the results and kind of the ELO system that this is based off of, the expectations is in that 4% is also that Live Sandbox will not be able to beat Kwangdong, but if they upset tonight, then they might be able to jump up to like 20-ish%.
Yeah, I mean, the reason why also just the percentage is like really one-sided, I would say like these days the meta was like really kind of one-sided to favor to whoever is this really stronger team. So there was so many 2-0 game. There was no full 3 game of it. Like that's why I think I would say like the percentage is like kind of one-sided, but at the same time, still Nongshim do have a time to shine. They could still make a playoff for the last chance. That's insane.
I know, it's actually kind of nutty because I feel like this time last season, we were like, oh, it's all done and dusted, it's over, we don't really need to play these games, we get to watch it for a bit of added information, that's cool. This time around, feeling like there is a little bit more to play for, and that is absolutely fantastic. Our next point is to go over what happened last time for both of these squads. Of course, it was a very, very bloody affair between Kwangdong Freaks and Live Sandbox. Very, very close. And we're going to have a look at some of the highlights here. Of course, this was Kwangdong Freaks managing to take the victory, but as you can see, it's a lot of fighting. There was a lot of fighting in this series.
It was a lot of fighting. It was the highest kill game in Summer so far at 54, and this was match 38, so it was basically at the beginning of the Rel meta. We're still on that patch, obviously, right now because of the delays and the bugs that were in 13.13, so we could have another wild one between these two. But for me, I think that things have changed a lot for these two teams since they last matched up against each other. And I think Kwangdong if you just take away that loss to Bro earlier this week, looked like they leveled up a lot, whereas Liv Sandbox kind of got weaker. So they were going into this week, that's why I was feeling very strong about Quantum Freaks, but with that shaky start, I feel like anything could happen.
Yeah, I mean, as you see, like from the highlight there, like I think Dudu just like would smurf on the game. Like it was not even close. Like if I was an enemy opponent, I'll be like, no, I need to play against Dudu one more time, and he has the best stats in LCK right now. Just bench me, coach. Honestly, that's actually one time happened when I wasn't player.
Well, I mean,
I had to ask the comment, like, I don't want to play, you know, I don't want to play against Smap sometimes, you know.
and that made sense because when you were playing, Smeb was an absolute god, so it does make some sense. This time around, it's happened again because Bertel is not going to be playing. It's going to be clear towards the top side of the map. He's the one that's going to be trying to dethrone the Dusante. I don't know whether he will get Kasante here today, but we haven't seen a lot of Kasante bans, so if he wants to play it, I guess he possibly can. Maybe it's going to be a Shurima battle because Clear plays Nasus, and that would be a whole lot of fun. You thought I was going to say Renekton, didn't you? Let's jump into our key player. This is going to be Dudu, and yes, that is a lot of firsts. The guy is really good at top lane, and his team isn't even winning that much. It's crazy.
Yeah, I think the damage percent here says a lot about the weakness of the 80 carry on the side of Quantum Freaks. Like, Taven hasn't been very consistent, but everything else here is just really standout. He's winning lane massively. He's getting a 10 CS deficit on average. His experience deficit is 300 nearly at 14, and then he's taking that lead, doing 1.5 nearly damage per gold. His kill participation is 2/3 of his team's kills, so he's just getting advantages basically by himself, and then really like stringing his team up by their bootstraps and carrying them to wins.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, you know, it would feel much better if the kill participation would be like a little bit lower. It's way too high for top laner. That means like they are playing around Dudu well, but the thing is like the other way. If Dudu's not there, we see a lot of time Guangdong Freaks actually collapse down like by just the enemy team play, like because Dudu was not there. They were impatient. They were not waiting for Dudu. They were not playing around Dudu. Like those kind of things were actually showed already on the past, so I think they gotta do better job around there. They gotta play more solely. They're gonna play more pre-planned. The functional about when Dudu's actually fat, those kind of things really needed, especially today.
I agree. I think that we'd like to see some different picks as well, potentially out of the top side of the map. Of course, Dudu hasn't shown us some of the rumbles and things like that. We saw Zeus hard carry a game from top playing rumble. Could be a way for Dudu to leverage his incredible amount of skill, but he's now up against Clear. Let's have a look at some of his stats that we pulled from last season in Challenger. Of course, he is the new rookie on the block, and we have been waiting with bated breath to see what he's going to be able to do. Hasn't picked up... He didn't have a great season in spring. I think it was more about DRX last year in summer that was really, really impressive. Yeah. But he's still been very, very good when we have seen him.
The Clear and Peach duel was definitely the most strong point for Clear. That was when he was most famed and who was considered to be the strongest top laner. Now Thanatos kind of occupies that position in Challengers, but we didn't see him for a while because he was picked up by Liv Sandbox but wasn't eligible for round 1. Now here in round 2, even though he's 0-2 and did lose in the last series, I think he did play extremely well. I don't think it was really about him at all.
Yeah, I mean, that's why he's here today, and then Liv Sandbox actually trust him that he can actually be on the stage on the LCK, and when it's like really, really important match, as we said, it's a Saturday showdown and they must win, and as I said, they gotta change the airflow as well, because these days the Liv Sandbox was not actually working well together as a team, so those kind of thing that like just by already just changing the player and just benching the player and call up the player, those kind of things, like already it actually could matter the game stats.
Yeah, you can mix things up a little bit. It is a potentially auspicious day though, because Teddy is very close to 2,000 kills. Currently sitting on 1978. Pretty good year, I assume. I'll have to ask my dad about it. But 22 kills away from picking up that huge milestone.
Yeah, 2 of these top 5 kill champions, or really 3, if Elios has fallen off a little bit, are picks that are very relevant in this meta. The Varus is one that he's kind of fallen back to a lot. If this series goes 3 and we live up to the most kills in LCK Summer so far, maybe he could hit that milestone today. I wouldn't count on it right now, but I think Teddy has been pretty consistent. It's really been the team that hasn't been able to live up, unfortunately, to the Fountain Laser.
Yeah, I mean, as what he said, like he's been playing forever already. Like I think he can just play anytime, like Zaya right now, Kaisa, like Aphelios, those kind of champion things. Like the super meta if fitted. But the thing is, like, he can play up anytime and he'll be fine with it.
Yeah, we'll see what Teddy's going to be able to do here. I think he's felt a little bit muted so far this season. Hopefully we get a little bit more from him. But let's have a look at some stats in the mid lane, namely the Tristana, because Bulldog's going to be playing. He's a fantastic Tristana player, and as you can see, it's reflected relatively well in the stats, even though he's lost most of the games that he's actually played on the champion.
Yeah, I mean, he's 1-2, Bulldog is, but he still made a huge impact with the champion out of lane, sitting at 77%. So the team was able to play around his Tristana. Closer, on the other hand, struggling a lot more in this particular matchup. I think it's probably going to be banned every game, to be honest, because Bulldog's here.
Yeah, I mean, that's really accurate as well, because that was an out of 11 player who played the Tristana based on it, and it's like Bulldog still performing that well, and I still cannot forget what happened. The Bulldog actually just murdered the KT. The first spring split, that was crazy to me. I can never forget.
Just Goomba stomping all over them in the bottom lane. I remember diving around the alcove. It's been burnt into my brain as well. But there is another change that has come through very recently for the Kwangdong Freaks. They've called up Andil. It's not going to be Moham that's replacing Jun. It is going to be Andil, who is their younger option here. And he has had some pretty fun plays here in the LCK so far.
He feels like a player who's definitely very confident right now. He's got really strong mechanics. His laning phase in particular, too, I think has been much stronger than Jun's. On the other hand, though, I think some of the times he's been in here, their late-game decision-making hasn't been as decisive as it was with Jun, who was heralded as the shot caller during spring. But you see moments like this where in the laning phase, he's actually able to do so much. This escape as well. The guy is actually just so talented. I really want to see him improve as a shot caller. And we already know he's definitely got some shot calling potential, but the mechanics are already so clean that I think he's got a ton of potential as a support.
Yeah, I mean, I'll say, like, as soon as I end the sub in, it's like the Kwangdong Freaks, the decisiveness, the taking the time is like actually got a much shorter, and that's the like why Kwangdong Freaks actually was winning the game, was more clean. They could actually snowball the game, like why they're not actually making mistake. Like that's I would say, like that's my guess. But the thing is, like, that's only the change that they made it, and then it's like I think it's like it's gonna be the draft, that the color of the Kwangdong Freaks, that if they fit it with the draft with their team color, I would say they will have the favor with it.
Well, Kwangdong Freaks and draft. What an interesting thing to talk about. I'm not going to open that can of worms right here. Let's instead discuss the predictions for today's match. And we're going to start off with me. I did predict that Kwangdong Freaks were going to be able to take this. If I had the opportunity to take it back, I 100% will. I would Raz 100% today. Flip-flop, I would go over to Live Sandbox. I just have a feeling, and my waters are often wrong these days, but I just feel like Live Sandbox have got it. I don't know why.
No, you're just clear fanboy.
Oh, is that what it is? Because that's true. And Huni, I think it's you next. What do you got for us?
I got a Kwangdong Freaks because, as I said, I think it's gonna be when Kwangdong Freaks actually loses. A lot of time it's just from the draft. Like they just lose like it's so easily. Like I feel like really bad if they could actually just win when they have the right champion right at the time. It's just not it. So I still do believe that their draft is gotta be fine.
I think that Kwangdong Freaks can improve a lot from their loss against Brion earlier this week. I think that CV Max will have a good plan going into this. I think there were some shaky drafts there. I think they're a little bit surprised by going back to 13-12. I'm going to stick with my prediction. I think they're definitely going to take it tonight.
Well, we'll see whether that is going to be true. We have all theoretically predicted Kwangdong Freaks, although my body wants to switch over to Live Sandbox. Let's have a look at what the coaches have to say about this particular matchup, the pivotal fight for that 6th playoff spot. CVMAX says we'll do our best to win fighting. Succinct, I like it. Every player is fully prepared with a strong determination to win. We will win 2-0, says Ryu. Definitely pretty aggressive.
Ryu, pretty confident. CVMAX says we're going to try our best. That's not edited, right?
well, Stevie Max always does it. He always just says just one sentence and just fight, and then he just go. I mean, I like it. I mean, it's just like it's just short and clean, right?
Yeah, it's true. You know, it's a bit of a mic drop or something like that. I imagine CV Max, as a very vocal gentleman, probably has a lot more opinions about this particular match, but maybe they just weren't appropriate for what we had to do. And so, on that note, it is time for us to head over to the intro and then get into our Saturday showdown. Thanks so much for watching our pre-show, and enjoy this amazing match.
2라운드 이제 지금은 시작을 무조건 봐야 되는 상황입니다.
동부의 왕자를 일단 노릴 수 있는 그런 매치예요.
예.
광동 제일거 두 왕이 가는 길이 곧 길이 돼요.
리브 샌드박스입니다. 달성합니다. 테디
동부의 왕을 노리는 두 팀입니다.
Hello and welcome to the LCK as we are back here on a wonderful Saturday afternoon in Seoul, South Korea. It's me, Valdez, and Chronicler is back.
I'm back.
And a little bit delirious, but that's going to make for a great show, as always. And yeah, we got Kwangdong Freaks up against Live Sandbox once again here for round 2. How are you feeling about this one? We just watched the pre-show. What do you think, Chronicler?
Well, it's always tough coming into a match where there is so much on the line with both these two teams still very much trying to fight for that final playoff spot. And it's pretty clear the more we see, the top 5 and the bottom 5 are very far apart. So even though Kwangdong right now is still looking like the most likely, if they drop here today, then DRX, then Breon are only a couple wins away. But both teams have been so up and down, and as we can see, when it comes to actually winning, mostly down.
Yeah, it's been a little bit rough, especially this week as well for these two teams. You can see that we're sitting at 6th and 9th, which in this case is not very nice. But yeah, I mean, fighting for that last spot, Kwangdong Freaks in a much better spot than Live Sandbox right now. So definitely a very important win for Live Sandbox to try to pick up tonight. And, you know, like Atlas was saying, he said maybe I should swap my prediction if I was able to. Definitely is a closer match on paper than it looks to be.
At the same time, when we look at the game score, we do see that even with the loss against Breon, one of the direct competitors, Kwangdong have been able to scrape together more individual wins, whereas Sandbox, even that isn't really happening. Both of them obviously on the loss streak right now. One of the two teams is going to be able to finally break it here today. And for Kwangdong, if they lose here, they're, you know, still ahead of DRX, ahead of Breon. For Sandbox, you're really rapidly starting to run out of chances to actually get it done.
Yeah, as Claire's coming in, and will he put out the fire against Lago Doodoo?
I think it's Lolgod Doodoo.
Udu?
Lolgod Udu.
Lolgod Udu.
He is scary.
I didn't know we were getting a name change here for game 1, but pretty interesting. Teddy, not changing his name, but looking to change LCK history by becoming the 4th player to get 2,000 kills. Will it happen today? He needs 22 kills. If we go to 3 games, I could see maybe happening, but in 2 games to pick up 22, that would be difficult. Although, wouldn't be surprised if this does go the distance to 3 games.
Yeah, both of these teams, Kwangdong in particular, really known to go in very aggressively. And I'm actually surprised at how one-sided the Korean predictions that we can see on the back of the screen. I think our prediction is a lot more measured. Makes sense to me. I think Kwangdong should still be favorites coming in today, but we have seen this team really lose some of its, I want to say, shine that they had at the beginning of even spring, but most notably in summer. Where for Sandbox, summer in general has just been a struggle. Like, it's been rough. The team didn't have any of the magic, because this is kind of where we expected them to come in spring. And then they actually showed up. This time around, not yet happening for them.
Yes, as here is Kwangdong Freaks on the left side, as everybody is looking a little bit somber. You know, we saw some of the lead up
phrases or you know, things that CV Max had to say coming into this one. He also said that due to an Andil played well, the rest of the players, it would be nice if they tried harder, which to me is like, yeah, just try harder, Forehead, and maybe you can get the win. Definitely not the best result against Bro, and I think maybe some frustration being shown by the coach, but certainly this team does have to come together if they want to have a chance for playoffs.
And for Sandbox, it's about regaining their former form, because I think Claire in the match that he played was perfectly fine. Didn't really solve any of the issues, but was not the issue. But Kael, Willer, and Closer look nothing like they did. Kael last year was one of the better supports. He was like a top half support in the league. Him and Croco, which another unfortunate name when it comes to 2023 performance, were a large reason of why that Sandbox team with Prince was able to get as far as they could. One game away, right, from getting to Worlds with that roster. And here we are, Closer looking like a shade of his former self, not able to stand up on even his comfort picks, right? The Aurelia game comes to mind where it just doesn't really come together. And Bulldog, he had a really impressive debut in spring, but in summer it really does feel like he hasn't been able to refine that form and really consistently showcase why he was considered, even on a Kwangman that was struggling, a great mid in Challengers.
Yeah, like you say, the key word being consistency. I think that a lot of these players on both rosters have shown flashes of their best selves, and we've seen a lot of these players have some big shining moments, but we just don't see it every game. We don't see it every series even. I mean, there is one guy that you did just point at. It is Dudu, who is consistent.
Him. Oh, yeah.
Out of the 10. And
hey,
that might just be what gets them across the line.
Maybe we can add Claire, you know, if he plays a couple more games.
Sure.
But against Dudu, I don't have high hopes for that one.
Yeah, and the top lane meta is kind of in an interesting spot. It feels like it's in flux right now with some new picks entering, with Rumble coming back, with his recent changes and players realizing, hey, it's pretty good. And they're playing that now, so. And it does feel like the top lane matters a bit more nowadays as well.
And I, for one, think top lane agency is great, and we should have more of it.
Yeah.
Because it's been a while since top laners were really relevant. I'm going back to like 2020 probably.
Like the Nuggery,
yeah, he was
Kennen era.
He was pretty relevant. You can even argue that you have to go back to like 2018 when they were like really relevant.
Yeah, 2020 course, they were at least somewhat relevant.
They were in the conversation.
Yeah.
2018 obviously we also had the Shy, who was pretty good as far as top laners and carry performances go.
Some Aatroxing.
Yep. I remember Aatrox versus Urgot.
Yeah, good times.
That happened a lot. As let's see what the prioritization in draft here is going to be. I want to echo what the desk said. I think the Tristana should be very highly prioritized here, as Kwangnon already trying to reduce some of the power in case they don't end up picking it first by taking away the Ivern. It's been a really strong combination with Tristana specifically, and you can, I think, particularly on Kwangnon, really see the fact that this is kind of a must-win for them. And Willer, even despite his struggles, still looking like the cheerleader we know he is for this team, smiling and trying to set up his team here. As the Poppy and the Nico, no surprises there. Rumble, of course, coming in hot after not being seen for the longest time. Last time he was really meta was, I want to say 2021 MSI, when they just gave him one of the best jungle clears in the game for some reason.
Out of nowhere.
Yeah, that was a tournament. Man,
fun times. And Vi also going to be taken off the board here, so really lining up for a Tristana first pick. Sejuani is going to be banned, and
it's got to be.
You know, who could have seen this coming?
Everyone.
Yeah, literally every single person. Now, there are other strong picks that are still available, but Tristana definitely does stick out as the one you want to first pick.
It's also something that Bulldog, I think, really needs. Also, yeah, the LeBlanc is obviously is a strong pick, but the reason why Tristana started to come back in the first place was because it had a good matchup into Shiv LeBlanc. So Interesting to see that Closer still will be picking that one up. Then Kaisa is at the forefront of best AD carry right now, so no shock in that pickup. And yeah, I think getting comfort for Bulldog is really big, because I want to go back to the Zerov that he pulled out, because locking in a pick like that showcases a lot of confidence, right? Being like, okay, we're going to try something new, something that isn't really picked, and then the actual confidence in his play really wasn't anywhere to be seen. Now, I think Zerov is a pick that, in general, can be made to feel silly very easily, was playing in the hard engage, and you know, if you don't hit your skill set, the champion provides literally nothing. But at the same time, like, his positioning in some of the team fights, playing so defensively, and if you're not outputting damage, even into the amount of dive that the opponents have, that's not enough, as Dudu gets what I think many will consider the strongest top laner at the moment in the sandbox, kind of forced to lock in a counter here if they don't want to get banned out. We'll see what they end up going for, as Closer's just having some fun. Oh, Willer. Oh, he's feeling it.
Oh, the nods, and there it is. Lee Sin comes in. Keep in mind, guys, that we are on 13-12 still. So this isn't 13-13 where Lee Sin got some bumps up. He's still enjoying a very nice win rate here in the LCK, even though he has not been picked very often. He's 6-2. And it should have a great matchup into the Maokai that has been a little bit lackluster in terms of win rate, but oftentimes is picked for either hard engage or for defensive counter engage.
But did you know Blobber is 13-0 Maokai? Now you do.
Cool story.
As a running gag on the LCS. And I want to echo what you said earlier, the fact that the Lee is still kind of underneath the surface, right? It hasn't really popped up yet to be extremely high in prio, although we start to see it more come up more and more. I do wonder though, because this new version of LeBlanc to me is much less about being able to generate a lead in mid game and then try and leverage that by having a lot of backline access, looking for more aggressive 2v2s, because the shift spike doesn't really make you that strong in the 1v1, right? You're really looking at at least a second item, possibly even free, as Claire, this matchup we've seen go many a way, but with Dudu on the other end, does feel like they're just saying, well, we're going to pick this because you'll be able to have team fight utility, but early laning phase can still be very rough, and if Kwangdong can get a lead there early on, the matchup does not get better.
Maybe Willer going to help out Clear a little bit, but yeah, with the top lane getting a lot more viability in terms of carry potential in this current state of League of Legends, it does feel like Asante is kind of falling behind the curve because the Jax can kind of pop off in a huge way in that side lane. And we know what Asante is capable of. Showmaker and everybody else has made that very obvious. Saya and Rakan going to be the choice here for the bottom lane.
So Kwangdong is going to be pretty heavily indexed on the AD. Would not be surprised to see Youngjae go for at least a Demonic Embrace to try and leverage that a little bit. And even Dudu, right? We've seen Jax go for like more AP hybrid E-builds to try and leverage. As looking at the sandbox comp, I think the mid-jungle 2v2 being very strong is really big, because this team has really struggled with so many parts of actually trying and take down our opponents, obviously with the 6-game loss streak that they're on right now. But enabling Teddy to play the game by making sure that you have a mid-jungle 2v2 with pressure that can then play towards the bot side, maybe get him fed, is as good a plan as any, because while I like the team fighting from the Kwangdong comp, and obviously the Jax will be a reliable threat on his own, when it comes to the early game, I do think Sandbox have a lot of answers here, but their early game has not been very good. And for as much as Kwangdong struggle with actually winning games, generating leads, it's no problem at all.
Yes, in general, they did really struggle against Bro, and hopefully they can kind of turn that around. It feels like they were almost gifted a win with the way Bro fought that last team fight in the one game that Quantum Freaks did win in the series.
Dudu moment, yeah.
Yeah, the Dudu moment.
But given to him, graciously.
Yeah. At least they got that one. We'll have to see if they have anything for this one, as it should be a close matchup between Kwangdong Freaks and Live Sandbox here for game number 1. As we are ready, let's hop into the rift for game number 1. And here we go into the first game of this series, which could be quite the back and forth crazy matchup. They were mentioning it during the pre-show. I think it was 54 kills that we had the first time these two teams met in one of their games. And now we're going to be getting into it once again. Youngjae did go for the Scorch Claw, which could denote some more AP, as you were mentioning, maybe the Demonic Embrace to come out.
Yeah, fortunately, we have seemingly given up on full AP, which is good, because that was good. That's not really a thing anymore. With Demonic Embrace, you're kind of going in a middle of the pack road where you can provide some damage. You're a little bit less tanky, but you don't get popped as soon as you go in, which kind of defeats the whole point of Maokai, and was good when it was not nerfed and had its AP ratios slashed in half. As you can notice, there were a lot of Maokais that did not read the patch notes, and I'm still a little salty.
That's interestingly a very common thing that we see, actually, from a lot of our pro players. I don't think it's just Korea, but we just have a lot of players that just don't read the patch notes, or seemingly don't, because they do stuff that worked on other patches but don't seem to work on the new patch, or got heavily nerfed. As we take a look at some of the win rates here, Youngjae has yet to pick up a win on this Maokai, has played it 5 times.
And that is quite interesting, given that Maokai generally has worked very well for teams that are struggling a little bit more, because the pick is very obvious, right? It provides a lot of team fighting power, a lot of disengage, as all level 2 hits.
Yeah, and there we go. The W is forward. Andel has to go and flash. And not sure exactly why he was positioned to get crashed down on in that position right when the level 2 is coming through. It's a very just common timing that you want to avoid, but a basic mistake that's going to get them behind in the lane now.
By the end of it, though, I don't think the trade is that bad. Like, obviously, it's a mistake from Andil, but one of the reasons why Rakan, I think, has been so high prio is Bulldog going to keep looking for these aggressive trades. Is that with the Q being as strong as it is, you can sustain up a lot of the damage. And given... Oh, look at that. I love that graphic. Thank you very much. There's one guy that's won in this matchup, and he's playing the opposite end of it.
Seems like he's got a pretty good read on the situation in the top lane. What would you say, Chronicler?
Yeah, I feel good about Dudu's chances, and Clear has really been tasked with trying to deal with one of our best performant top laners at the moment. Of course, best is just Keen. There's not really...
It's like Keen and then Doran and Zeus.
I think
still.
Yeah, I think Zeus, if he can regain his form, right, if he can consistently string together good matches, probably is going to be up there again. But right now, it really does feel like Keen and then Space as Bulldog.
He is Tristana.
We'll be fine.
Yeah, and you could definitely see a lot of people rate Dudu above Zeus at this point, especially with the way T1's season is going at the moment, and Zeus's individual performance as well. But yeah, I mean, we'll have to wait and see how the season does pan out, and if Dudu can be the defining factor to change the course of history. Imagine if they get 6th place and they face off against probably either DK or Home Life Esports at this point, and they win. What happens then? As maybe that's too long of a discussion, as Rakan, 9 wins in a row.
And you can look at some of these and go like, well, that team, because 5 of those are Delight, as Bulldog.
He's in a lot of trouble. Flash forward, and he goes down as the Fleet Footwork proc comes in right at the right moment. Shardakur Cheesy helping out there as well, as they get on in and take down First Blood. Closer has really struggled on this LeBlanc, but that was a nice trade that Bulldog was unfortunately on the receiving end of.
And this is also some credits to Willer, because the damage that he got down together with that play on Bulldog early with Closer was post-teleport. So Tristana not really able to shrug off any of the damage, only was sitting on a refillable, no real lifesteal to mention. And it's Bulldog that actually ups into this as well, right? And this is kind of the problem, is that you don't really have an opportunity to win this extended trade as...
와우. 좋습니다. 나 아직도 안
Good,
보였다 아래 칼부에.
I love Willer, man.
And he's calling out the position of Maokai as well. Right afterwards.
And I also want to note Bulldog was one of the Tristanas that went for Fleet basically not for Fleet, for Demolish basically every single time. Didn't end up going for that this time around. Instead went for more lane-focused runes as Flash.
Yeah, trying to clear a ward here in the river, and they will be punished for it. So at this moment in time, both Taeun and Andil do not have Flash. Taeun having to cleanse and Flash.
Yeah.
Just basic trades that are getting Kwangdong Freaks pretty far behind in the early game. This is not oftentimes what you see, especially in pro play.
And obviously the match against Brion was where they really struggled in a similar manner. But we saw Kwangdong, for all their flaws, be so good in the early game for so much of this split. Think back to even recently their series against Hanwha. As I don't know about this one, Youngjae. Although we do have Lee on his way.
Yeah, he's getting in. There's the chains. Youngjae not going to flash, and instead just accepts his defeat. As now Closer's 2-0 on the Blanc at 7 minutes into the game, and he's going to have a Shiv on his next back, probably.
Starting to feel like Atlas, his waters were onto something here, Valdez.
Well, especially in the early game.
It is, oh no.
What was that angle? I have no idea. Clear is just going to walk away with his head down now after that trade, as the stun is going to miss and the feathers are pulled back. Kyle has to retreat, as he will hold on to his flash at least, but not the best trade for him now in the bottom lane.
Cool, and that was a good 2v2, but I know about this.
Yeah, Crash Down Taeun is so dead. Like, I mean, there's just no way for him to get out of that one at all, as Andil now just has to walk away. No flash, no cleanse, no anything, and the crash down coming in from Kyle means that the Xayah is dead.
And this is exactly the problem. The moment that you start losing the mid-jungle 2v2, Wheeler can just run from lane to lane to lane and try and generate leads for the rest of his laners, right? Kwangdong, the bot lane, feels incentivized to go in as Teddy, almost level 6 here, looking for maybe a Killer Instinct angle.
Well, he's certainly gonna. Well, I guess we're just not gonna see that then. As Closer calling out the play here on the Youngjae.
You see as well, I think that the plan was...
막 해줄게 여기. 와우, 슛. 아니 뭐야, 나이스.
Oh, what the
라인도
hell?
걸렸.
Nice. They have about 17 coaches in that booth.
They really need this win as well. For Sandbox, not making playoffs after you, on paper, had a really big upgrade, right? We went from Envy to Teddy. Teddy, a player that has been credited with so many great achievements over the last couple of years. And it's just not working out at all. And right now we're seeing a little bit of a revitalized Lift Sandbox with Youngjae and Bulldog in particular really struggling. Taeun and Andil I feel a little bit less bad about, because they kind of have to do stuff, right? If they're not looking for angles, if they're not looking for 2v2s, the map is quickly falling away from them.
Yeah, it's a lot of pressure. You talked about, getting this LeBlanc online and being a big threat, especially in team fights, but at this point, to get the Shiv this early on, and then, of course, Teddy's got his as well. So now you've got two lanes that are just farming under turret, basically. I mean, Tristana can obviously push away some of that. As meanwhile, up on the top side, we do have a big trade coming in all out from Clear, as the knock-up not going to hit Dudu. We did have Youngjae making his way up here, but not quite able to bait Clear into this one far enough.
And, Youngjae, yeah, they need something, right? They need to try and get anything going here. And he interrupts his back, but Clear,
ult, maybe?
I think Clear is still
fine. Flash on in, the Q is not going to work, as Clear is able to get away and just uses Unstoppable and Flash.
You can see the desperation for this Kwangdong. They're trying to just get maybe Dudu ahead, get something going, but Yeah, Cassante with Flash is just almost impossible to take down, even without him having his all-out available. And it really does feel like Kwangdong right now are scrambling 1.5k gold behind, lost the early Dragon, lost the early Rift Shower. Then you see as well, Kyle, a player that has really struggled to uphold his performance that he had, most notably last year, but even in spring he was perfectly serviceable by not only doing well in his lane, but then immediately look at the amount of vision that they have set up on the bot side, allowing Teddy to play aggressively and forcing Kwangdong to just drop waves because they have zero vision control outside of the one ward there in the brush, which I'm sure Kael is going to spot. I don't know if he has a way of dealing with this, but every time that closer like heads into fog, you have to abandon.
Yeah.
You can't stay close. Oh, boy.
Nice little angle here. Dudu, oh, he's going to get knocked out of the leap. And you see Clear, he doesn't have the all out, so Willer's kind of just hopping around. Flash away as Sandbox fans praying for this one, and Willer is going to pick it up. As very nicely done to get over the walls and utilize that Lee Sin. Now he's got 2 kills as well.
And Closer is the one with the kills, but I'm happy to see Willer look a little bit better. This is a guy that, outside of obviously being very entertaining in comms, was such a surprising standout player on Sandbox in spring. Right now is able to make the impact happen again. Clear able to absorb the pressure as well. And for Kwangdong, I do think that they still have an incredible amount of team fighting power with the Tristana, with the front line that they have. But this team has struggled to win games when like 3-4k gold ahead. As you pointed out, gets the leap interrupt, no ultimate available here for Dudu, and Wheeler is Lee, so eventually is just able to make his way over to the wall. And with the kick, able to easily secure that kill. We even had the roam up from Closer to ensure that there was no way that Dudu was getting out of that one.
Little play on Andel here, just trying to get some vision on Drake, but Willard just says, I'm just going to do the Drake instead. Definitely a bit more valuable.
That rel damage.
Huge.
Yeah. Almost out-damaged his Q healing.
Nearly got there. As it's Infernal Soul. And the individual Drakes as well. Pretty decent here for the side of Live Sandbox. As Youngjae is top again. Desperate to try to get something on the Clear, who has all out now. Doesn't have Flash, but he's got his Mythic. He's hanging on. And Dudu, you know, eventually might be able to win this matchup in a big way in the side lane, but the team kind of needs to get him there. You know, like the map can't fall apart before he's even online. That's not going to help Dudu at all. Well,
you're also in a situation where Dudu is always going to win this matchup eventually, but if Clear stays on item parity, that's going to take a while. And as good as I think Ondo has been individually, I do have to note that the one of the big reasons, as we'll hold up, we might be having Taeyeon in trouble here.
Maybe he wants to trade in ults. Yep, there it is. Killer Instinct for Featherstorm. Teddy pushes the Xayah out of lane.
Yeah.
Forcefully.
And with Shiv, Teddy's going to, at the very least, pick up a plate here.
Yep. Another one.
Very easily able to shove in. But one of the reasons why June was able to pick up Spring MVP last year in Challengers was because he was given all the credit for how well that team moved around the map and was able to generate early leads. And June mechanically and some of his recalls, right, some of his mechanics, his team fighting wasn't necessarily that amazing. But the drop-off to me for Kwangdong, like seemingly losing all track of how to play their early game, which even when they weren't able to win was one of the defining factors, could be tied to that. But it kind of creates a lose-lose scenario. Like you can put in June, but then he comes with his own set of issues, or you don't have him, and then the team just looks all over the place.
Yeah. For all of CV Max's frustrations, it is not easy to make this lineup currently work, as Bulldog not going to hit the cannon and Closer going to see where he's backing. Meanwhile, the entire team is doing the Rift Herald, the second one here. And TPs are coming in. Kwangdong Freaks, they do want to fight this one. Down 3,000 gold, trying to make this work as gonna get in onto the rel though, as Kyle does get a big engage afterwards as the rest of the team is coming on in. Closer looking to assassinate Taeyun and will get it with one more auto as Clear swoops in and steals the kill. One Counter-Strike though, and Bulldog popping in, trying to get the resets. Now we've got Dudu. Kwangdong Freaks trying to sum up this fight in their favor as Teddy over the wall. He's pretty trapped. It looks like he should go down to Dudu. Will pick that kill up, but Liv Sandbox still going to get the eye at the end of the day.
And it looks closer than we might have expected, but as you're saying, by the end, it is relatively even trading kills. The mid lane turret falls, and the Herald is still picked up for Sandbox. But right there, kind of the difference between the Kwangdong comp when it comes to the laning phase and when you are actually fighting the 5v5. Starts off with a nice setup here. Amdil and Youngjae able to take KL very, very low, but then the problem arises from the fact that Taeyun doesn't have ult. And that force from Teddy ends up being used
Okay, he's just dead. Flash and Safeguard. Willer back to safety, has a score drinker, and is assassinating Dudu now.
I just love it when, you know, as Cos, we talk about Lee and LeBlanc mid-jungle 2v2. This is really good. And then we have so many games where they do nothing, and they just it just sits there, and you're like, well, that's not what I want. And right now, they're actually making it work as we go back. If Taeyun has his ultimate here, this fight is winnable, right? He can Featherstorm, kite back, actually get a recall off, but instead, with the front line being gone and then having really only the consistent DPS of Bulldog.
Oh, Bulldog.
Yeah, who then
goes closer to safety.
Yeah. Actually just shy of the damage. Not able to get that kill. And because of him not dying, he also is able to then get mid lane turret, right? Because LeBlanc can then go back with Shiv, shove in as Dudu gets punished here by a teleport that comes through from Closer and Youngjae. Again, just a second too late.
나이스! 이거지!
He's pretty excited. He's a happy Teddy. This is not the way things have been going for Liv Sandbox recently. So Taeyun going to get caught here. Does go into the Featherstorm, but a couple autos might do it as Clear's going to get the angle on him from the right side. Andil desperate just to try to save the team, but it looks like Dudu is next on the chopping block. As over the wall he goes, and Closer will pick up a 5th kill in this game. Already has Sonya's here done 5-0 and 3.
It's all about the mid-jungle 2v2 here. Wheeler and Closer running the map. Started off with that solo kill. Bulldog making a crucial mistake. Then Youngjae walking into a LeBlanc, trying to get a Raptor camp, and it backfiring immensely. And now we're looking at full map control, a monstrous gold lead, and an infernal soul point 18 minutes in.
Yeah, this is pretty much an insurmountable lead, and Liv Sandbox haven't been the cleanest team, but I think from here, especially, you know, Closer's online, Willer's online,
yeah.
you don't have a Dudu problem either.
No.
There's like, it's just freedom right now. It must feel so good for Liv Sandbox.
It's, and here as well, we see again some of the desperation that Kwangdong is feeling. Taeyun playing that aggressively into a rel. By itself, like maybe, but there's also Lee. So like, there's just no way that play ends up working out for you, particularly with the backline threat of a Kai'Sa that can come in, of a LeBlanc, that can just take you down so easily. And the team fighting from Kwangdong is just looking all over the place. And if you look back at them being able to actually pick up wins against some of the stronger teams, their macro late game was always not the best, but their team fighting was fine. And right now, we're not even able to see that. Sandbox looking revitalized here. And barring any really big shenanigans and Closer and Willer just giving up bounties for no reason, looks like Sandbox might be able to pick themselves up a crucial 1-0 advantage here over Kwangdong.
Yeah, how crazy would it be? I mean, at the beginning of the week, every single one of us voted for Kwangdong Freaks.
In both.
Yeah.
Both series.
In both series. Bro won the first one against Kwangdong, and now Liv Sandbox are absolutely bringing the heat here in game number 1 of this series. What if Liv Sandbox just get a quick 2-0? That would definitely go against all of our expectations. if they could, turn things around in the span of a week, and, perhaps the opposite of turning things around for Kwangdong.
Would also mean that the race for the 6th playoff spot is completely wild, because Hanwha with 6 wins is obviously by no means guaranteed, but they are looking pretty good. And I think Hanwha in recent times have looked a lot more stable, have actually looked great, even against some of the better teams, which I think is something that you in particular were calling for, with the Yone only being picked up against weaker teams, and them now, even though they didn't beat KT, still did a great job.
Performance, yeah.
Exactly, which is what we wanted to see. But then we have Kwangdong, if they end up losing this series at 4-8, and then we have DRX at 3-8, Brion at 3-8, and Liv Sandbox at 3-9. Right? So then all of a sudden,
we just have
anyone
no
can
idea.
get it.
Yeah.
Even, well, Nongshim is sitting at 2-10, but
Still possible.
it's still possible. Although looking at the game score, Kwangdong, even if losing it, will be at -7.
Yeah.
Isn't the end of the world. But a Sandbox win here would really, really throw even more chaos into that race for 6th.
Yeah, I mean, it's wide open. I think at that point you really need to look at strength of schedule and see like which winnable matchups are still available for which teams, and see who's got the most likely chance of making it through. We had our probability CG created for the pre-show, which kind of highlighted some of that because it does factor in strength of schedule. That's why the probability is kind of cool. As, you know, we're not talking about this game right now because Liv Sandbox are miles ahead and nobody's really doing anything because vision control is totally in Liv Sandbox's favor. Even the side lane clears winning. He already has a Thornmail and some extra armor, so he's in a really good spot here against this Jax, who hasn't even picked up a second item, nor has much AP damage at this point. So you're going to be blocking a lot of that. Clear even up a level. So, yeah, again, no doo-doo problem just yet. So Liv Sandbox holding on to this lead. Probably just going to be waiting for this Infernal Soul, which is where Kwangdong Freaks will have to either decide, do we give up Infernal Soul and lose, or do we try to take a fight here and have a low chance of winning, but we essentially have to go for it at this point. As Taeun going to get engaged upon. This time he presses his R button, does get stunned up. As now the route onto Kyle. They're trying to turn here onto the weaker support of Liv Sandbox, but he will get away as the teleport is committed to here by Clear, though.
And does look like, at least for now, Kwangdong will be able to hold on, but in 30 seconds that dragon is spawning, and that is going to mean another attempted Hail Mary. But now you don't have your Maokai ultimate or your Featherstorm. So I don't know how you win the fight, right? Because without
Very
Taeun's
quick
DPS,
blades.
well, it's a great spike. I know you're not being serious, but it's
Yeah.
Bulldog doesn't even have a second item yet. That's how rough it is. Closer sitting at 3.
Yeah. Yeah, he's
Oh, Kwangdong.
having a pretty enjoyable game.
Good luck trying to fight your way out of this one. It's all or nothing if you lose the Infernal. So this game is fully done.
Yeah. You talked about the mid-jungle duo. Willer has set up this early of a spike as over the wall goes Closer. He is in a really weird spot, but again, he has Zhonya's, and he's going to chain down Youngjae as he's in his Zhonya's, and now there's no jungler. No smite on the side of Kwangdong Freaks. This is a free Infernal Soul for Liv Sandbox.
Someone on Kwangdong has to walk up, and unfortunately, that is Youngjae's job. Will get taken down immediately, doesn't have the disengage, ultimate wasn't available, and that is going to be the Infernal Soul. And surely the Baron here as well, as Undeal is gonna, I feel like you just stick around and try to go for something crazy. Might as well try. Oh, he doesn't even get the back. Oh no, oh, yeah. He just wanted to back Closer.
No, he's just food for Closer and for Liv Sandbox. Closer now 6-0. As, you know, he got the 1v1 kill against Bulldog, the solo kill. Then he got the solo kill against Youngjae in the jungle. Youngjae was trying to play aggressively, trying to look towards the top side of the map. Instead, tried to go for the enemy Raptors. He got caught, and Closer ends up with a 2-0 early start with Shiv at 9 minutes into the game. How do you come back from that? It is so difficult. And the first pick, Tristana, is not working for them as we look at this fight once again. The chain started off.
Yeah. There's nothing you can do. Gal follows up after the chain is hit with the Q, and that's the end of it. And then he actually just wanted to back. wasn't trying to go for a play here, had already abandoned and just instead gets taken down. Closer with a killer instinct, nicely done. And I took the liberty of looking at some of the matches that are ahead. And for Kwangdong fans, it's not great because they still are facing Gen.G, KT, and D+. And there's more teams that they have to face, but that does paint a pretty tough picture. Whereas if you look at example for, and this is in the upcoming weeks, but I do think that if you're already on a losing streak against some of these stronger teams, it becomes a lot harder to beat out some of your fellow competitors. And if you look at DRX, for example, who are a little bit further down the list, but are still very much able to make it, facing off against Nongshim, facing off against Sandbox, feels a lot more doable here.
That's a big matchup. Live Sandbox DRX.
Oh yeah, that one's
could be the playoff
be
spot decider.
It could be, yeah.
If all the other matches
if Sandbox keep playing like this.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. Again, we're talking about the remaining matchups for these teams because, yeah, the Zaya died. Where did he even go? Where did it even happen? Taeyoon has Flash. What? I mean, at this point, it doesn't, you know, it's not that big of a deal. But 13-3, Bulldog has to come back, picks up a shield bow. At this point in time, at least he is level 16. So he is getting some of that scaling. But yeah, Maokai ultimate going to be thrown in. It just feels like desperation as they do group up a couple of them, but the Magnus Storm is there, and the Massive Wallets are as well. As this will be the end of game number 1. Clear just tanking up the entire turret. Will give the reset to Bulldog, who does have a decent amount of damage, but just click on the Nexus and you don't have to worry about any of that. Down it goes. Live Sandbox take game number 1 in very simple and straightforward fashion.
And that's the close-up I want to see. Closer and Willer, the two heroes of this one, generating all the tempo for the Live Sandbox side. Getting ahead on the Lee and LeBlanc means that it becomes very hard to play out the game, even when it's the standard build. And it, with the shift build in particular, means that you're just going to be stuck catching waves underneath your turret. And Sandbox looking better than I think they have in a long time. Like,
she knew. We love Closer. He's having his first big pop-off game in a long time.
Yeah.
Which is really good to see.
Man, Sandbox looking really good here in this game number 1. And I don't think this one is just down to draft. Yes, the mid-jungle 2v2 is a lot stronger, but you have Dudu on Jax, right? You have Bulldog on his comfort pick. You have strong team fighting. We saw some glimpses of that. The Herald fight comes to mind, but that's actually just one glimpse. There were no glimpses. There was a single glimpse.
We saw a glimpse.
Yes.
Yes. And Kwangdong Freaks, they're going to really have to step things up because Live Sandbox brought their A game tonight. And unfortunately, it does appear that Kwangdong Freaks have not. But they do have another chance in game number 2. We're going to take a quick break and come back with the space as they break down that game number 1.
안 들어가도 될것 같긴 해.
내려가라 내려가라.
안 들어갈 것 같긴 해요.
라켓
안만 봐줄게. 내가 맞을게.
천천히.
맞아. 잭스. 천천히.
마우파이.
잭스. 타워부터. 어이구. 타워부터.
일로 와봐 형.
맞다.
끝내자.
끝내자. 타워부터 띄울 타워 쳐야 될 듯. 나이스.
오케이 나이스.
나이스요.
Welcome to the space, everyone. I hope you enjoyed that game number 1 of our Saturday showdown. I'm Atlas. I'm joined by Wolf and Hooney to break down an interesting game. And honestly, the thing that stands out the most, outside of the fact that things were a little bit messy, was the fact that Closer is back, gentlemen. Isn't it great to have him back here in the LCK?
He showed back up today in a big way, and he's been middling at best, honestly, throughout this season, which is a little bit disappointing, right? He's one of the key players for Live Sandbox, but in this game, he showed up in a big, explosive way, let's just say. Talking about the draft, we were a little bit concerned when that Tristana pick did come through for Bulldog, because it was a thing we talked about in the pre-show a lot. Like, Bulldog, he's better at this pick, shouldn't let him have it, probably going to be banned every game. And we've actually seen Tristana beat LeBlanc in the past. So when the LeBlanc answer came out, I wasn't satisfied with it. You know, I wasn't ready to believe. But
I mean, I think the key was from the jungle as well. The jungle pressure was like actually the venue the Leap Sandbox are pulling up the Lee Sin later. And I think it was like great answers like after the like Maokai Tristana's like weaknesses. Like if you have to choose one, like Oli game, the pressure is like a little bit low. And also I think the Bulldog misplay a lot in the lane phase. It actually snowballed, it builds up until those getting solo kill. It was sad.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a rough time for good old Bulldog, and it's not something that we're used to seeing. And it all started off with Closer getting a whole bunch of kills in the early game. Let's jump into our first highlight, which is going to be exactly that. Closer kind of getting run of this map, and it started with a solo kill against Bulldog.
yeah, and as Hooney mentioned, there were some mistakes here. Like, he overextends in a big way here. Flash will guarantee the auto. His flash is too late, so the auto still goes through. And then this was really bizarre. And it felt like you could just watch Kwangdong Freaks fall apart in this game. And it feels like the players have some sort of immense pressure on them in this series to actually make proactive plays, even though their draft doesn't necessarily call for it. As Youngjae is just absolutely should not be out here and should not have stayed here and is punished.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, it's really, really critical, like, especially LeBlanc starting with the 2 kills, I guess, but the casting mansion and like the static shift timing was way too fast, and then Tristana was not even get the chance to play the game. Tristana's strength is like just be able to push the wave the first, not like actually just completely 1v1ing against LeBlanc. Just, he should have played more about the wave, laning status, like waiting for Maokai to get like more farm, like, or like Peanut, like he actually played like the Maokai, like a strong jungle, like he ganked level 3. Those kind of things are needed. Like, as I said it, like the function of the draft, like they actually not working well right now. It's like, so they gotta do a better job as a between the teammates.
And it might have something to do with the picks as well, right? Like we see now it's 0-6 for Youngjae on the Maokai. Like sometimes you can't force a square peg into a round hole, you know? And so maybe just go back to what you're good at. What they weren't good at was this particular team fight that we're going to jump into. I'm going to throw out a disclaimer. We didn't really want to get a second highlight because the League of Legends was not super clean. But this was honestly Live Sandbox just kind of rolling over Kwangdong Freaks.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, Kwangdong Freaks, this was the last chance, but it was a really great hit from the Wheeler, even though he missed the Sonic Wave, but doesn't really matter because, like, how beautiful the team fight, they actually set it up well. It's like the Closer came from top side, and Clear just go pressuring from bottom, and then there's sitting at the bottom, the bush on the mid, and it's like as soon as they put the drop the ward, it's like they press the go button, and like Leaf Sandbox was like, as a team, they were clearly better team at the level. It was not even close.
And even though there was a Herald fight that was a little bit shaky, Closer survived there. They're able to turn that to a mid-turret play, get that turret topside with a kill that goes over. And Closer, not only did he get ahead in lane, but he actually took out 2 turrets super early, ballooned his lead even further, and then he was always playing keep away in these engages as well, making sure there was no opportunity for Liv Sandbox to find a way back in.
Yeah, it was really beautifully played by Closer. So it's time to give him his POG, right? Let's do it. I think it is time. There we go. Closer picks it up, and it is the most obvious thing in the universe. Closer apparently bought his static shiv at 7 minutes and 30 seconds, by the way.
We should probably try to get the Lord Dirt that, like, probably who's the fastest the static ship ever got.
I think that looks like the fastest one to me.
Like, that's how I feel.
Is the one, yeah. I mean, he took the lead that he was given by a misplay from Bulldog and then Youngjae's overextension, but in these team fights as well, he was just fantastic. Look how much damage he puts in. He was shivving really hard in sides, got the additional minions to actually get his Zhonyas very early, and he was just unkillable.
And the most important thing is, like, he's not making mistakes, because, like, not like before. He did shown that, like, when he played like other champion, he was like randomly having death. Like it's so obvious. Like if you're not going for closer this game, like you didn't watch this game. 100%.
Oh, 100%.
Yep. We had one of those yesterday, and we have one here today, and everyone passed the closer test, as he was definitely the one to watch out for in this game. Checking in on the Kwangdong Freaks coaching booth, CV Max, definitely a lot to talk about here. As you can see, it's actually Dudu that's going over a lot of what we need to focus on here. You see Bulldog always with a smile on his face, but there's a lot more going on under the hood, and I expect to see a better performance out of him moving into the next game.
Yeah, I think we need to see just better individual performances, and like the pressure seemed on even when it wasn't in that game, and now you're down 0-1. You might go 0-2 this week, losing to Bro earlier on. Not the week Kwangdong was looking for.
Yeah, I mean, they're in Goose Pot, but it doesn't mean that they're going to be automatically go to playoff.
And if you lose these games, these are the ones you cannot afford to. And so it is time to head back to the casters to see whether Live Sandbox can close out the series or whether we have one on our hands. Take it away, boys.
Thank you, Space People, for that wonderful breakdown. As, man, the Kwangdong Freaks booth not looking too happy right now. They're really going to have to turn things around if they want to have a chance. Because, as I said before, Live Sandbox, they brought their A game. And especially closer, picking up the 11 out of 11.
I have a mission to make, Veldas. I was considering voting for Willer. And obviously, you know, I didn't go through with it because I felt like closer had too much of an impact. But I would have expected it to be like, you know, like an 8 out of 3. No. And fortunately, even in my current
mental state, yeah.
I made the right call and thus avoided a lot of giggles. For Kwangdong, if they want to start giggling again, if we want to see Bulldog with his usual goofy smile, something has got to change here in game number 2. And all I ask for is that we don't do the, we didn't play good enough, we're going to rerun the draft. Please.
I mean, that's
Please
what CV Max said after their loss to Bro. They
Please
said,
don't do that.
You know, Ondil and Dudu played well. I hope the other players try harder. And if that is the attitude coming into this one as well, we might just see a little salty run back here. So Ivern, Rumble, and you know what, to be honest though, the play, especially early on in that game, could definitely use a little refurbishing.
I don't think the draft was the issue, but okay, we get a pivot, cool. But I do think that it's much easier to adjust your play when you feel like you're in a different position. Particularly for a team that is as hot and cold as Kwangdong. I think if you're like Gen G, it's a little different. If you have a bad game and you're like, you know, it's fine. We can run it back and we can actually get it together, and that can work. As the Sejuani is going to get picked up here, Jack's stocks rise through the roof. Wouldn't be surprised to see Sandbox pick that one up for Claire, who had a very decent game number 1. You know, didn't get solo killed by Dudu, absorbed some pressure of the early ganks.
Yeah.
See if he gets the trust of his team here, as Teddy wasn't about him in the last game, but he was Kaisa. He was good. He ulted in a bunch of times. Forced that one Feather Storm that one time.
Yeah.
That was big.
Huge. Kaisa Rel, a strong duo, but keep in mind that they last picked Rel in game number 1, and so there was no chance of like an Alistair counter pick or anything like that. So it's very early on they're showing their hand in the bottom lane, and Kwangdong Freaks could answer that, but with Azir locked in and probably a Jax that you would want to pick up here for Dudu, might not get a chance, but let's see.
Yeah, I was expecting the Jax Alistair combo here. It's going to be the Azir instead. Is a pick that Closer also loves to play. I mean, almost any LCK game that loves Azir, but yes. Closer is one that really opts into it pretty heavily. And now Claire probably just going to Cassante again. It was fine in the previous game. You know, piloted the early game well. It was close a bunch of times, but we've seen that I think more and more in top lane, where it gets like really close to a solo kill, but then doesn't actually end up happening. And it does kind of maintain the core of great backline access, a lot of CC setup for this Kaisa. We'll see what direction Sandbox want to take their draft into from here, because anything that can reliably get onto the enemy backline and try and apply pressure there is going to be huge. Wouldn't be surprised to see Kwangdong go for like maybe something like a Yone ban here. Is a pick that both Closer enjoys and is good into the Azir.
as Aphelios taken away. So let's see what Quantum Freaks are left with in terms of their bottom lane and what they are going to ban here on the last ban. Maybe another target towards Willer?
Might be like, I think Ashheimer actually looks great here. Provides you with, I love this Nocturne ban though. That is a champion that has been very successful, and also to me kind of screams
This is
that,
not a champion.
No, I'm not on board with this, but I don't want to get to that just yet. A champion that is really, really good into specifically the immobility carries that are, it's Asher Varus at this point, most likely. Jinx also fits the bill, but I do think that Jinx really lacks any form of laning pressure, and I do think that ideally you'd want to go for that. It's ironic though that Undil's playing instead of June, because June was one of our better Heimer players, at least in Challengers, and instead it's just going to be the Braum. Wanna ask me something, Valdez?
Do you love the Braum here?
I think it's okay. I think with Sejuani Ash, you have a decent amount of
Especially if they pick Akali into it. I think it's great.
Don't do that. We've seen some really good Akali players pull this out. Oh. It's Exhaust.
Exhaust Braum.
Yeah.
And Sejuani.
Yeah, so Sandbox are really committing to their bid, which that part, you know, we're already a short-range composition, a lot of 1v1 power, a lot of engaged, a lot of team fighting potential. But if this goes to late, we are gonna have a really tough time winning because you have one pressure point in side lane, because Closer actually wins the 1v1s against both Jacks and against Bulldog, which that's cool. So maybe if you can get Closer online and never ever have to team fight, but that requires you kind of to win lane, and I don't think you're really going to win lane against Ashe and Braum, because it is very hard. They are a pretty impressive bot lane. So going to be up to the junglers here to make an early impact, but one of the junglers is on Wukong and the other is on Sejuani. And I know who I'd prefer when it comes to early skirmishing. Like Braum Sejuani is so strong early in the game. Like the amount of CC that you have of permafrost with concussive blows is absolutely wild.
They have triple Freljord stack here, and that means a lot of freezing, actually. And they have, you know, a couple of carries in terms of Ashe, or rather Azir and Jax, that as the game comes along, can have a pretty fun time. A very nice amount of disengage and ability to handle pressure. We'll see if Liv Sandbox can just will their way into a win here in game number 2. Off we go once again.
It was Zeka, right, that went 5-0 this week and then couldn't do anything because he was playing against like Nautilus and a bunch of other champions that didn't allow him to play the game.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think that's what's going to happen here.
Probably, yeah. I think
that's what I'm worried about.
That matchup was definitely some higher level teams butting heads.
Very true.
And so I think that KT was able to handle the pressure and essentially just say no, even with the massive Akali.
Yeah, I do want to say that this is the type of comp where I can also... I want to, again, I highly prefer the Kwangdong comp because I think that you have... as long as you can match correctly, like Dudu matching Closer or a Clear Rider, you have a really, really great side lane. Akali is going to win both side lanes when we get to the later stages of the game, I do think, but... Bulldog should be relatively safe, expecting for Crown into this team, and that does take away a lot of the offensive pressure, as we do have an early ward being placed here. And the front to back of Kwangdong is amazing. They have really good hard engage. My usual qualm with Braum comps is that if you have a support player that is on Braum and they are somehow tasked with starting fights, you get, you know, that one game the carry ahead where you like try to start fights as Braum. That doesn't work. That's not a thing.
Yeah.
And now you have a Sejuani and even an Ashe. An Ashe isn't necessarily the best, but it does add an extra layer. And then obviously Sejuani just has great hard engage on most members of Sandbox. So do think that the Kwangdong comp can actually be fine. But if Sandbox get 2 early kills on Closer or on Teddy, and they just keep this game from ever going into 5v5 territory, kind of what we saw in last game, right? But by the time we got to 5v5s, Kwangdong was 3-4k gold behind, and then they just never got to play their game. And we never got to see the power of that composition in action, and instead Sandbox just kind of ran them over. Could see that happen here, but I do think it relies a little bit more compared to past game on Sandbox actually generating some meaningful leads on either Closer or Teddy.
Yeah. And, as you mentioned, perhaps they do just get across that line like they did in game number 1. You can already see that this early laning phase for Kali not so fun, but this isn't necessarily what you're picking her for, of course. So, Closer. The idea this time, I would guess, for Quantum Freaks is don't randomly just give him a solo kill in mid. It's going to be very difficult for him to get it in this case. And also don't give him the solo kill in the jungle either. And then you've got an Akali that's not really online for quite a while. What do you think about the Akali Shiv builds that we've been seeing recently?
I'm pretty neutral about them. To me, it really does feel like specifically LeBlanc uses it the best by far, particularly because of how her dashes work, right? Akali obviously has her ultimate, but that's a much longer cooldown as Cal. He's gonna meet the door. Also gonna do the oh, Closer.
Does have a shuriken, and Youngjae not going to flash in onto that one, so Closer also just going to hold on to his flash. As meanwhile, flash forward here from Kyle. Not going to hit anything as Taeun does respond with his own flash, but it's Hex Flash Rel. I think he'll take that trade any day, especially because Ashe is very immobile. At least she's got a problem with exhaust.
We'll see to what extent the Braum is able to keep Taeun safe. Taeun's positioning in the previous game was not looking too hot. It has been a consistent problem for him. And even though the Braum does exist, I think that specifically the Wukong and the Rel, it's tough to follow up any damage when they go in, but Rel still can CC and kind of ignore the Braum. Willer obviously with his knock-up is not going to be too bothered once he has Cyclone available. And Sandbox is almost getting to the point where they start to have actual agency, because as soon as they hit level 6, so much of this roster really becomes actual champions. Wukong, prime example, but Akali is the same. Pre-6, literally all you want to do is not feed in laning phase, right? And right now, Closer is sitting on parity. He's 1 creep up. He didn't have to throw in an early teleport, gets actually back on a Hextech alternator. So looking very good here, and now we'll be able to try and actually leverage his level 6 spike. And Kwangdong not finding anything here too early. Might be a problem as we get towards the fight for dragons and possible Herald in a few minutes' time.
I'm very curious to see how this Wukong is going to do.
Oh yeah.
4 and 15 currently in the LCK. Was losing a lot early on, right at the beginning, like weeks 1 and 2. And then teams just kind of moved away from it for other choices. But now occasionally you'll see it pop its head up every once in a while, and that's because there were a lot of jungle bans, of course. He had some other options, like he could have gone for the Lee Sin or even a Viego that's available, but instead he decides to go for the team fight guy, especially because his lanes at this point is just kind of hanging out. He wants to hit level 6. He wants to be a team fight engaged kind of champion instead.
Yeah, I think it's also his first back, actually sitting on a lot of gold with about 1,500 there. Picks a Colfitz and a Ruby Crystal. I also remember Whaler being one of our better Wukongs, but yeah, the champion has gotten nerfed repeatedly and really hasn't gotten a lot of success, except when specifically paired with the Rakan. Now, Rel obviously is able to do somewhat of a similar thing, but still I think it's up to Willer to showcase that he can still make this pick work. Claire might be in trouble here.
He definitely is. He could try to pull Youngjae up against that wall, but Youngjae is not getting up against the wall. He's still going to get near the tower, as Clear's just going to all-out him and survive easily without having to use his flash.
That's the second time in a row that we try and gank Cassante. And pre-6, that gank probably works, right? Jack Sejuani's so strong with these gank setups, but really, Kwangdong's strongest point in this early game is that Sejuani and Braum combination. And I'm disappointed that we didn't see any invade on Wukong, right? Taeyeon and Ando actually did have prio early on. Why are we not trying and push our leads? Instead, topside gank doesn't work out. Level 6 is hit for Willer. Dragon is picked up for this Wukong. He got to play his early game uncontested, and now we'll have access to Cyclone. And if Kwangdong Freaks are unable to contest any of the early objectives, might be a very similar situation to game number 1. Although this time around, at least they're not giving up free kills in lane, which is a pretty big upgrade.
That certainly helps. We don't have a Shiv yet for Closer. He's actually not going for it at all in this game, which is a good sign, I'd say. He's going to go probably for the Proto Belt early. And we'll have to wait and see what the item choice here for the Azir is. We've seen a lot of Crown, but Leandri's making a comeback. He is heading towards the Leandri's, but we'll have to wait and see what he ends up with. As Andil, by the way, going for QMax so far.
I was just about to bring it up. Wolf, our friendly neighborhood desker, made sure to inform Ox of this. that he knows that we have another QMax.
Very important information.
It is, yeah. You gotta know. One day the battle will be won, and we will see a couple of points in Q into some E maxing, but not right now. As Sandbox looking to contest here. Claire almost has his ultimate back available.
Yeah, bit of a 3-on-3 situation as both the bottom lane's not here at this point in time. Dudu going to Counter-Strike, but he is not confident to go in on this one as they re-engage. That hits a clone as it was still available, and now Young Jay is just probably dead. He is going to charge, and that is a nice sweep here from Bulldog, but it's still the Rift Herald over to the side of Liv Sandbox, and now they're on the base. Kyle is here from the bottom side, forces the flashes. Teddy is alone under this turret, but he is fine. One plate will be given over to the Kwangdong Freaks bottom lane, but you could definitely enjoy this as Liv Sandbox this trade.
And Sandbox, they give up a plate and they get 2 flashes from Youngjae and from Dudu. They get a Rift Herald and they get a kill onto Willer, who, you know, that Wukong's gonna need all the help that he can get. And right there, Kwangdong, their early Herald fights have been great for most of spring and the early part of summer. And right there, they just look scared, right? Not sure if they can go in, not sure if they can win. And if you let Sandbox just go in and like single out a target, like of course they're gonna win. This is so much upfront burst as Youngjae's engage just doesn't hit the mark, and then they wait out the aftershock. Bulldog isn't able to actually save his teammate with the shuffle, and then to add insult to injury, Kael was there. Dudu also forced to flash. Bulldog at least gets out, but that's all they get, and then otherwise he would have been in time. That's actually really big, because otherwise I'm pretty sure that either Bulldog or Dudu also would have died. But it also might be the reason why they didn't get Teddy, or at least get his cleanse. But I think diving a full health Kai'Sa was going to be really tough either way when summoners are still up.
He was on a ward. He was backing on it. Now all out. Dudu's in a lot of trouble here as Unstoppable away from the stun, and it is as easy as that. Clear picks up the solo kill with the price of 1 ward.
And Dudu caught backing on a ward, and I know it's just a single solo bolo, but Dudu to me is kind of the heart of this team. And the moment that he starts falling behind, like, look at the faces as well.
Yeah.
Like, they know, because this means that the Cassante is going to have, every single time that the Cassante gets a lead, it's just going to further extend the point of the game where he gets to just absorb any pressure. Or, I think in this case, sitting on Iceborne with Dudu only having, and he's the teleport pre-Sunderer, like that is really, really rough. Means that he actually needs to try and find the timing. He's going to be way weaker up until that item is done. And clear, not wasting any time here. Yeah, I mean, it's he comes up with a fresh back. A wry grin, a little chuckle. Every top laner knows that feeling, picking up the freebie with an earlier placed ward.
So full money here to Willer. Doesn't look like Closer cares about any of that plate gold. He has a grander vision than just splitting a plate, and that's just to get a good back in. And I mean, that is still great for the side of Live Sandbox that they can add some extra money in, some extra pressure into the mid lane. And it's going to be not only the Rift Herald, it's the first 2 plates. As you mentioned, the Wukong was totally uncontested. He's ahead on farm now as well. And he has Divine Sunderer because he picked up a kill. And Willer, I mean, he called for it very aggressively in the draft too. He's like, yeah, they have Sejuani. Let's get it. I'm going in with the Wukong. I don't care about the stats. I'm going to make it work. And that he did. As Young Jae thinking about it, but probably a good idea they didn't, as Kyle on Vision would have gotten that nice angle. As meanwhile, this is happening. We got all outs.
Oh.
But,
yeah, I think Clear and me too actually thought that he was going to get dragged over the wall. Not going to be the case.
He's having issues with that angle, by the way.
Yeah.
He's missed that a couple times.
Yeah, might have been a life-saving play there for Dudu, who still, as Clear, actually, very big thank you for that, Jonas Strong, making sure that we saw that he missed it. Still gets a play, still going to be end up on the winning end of that play, but could have been a disaster if Dudu gets solo killed again there. I don't think Kwangdong can recover from that one. Not the case. They give up a Drake, but it is a Cloud Soul, which is, as far as souls go, probably your best case scenario here. Like, maybe Ocean, but, you know, Hextech, Mountain would have been really, really bad. So I think you'll take it.
Sure. I think it's still going to be really good. You know, yeah, you're talking about the relative strength for sure, but you know, Live Sandbox won't mind running at them even faster.
With Wukong,
yeah,
Holly, like Rel,
still going to feel good, and I think that Kwangdong Freaks might be forced at least on the Soul Dragon to make a play for it. Just got to hope for Kwangdong Freaks' own mindset and chances in the series that they have at least one item on their Jax.
Well,
as by the way, it was Crown here for the Azir.
As expected. And that's the problem to me. Looking at the game state, this game is winnable for Kwangdong, right? Like, if you take away the nameplates here, like, I look at these drafts and you have really good front to back, you have a great way of forcing fights, and as long as you can watch your flanks and ensure that Wheeler or Claire doesn't get like too much value on Taeyun in the back line, and you can actually try and have a genuine front to back with Ondil absorbing a lot of the pressure, and Bulldog out DPSing, providing safety with his ultimate. Like, you can win, but Kwangdong have never really been that team. They've been the team that like gets an early lead and they get a few objectives and then they kind of stumble. But up until that point, they are very much in control. And the problem is, as soon as they give up any control, they're kind of there. And
yeah,
and they don't really know what to do. And Sandbox, they know what to do.
Well, I hope the ward was worth it, as Taeyun is going to go down and Ondil might just follow. The Cyclone follow-up is great from the side of Willer, as he will pick up that kill. Now 2-0 on the Wukong, making it look strong here in this game. In this case, as just to add insult to injury, as I'm starting to feel real bad here for the Kwangdong Freaks players at this point in time, to be honest. Live Sandbox just rolling them, and nothing is going right for anyone on the side of Kwangdong.
No. Dudu gets solo killed. Youngjae got taken down in the early fight and had an ultimate on a clone, right?
Yeah.
And now Bulldog not able to actually get the shuffle back. Would have not killed Teddy, right? Teddy still has flash available, but his clan's had his ultimate.
Well, maybe an angle. No.
Nope. Did force the ultimate. You know,
yeah.
That's something.
Closer's, you know, just having his fun. As Dudu now is in a rough spot. He doesn't know that he's getting ganked right now as the all-out does come in, but so does a teleport. Trying to follow up here is Dudu, but gets stunned up as the arrow is big onto Kyle. The damage should be there as the soldiers are getting to work, but no, one stun under it, and Kyle is going to live! Clear! Unbelievable as Clear gets the knock-up, and finally Kyle goes down, but still, it's Clear and the rest of the team. Closer following up with his own teleport, as that will be a total wipe in the bottom lane in favor of Live Sandbox.
And KL and Clear, by the time that they need the arrow baiting in, Sanbo or Kwangdong ready to go in as we take a look at this one. Yeah, I don't know. There's a rail with flash. You can't walk up like that. Flashing after the Wukong damage already started, buffering as well, was really, really painful. And here we see Dudu feels safe because he actually has his bot lane rotating towards him, and they have teleport. So this feels like initially a nice trap. But this is the problem. By the time the arrow hits, you are effectively diving, right? And you're going up so deep. The minion actually provides a perfect place to teleport after Closer gets his back in. And then Clear is able to tank so much, extends the fight. Teddy shows up, doesn't even have his level 2 killer instinct yet, doesn't need it. The play just takes too long. And Kwangdong in their desperation now lost all control of the game.
Well, maybe Emax Braum could have saved Taeyun on the play. Not 100% sure. We'd have to ask Dan Ox. He is the expert on such matters. But yeah, jokes
Get him on the phone. Call him in.
We need the...
I know it's his day off, but we need his opinion.
Yeah, we need the official word on the situation.
This is like
I don't even think the Braum was ahead of him for most of that.
No, it didn't matter.
Yeah, it didn't matter at all.
It's like calling Wolf during the Zeri era. It's like, get him on the line.
Oh, yeah. Remember Zeri won?
Yeah, I'm okay that that's gone.
Yeah. Well, this is a little bit of a situation up here.
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay, objective goes the way of Dudu and the Kwangdong Freaks, but Cloud Soul Points going to be feeling pretty good here for the side of Liv Sandbox, as there's not much else on the map. Once again, Willer got the Dragons rolling very early on in the game, and so the team already has 3 stacked at 18.5 minutes, which is big. If you're hitting souls at 23 minutes, I mean, you're feeling really, really good, especially from ahead.
It's also the second game in a row.
Yeah.
In game 1 as well.
How is he allowed to just do that for free, you ask?
Well, you know, we were talking like 2 weeks ago about the complete and utter collapse of Liv Sandbox. Well, what we're witnessing now is Kwangdong Freaks going from a team that on average had a 1,400 gold lead at 15. Above T1, above Gen G, only being eclipsed by KT, right, in the first half of the split, to this. To losing triple Dragons 2 games in a row to a team that we know was better than they were playing as, but still looks to both be completely revitalized and Kwangdong looking like a shade of their former self.
Yeah, it's clear that, it's funny that Clear's in this game. It's clear that in this case, Liv Sandbox showed up in a big way. They seemed very prepared. They were playing a great game of League of Legends. Every mistake that Kwangdong Freaks made, Liv Sandbox were right there to do the right thing, the positive side of it, to actually get the lead, as Taeyun might just be dead here. Follow up as the Kaisa comes in, and Taeyun is just dead. Does not have flash, I think, for about a couple of seconds. Very unfortunate. As Ondil now on the run. Very nice ult does come in, but the flash follow-up as the Cyclone is here. The exhaust not going to do much except slow down his eventual death as Liv Sandbox continue on their straightforward win here over Kwangdong Freaks tonight.
And right now, taking full control of the map, continuously shoving in. Teddy's just been having a great time in this game. He's just picking up kills left and right.
It's like the best kind of Kaisa game.
Yeah.
You don't get dove, you don't experience much pressure in the lane, and then you're like, oh, free kill here, free kill there.
Just pick him up.
Thank you very much. I'll take that.
One by one. And
scrumptious.
I'm also happy to see KL kind of have a bit of a return to form as Clear.
Yeah. A little bit of a situation for real this time as the all-out just totally dodges the Emperor's Divide. Down goes Bulldog. Flash here as Clear in a really rough spot, but he is going to get frozen in. He might get away as Dudu. Oh, he runs straight into Taeyun as the arrows will do enough, as now Closer already has a stopwatch, or the Zhonya's rather. He is going to get cleared up, but Teddy here, and no, Closer will survive. He's going to take the mantle of the guy that survives that with 1 health, as Teddy now on the follow-up. Sun coming in. Flash and Cleanse available for Taeyun this time, but I don't think it's going to matter as Willer smacks him one last time. And that will be an ace here for Liv Sandbox.
And even though Clear and Closer lose the 2v5, eventually
Yeah,
they,
how could they?
they buy so much time for the rest of the team to arrive. And then it's just cleanup duty, right? So many summoners already go down. As I was saying when we got pulled out this replay, I'm just happy that Kyle was back, you know, and I don't know, it's just against the Kwangnan that looked weaker, but this player was a top half support and then was at the very bottom. I think for really a large part of spring, but particularly in summer, just didn't look good at all. Missing basic combos. And right now, feeling a lot better on this rail. And here you see, look how far away they actually are. The rest of Sandbox. Look how much time is bought here. And obviously, Claire ends up going down in the end. But him and Closer get so much cooldowns, waste so much time. And even without his ultimate available, even with no flash, Closer somehow was able to get out of here, being saved by the rest of his team. As Wheeler, Cow, and Teddy then extend the play. Yeah, this is really a dream Kai'Sa game where you literally run from play to play, you ult in, you press Q, it's a freebie.
Land some W's, you know, if you feel like it. They don't even really
need set up on everyone, who cares? You know, they'll set up the plasma stacks for you.
Layer some extra damage.
No.
Yeah,
not again.
I think the answer is yes, as there it is, this time on the Bulldog. Asteun also bullied on the back line by all of this dive. When you get this far ahead, 10,000 gold to lead for Liv Sandbox. You can just press your buttons and dive anything. That's a double into a triple, actually, here for Teddy. And that might just be the end of the game with Liv Sandbox taking the 2-0 tonight.
An absolutely pivotal win here for Liv Sandbox. This is what keeps their actual dreams of making a run for 6th still alive. It means that what looked like a done deal a couple of weeks ago, Kwangdong going for that playoff spot, everything thrown into disarray here. 2-0 for Sandbox. Coming in hot. You see in the back there, the coach is also going crazy.
Yeah, as they should. This was an absolute smackdown from Liv Sandbox in this series. Kwangnan Freak's going to have to go back to the drawing board after this performance, as thankfully that was the last match for them for the week, as I think they will need some extra time to pick themselves up after that one, after Liv Sandbox steamroll them. And it's great to have Liv Sandbox finally back. They're definitely making this last spot for playoffs look a lot more interesting, at least the race for it.
And now Sandbox do have a couple of very, very tough opponents ahead of them. Still, they got to face off still against Humble Life, against Gen G, against T1, against KT. But it starts with this. Remember Brion last year? No one thought that they could do it, and then somehow they were able to. That means another team going to be going up to 3 wins here. Now all we're looking for is Nongshim picking up some wins next week, and we can keep the race going. See who actually picks it up. Cal finally showing up here in summer.
Yeah, it's definitely very refreshing for the Liv Sandbox fans to have this kind of victory, and it's cool that we do have Clear coming in and seemingly fitting right in with the squad, and it kind of gives Liv Sandbox options for the future with their top lane. I expected this to go way longer.
Yeah.
To be very back and forth, and to get down and dirty, have a lot of kills, you know. That wasn't what we got at all. Feels like we're a little bit robbed by Liv Sandbox just playing this well.
It's playing it way better. Kwangdong don't look to be on the same page. Mechanically, a lot of mistakes being made, and it's moments like that, right? Trying to hard force and engage on a Wukong that's clone up, and then Sandbox played cool, played slowly, stay grouped up, able to go in as soon as the Aftershock wears off. No Aftershock, no Froststorm. I mean, Sejuani goes down in a matter of seconds. And then, to me, the big standout players here were Kaal and Clear. Kaal with a lot of his engages on the rail, really punishing a lot of the mispositions of Kwangdong. And then Clear for, I think, extinguishing the final spark of hope after Dudu got solo killed.
Yeah.
Because Kwangdong rely on this player a lot, and Clear was having none of it.
Yeah, absolutely. Extinguishing the final little bit of hope. It's pretty brutal, but it's very accurate in terms of Quantum Freaks finally trying to make some proactive plays and just being snuffed out over and over and over again. As these plays are just, it almost looks like a solo queue highlight reel. It's like one team is absolutely just bodying the other one. As we'll listen in. They were yelling to take out the turret, actually.
And the team looks so happy.
Said it's been a long time.
6 series rather in a row that they lost. Finally, they get the win.
Yeah, it's like when you're on that giant losing streak, and then you finally get that one refreshing stomp. As Kyle did go down to the turret, and so did Closer almost. But he lived right there at the end. As the Live Sandbox CEO and one of their content creators did come down to watch this victory. Definitely having a little bit of a power up, you know, a little buff from the from the higher ups, perhaps. And it did work in a big way.
Oh yeah, absolutely coming up huge. I love this. Well, we talked so much about the Akali. Akali at no point in this game was relevant. Didn't have anything to do with the outcome. He was just he was there.
Yeah, much like Teddy, you know. Maybe gets a couple of media votes.
Oh, I was about to say.
At the end of the day, like, press some buttons, pick up some kills, do some big boom boom damage, and go on and take the win. So that was that, Chronicler. That was series number 1. Kind of an easy one for you coming back. And we'll have to see what the guys.
I'm just surprised. That's all.
Very surprising result for sure, but. Let's see what the guys on the space had to say about this one as we throw over to Atlas and Huni and Wolf to break down that game number 2.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. And yeah, big welcome back to Chronicler, who just got off a plane what feels like a few hours ago, and then just managed to get through an extraordinarily quick 2-0 victory here for Live Sandbox. And gentlemen, we'll get your feelings as we bring up the draft here. Wolf, how did you feel about the Akali situation that we found ourselves in?
I mean, as the casters mentioned, it didn't end up being relevant really at all this game, but stop picking this, please. Just stop picking the Akali in the draft. Like, it's good into his ear, and it is Closer, who's historically been a pretty good Akali player, but you're walking into a lot of potential CC here. It could be very problematic, but he didn't build Shiv, so that's a good plus. And
good
the last
start.
time Akali won was against Bulldog's Azir. It was Zeka. So that was the only win that Akali had until this moment. Now he's got another loss into the Akali Bulldog on the Azir.
Yeah, so I mean, that's why don't pick Akali. You can pick anything else and you will still win. So that's our recommendation. I mean, as you said, like, I just flamed yesterday, whoever built a static ship like Akali, you don't want to win. You just straight
Feels
up
that
don't wanna
way.
win. It's just no damage, not doing anything, pressure. You lose your pressure. And at least this time, he didn't lose a prio.
It feels as well like you get the static shiv right when Akali's wave clear is just totally fine by pressing Q a bunch of times. So it's an odd situation there. We do like static shivs here on 13-12. It is somewhat powerful. Find the good champions to build it, such as LeBlanc. Absolutely fantastic stuff. We also had a Braum in the game who maxed Q, so thank God we don't have Orcs on the desk. Otherwise, that's what this entire segment would be all about. We do have some highlights though. So never mind. First, let's have a look at Live Sandbox and what they have done in our Saturday showdowns.
Oh.
That's 3 in a row, gentlemen.
Yeah, I mean, the caliber of opponent, not their greatest, but I mean, 3 in a row seems like a bit of a buff for this team, and they were underdogs in this series, and that spring series against DRX, a lot of people would have put them as an underdog as well.
Yeah, that was quite early, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Cool Kids never panic at Saturday Showdown.
That's
Never
true.
panic.
They also had their
They never
CEO
panic.
here.
They never panic against big game. This is big game. Saturday Showdown.
They panicked a little bit against DK earlier in the week. There was a bit of panic there. I saw a little.
But it wasn't showdown.
That is true. Wasn't the Saturday showdown, and therefore it does not count. That is the only time that you really shouldn't panic, and they absolutely didn't. Let's jump into our first highlight here. As a lot of chaos this game, I felt like that really did benefit the team that had the Akali, but we want to highlight Clear and just how solid he seemed up against Dudu, who has incredible stats here in the LCK.
So Bulldog just used his ult moments before, and then when the arrow hits here, he's like, I'm going to go in for this. I really want to make this happen. They chase Kyle all the way back. He ends up getting the stun here and then gets away. And now you've way overextended. Clear is going to pop off in this fight. Kyle, does he need to die here? No. But will they end up winning this massively because of the overextension? Yes.
Yeah, I mean, like, I think they buy time, like, so much. Like, it's the Rel dying there. It doesn't really matter. Azir burn flash, Rel still has a flash. And a lot of facts that, like, fighting there was just no matter what favor to just the Leap Sandbox. And they take an easy win, no mistake making from the skirmish. Just pretty good overall, the skirmish, and making snowball from just having the fight and fight and fight. Like, you know, what they, like, as what they wanted.
And it felt so similar to game number one, right? Like, you set up around a Herald, you win the fight by pressing your buttons a bit better, and then the game just goes in your favor over and over again. We skipped over the fact that Clear manages to get that solo kill onto Dudu, who was opportunistically recalling in a place where he probably shouldn't. It was just pretty elementary. It's weird. It's not what I was expecting today.
Liv Sandbox looked pretty good today, but also I think Kwangdong just looked really uncomfortable in both games, especially game one. Game two, I mean, it was rough, and they at least tried to do stuff. Like, they were trying to make proactive plays that usually backfired, and it's part of why they lost. But this is not the same team I watched last week. It feels like not at all.
Yeah, and Huni, let's go through our second highlight here. Ace on the bottom side of the map. Utter chaos once again. This time kind of Clear giving up his life for his teammates, and he baits for a really long time.
Yeah, I mean, the champion has a, like, you know, 4,000 HP or more than, and it's just like the QQ cooldown is like less than 1 second, just scales with the armor and MR and stuff. 203 MR, like, just keep going and whatever extra, and you're just chasing this OP champ, and it's like, he's bad. And it's just buying time so much, and it's just like, after, it's just like, I leave Sandbox understand, like, they can actually still fight right after, and it's just like, even closer. I think this is like what Akali has actually best strength, and just buy the time.
It's crazy how a lot of these games this week where Cassante is winning is because teams are trying to kill him, and like they forgot that they can't kill him. And it's crazy. Like, this is the same scenario we just saw in Highlight 1, right? In our first previous segment, where we're like, okay, they're overextending bottom side, trying to force these plays, and I mean, you're behind, you got to try to be proactive, but this is, I think, not the angle, unfortunately, Kwangdong.
It's not quite there. POG is going to be coming up in a few moments. Gentlemen, who do you think it's going to be? It is ready right now. So any predictions? No, do we want to
Clear or
probably start with C?
Yeah, I'm gonna say Clear.
All right, a solo lane is starting with C. Let's see who it's going to be for POG for our Saturday Showdown. It is Clear that picks it up. His first, of course, it's his first victory here in a series. The second game win that he's picked up. 50% of his wins, he's got the POG.
Yeah, I mean, the solo kill obviously is like wonderful. Like, I was gonna do highlight 1, the first, the they tried to gank top from the Guangdong Freaks, and then just like the Clear just press R, just perfectly just survive, like not even close, and they were just getting Drake, and they get the ball timer on the window as well. Like, it's not even only like this kind of the play, like he actually, he knows how to absorb the pressure from enemy team, that it actually just boosts your teammates like easily, and it's like, he knows the champion limits pretty well.
I wonder if we'll see it in Kyle votes. Yeah, actually it's a tie, and
kind of love the split outside of Valdez's perfect prediction on the media Teddy votes. Boom Boom Damage was absolutely there, but I think that this was more about the supporting cast for Liv Sandbox in this victory.
Yeah, I mean, I was like, you know, I was considering just giving to Kyle, because the middle team fight, he wasn't making a lot of plays. Like, it was like needed, and he actually did it like every single time. So it kind of makes sense, but yeah. I'm not sure about the Teddy.
Yeah, Teddy votes are just weird, but you know, sometimes we have weird votes that are at the bottom of our screen when it comes to this whole situation. But Clear picking it up, I think, is absolutely fantastic. And I want to shout out to both of you guys for voting for Clear and winning the tiebreaker. Like, look at that. Just beautiful. Absolutely amazing stuff. Now, what this means actually for the playoffs is actually kind of huge. Because we saw before that Live Sandbox had about, what, an assumed 4% chance of getting there against the 40% that Kwangdong Freaks had based on the ELO system that we have and matchups and blah, blah, blah. I think that may have changed.
I think so. I think Kwangdong, like I said earlier, this is not the same Kwangdong we saw last week. They dropped down in a big way. And I don't know what Kwangdong we're going to see next week, but if it's not leaning towards like anything besides this week, their chances of going to playoffs for me are dropping massive. I don't care what the numbers say, because you got to be playing better than that. Because this is, as you mentioned, Atlas, earlier, a series you can't be dropping because the competition gets stronger from here.
Yeah, I mean, based on Huni ELO system, the Kwangdong Freaks, I think my number will be like below 10%.
And the Huni ELO is actually what we really base our lives on. But it is now time to head over to the interview stage, so take it away for the translation, dear.
Thank you guys, this is Dear for the POG interview translation. We are here joined by Closer and Clear on the side of Leave Sandbox, who just broke their 10-game losing streak. Congratulations on your win. What are the chances two players starting with CL got POG? I'm sure that the head of the Clear family, Cloud Templar, must be pleased. So how do you feel, Closer? We've been losing a lot. I'm really happy that we're able to win with a 2-0. I feel like we've all did really well. And Clear, what about you? I feel like now we can get off work with a smile on our face. I'm really happy about this win. Clear. So you faced Dudu, a top laner showing one of the best performances this summer. And this was actually mentioned in the point of the match. And you showed such a great performance. So how was the prep process like? Dudu, I believe he's such a great player. And so I actually made sure to prepare all the matchups that he's really good at. How is laning against him? Yeah, he's definitely really good. So would you say that you were just a better player today? Yeah, I'll just say that. Let's just put it that way. Closer, in Game 1. Game 1 started at so great. LeBlanc got 2 kills in the early game and bought Static by 7 minutes. So did you expect it to go so slowly? So smoothly? I didn't expect it to be going out so well, actually. So I'm really glad. So how did you manage to get Prio in the laning phase? I played a lot of LeBlanc and I've actually had so much experience losing with her, and then just a lot of overall experience, and that must be why. And with Static LeBlanc, you took 3 solo kills in Game 1. So we created a montage of those highlights, so let's take a look. Would you like to walk us through here? We're in the laning phase. And the Tristana had fleet footwork and was trying to auto me a lot, but I was able to catch that angle really well. Willer's reaction is such a scene. I feel like Willer's reactions actually does give me energy. He's definitely the cheerleader of the team, right? Yeah, Willer tends to lift the team spirit like this often. Are you satisfied with today's performance? Yeah, I'm very satisfied with the performance in Game 1. And would you like to say anything to Willer, who has been your greatest cheerleader? Let's climb as far as we can together, Willer. Unclear. Until today, K'Sante and Jax had a score of 2-6, with Jax showing more dominance. But despite that, you second picked K'Sante top in both games. So what is the matchup like? Like the matchup is really just like a skills matchup. So I feel like what happened was our team just played really well today. Are you just more confident with K'Sante? Like based on the comp, we thought that it would be a really good pick, but yeah, I think I do have some more confidence. And clear, today must be solo kill day for Leaf Sandbox with 3 solo kills on Closer, 1 on Tutty, and 1 on you, total of 5 solo kills. This is definitely not something you can achieve by strategizing, so how is this possible? While practicing, I feel like we were able to warm up really well. And with the confidence that we have, we were able to get so many solo kills. Were you expecting a victory today? Yeah, I think I was definitely predicting that we would win today. All a result of hard work that paid off. And Teddy is approaching his 2000th kill, but with 2 kills in game 1, his milestone has been postponed. So do you intend to share some kills next time? Yeah, he asked us to give him 11 kills each game, but since we couldn't do that, we made sure to agree that we'll give him more kills next time. And before the match, your head coach Ryu put out a statement that said that you'll get a 2-0 victory today. So since you made it come true, any word for your head coach? I'm so relieved that we got a 2-0 victory. And thank you so much for taking care of me, although I have just started out and haven't been on the stage for that long yet.
자, 그리고 또 오늘 클로저 선수 대표님이 또 직관을 오셨습니다. 이런 날은 또 이겨야 되잖아요. 네, 그리고 잘 이겼고요.
It looks like your president
대표님의 그런
is here.
카드를 한번 노려볼 만한데 어떻게 극딜 한번 넣어 보시겠습니까?
저희 오랜만에 이겼는데
Would you like to say something to your president? Please give us a good team dinner today since we have won. I would like bulgogi, please.
듣고 계실 거라고 생각합니다. 오늘 또 직관까지 오셨기 때문에 리브 샌드박스 선수들 많이 응원해 주셨으면 좋겠습니다. 자, 그렇다면 플레이오프를 위해서 이제 계속 모래 폭풍을
And now
일으켜야
for
할
the
리브
playoffs,
샌드박스인데요.
LSB must keep the sandstorm going. HLE is waiting for you in the next match, so please share your resolution. Closer? Lately, because of our losses, we might have lost our confidence, but I feel like we have recovered that confidence from today's match. So I hope to keep this up. And clear? HLE is a great team. I feel like as long as I do well after my debut, I'm sure we'll be able to get good results. And this will be the end of the interview with Closer and Clear. And congratulations, and back to the space.
Thank you so much, dear, for the interview translation. Absolutely fantastic to hear from Clear for the first time, and of course from Closer after having a real transformation in performance. Him in the previous game was a very different player, so really good to see him back.
Yeah, looking very good. I'm hoping they can keep this form up because I just want to see more teams competing for that playoff spot.
I just want to say to Clear, just next time in an interview, just say you're better. Because you're a better top laner. You did good job. It was not from teammates.
Just say top diff, you know?
That's what I mean.
Top diff is fine.
He's all killing me top. Just do it.
Oh, he can look at some of the greatest top laners to come out of Korea and their best lines that they've ever had. Huni has a few of them. Pretty sure Impact has a pretty good one as well.
I mean, I was exciting.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
That's what it's about. But all these lessons aside, he's actually going to formally give lessons to all of the top laners and all of the players. Let's jump in and have a look at what our next match, what the standings are going to look like. As Quantum Freaks Still in 6th place, but Live Sandbox with 3 wins, only 1 behind.
So not only are they only 1 behind, but with the win that Bro was able to take over Kwangdong, also direct competitors to Kwangdong, they're at 3, DRX at 3. For a while we were like, oh yeah, Kwangdong's in 6 and there's a huge gap and like we'll see if they slip, but we didn't think they would. They slipped. Okay, it's dangerous. They're in the danger zone right now.
They've been slipping 4 times in a row. I don't know when they're gonna. I don't know how they're gonna be coming back. I don't know when they're gonna be coming back. It's really, really dangerous right now. Especially next week, they gotta turn it back.
They've definitely got to turn it around. We'll see whether it is going to be something that they can do, but that is enough for our Saturday showdown. We have another series coming up though. This one going to be Humble Life Esports taking on Bro that have found a bit of a resurgence. A team that is fresh off a victory as well, up against Kwangdong Freaks, who we saw this week have been struggling, but you can never let your guard down, especially not for very long games. Something that Humble Life has been very, very good at. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go to a short break. When we get back, that second series to see who is going to be in it for the long haul. We'll see you there.
이번에 10분에 나왔긴 했을 거예요. 8분이 사실 제일 크긴 했어요. 8분이 너무 컸는데.
자, 공 쐈대.
JRR 내공 봐.
빼면서.
이건 무조건 형이 풀로 피해야 되는 거. 그럼 만약에 여기서 세주 공 썼을 때 50이나 여기 넣어줬으면 또 어때? 제가 막아준다. 네가 들어가주면은 쟤네 어그로 갈리잖아요.
이게 베스트.
그러면 이게 맞아.
내가 계속 저기 병건이한테 하는 말이 우리 물리잖아.
여기 이니시 바로
그 이니시 해주면 나도 그냥 그 위에 덮으면 돼.
그냥 여기서도 그냥 먼저 그냥 EQ 받고 살짝 분신 보던가 뭐 이런 식으로.
이 레네톤 W만 막아주면 살거든. CC가 아니야.
지금 보니까 그러니까 싸움을 어쨌든 잘해야 되는데 이제 우리가 손해보는 경우가 좀 많이 있는 것 같아. 이 전조합까지 먼저 걸pak 있었나 뭐.
아니
없었어? 내가 계속 보고 있었는데
해주 봤어도 졌겠지?
해주는 볼 사람이 없잖아. 내가 보면 얘는 Q 풀 살아있어서
형 풀공으로 왜냐면 얘밖에 각이 없으니까. 얘 근데 걸면 잡을 것 같긴 한데.
세주 연어가 너무 도박 아니냐? 왜냐면 그냥 Q만 써도 사실 풀 빠질 수 있는 거야. 내가 방금 풀공 가겠거든 이거 본 게? 이 쓰고 뛰어간 게?
그 2명 오면 되잖아요. 케넨이랑.
내 말은 그러니까 풀공 거리가 안 나온다는 얘기인데 블레이에서?
그리고 이게 왜 안 돼?
그래서 그냥 Q는 피해야 될 거 아니야?
이게 안 나와.
여기서?
나오잖아.
사실 이거 지고 이제 다음 용안타에서도 우리 이니시가 저쪽 헤르메스 이제 나온 타이밍에 워낙 약해지니까
지금 뭔가 메인 딜이 없어. 그러니까 50의 힘으로 욕먹어야 되는데 티버의 힘으로 욕먹으려 해가지고 티버가 애초에 별로 세지도 않은데.
내가 그래서 조합 얘기한 게 개발리 사실 조합이 아닌데.
잠깐 그럼 조합 이대로 할까?
나는 이대로 해도 좋다.
이대로 하자.
아니 조합은 약간 바뀌긴 해야겠어. 어떻게 바꿀래? 내가 좀 더 센 걸 할게.
형이
뭐야 어디 하고 싶은데?
상관없는 것 같아요 둘 다.
나도 그렇게 막 크게 상관없는 것 같아.
블루 해볼까 그럼?
야 블루 한 판 하죠?
분위기 반전을 위해서라도 블루가 낫다.
레드 한 판 졌으니까 블루 해야지.
내가 생각하는 퍼플이 훨씬 나을 것 같아.
왜?
저 이거 미드 애니 한 픽 한 번 더 할 거면은 블루에서는 애니 한 다음에 상대 신드라 하는 게 나오는데
근데 그러면 차라리 그냥 네가 아지를 하면 되잖아.
블루 아지로 할게. 그래.
블루 가자.
블루를-
한번 바꾸자.
바꿔.
분위기를 바꿔.
아펠부터 베라다 또 이번에.
야.
오케이, 개꿀. 럼블까지 배나겠다 딱 형.
우리가 원래 뭐 밴이었지? 아 바이밴이었구나.
1픽 바이 할 거야 안 할 거야?
바이 하죠.
쟤네 주력이 바인데 차라리 바이를 밴하고.
아, 오케이. 전 바이 잘라.
아 럼블 근데 럼블 밴.
해야 돼.
해.
네.
럼블은 밴하는 게 맞다니까. 나 저 형 럼블 이길 자신이 없어 진짜.
오케이. 우리 벤카드 남나 이러면?
르블랑 풀어도 되면 남지.
벤하고 할래요 형? 그냥 어차피
벤하자, 그래.
그냥 벤하고
그래,
구도 형 그거
그래,
하자.
아지로 하자 그냥.
아지르 선픽.
아니야 2, 3에서 그럴게. 혹시 상대가 아지로 하면 내가 애니 해도 되니까. 애니 아지르는 내가 잘하니까.
레넥이나 50 먹는 게 저는 괜찮아 보이는데 영환이 형 괜찮아요?
야 레넥.
레넥이 맞아요.
아이번 탑인가?
정글이지 않을까?
나는 얘 탑 잭스나 쿠샨테 이런 거 할 것 같은데 센 거.
한번 보자.
아지를 뽑고.
상대 서포 그냥 또 막 자야 락.
왔다.
잠깐만 나 무서워.
왔어. 아지르 뽑고 원딜 뽑을까? 서포터 뽑을까?
나 이거 징크스 좀 하고 싶긴 하다.
징크스 가고 정글이랑 서포 뒤로 내리자.
차라리 세주안이 고르게 맞지 않아요?
정글 뽑아도 되고.
세주 한번 해보죠.
세주 하자.
근데 아이번 정글일 때 아이번 대 세주를 한 번도 안 해봐서.
어쩔 수 없어. 근데 데이터 없어서 어쩔 수 없어.
세주 픽 너무 좋았지 병건아? 상대 요네 박았는데.
좋죠.
형 탑 벤할까요 이러면? 그냥 잭스 끝산테?
그러자.
끝산테부터 벤하고.
원딜 밴 필요 없으면 잭스 자르자.
저는 잭스 잘라주는 게 나을 것 같아요.
나도.
혹시 내가 자야 하면은 서폿에서 할 거 뭐 있어?
나 거의 알릴 듯 이거?
이 판 징크스 해주면 지켜주기 너무 쉽지 않나 우리가? 우리 다 지켜주는 캐릭터밖에 없는데.
저희 조합이 좋죠 형. 후반 밸류가 좋지.
이러면 징크스 할게.
야 알리 징크스 할까? 얘기한 대로 어때?
나는 알리가 좀 더 편하지 않나 싶은데 근데 세영이 너가 서포터니까.
나도 알리 괜찮아.
알리 해줄게. 오케이 할게. 그 외나네. 그냥 정글 라이번이다. 생각보다 뭐 완전 그런 픽 한 건 아니어가지고.
맞아.
이겨야 된다.
아이 빡겜.
우리 한타 때는 뭐 이니시는 병건이랑 나랑 각 보면서 하는 게 제일 좋은 듯.
오케이.
과감하게 해도 될 것 같아 우리. 파이팅.
화이팅.
도엔 점화들어서 아래쪽에서 올라오면 좋긴 해. 잡기 쉽거든 저거 생각보다.
그럼 탑 쪽에서 싸워봐. 탑 2대2 해보던가요 아니면?
나 여기 워드 바꿔 시작할게 병건아.
박았대.
아이번 있지.
아이번 여기 형
안 갈게.
알리도 올 수 있고.
안 갈게 병건아. 그냥 안 바꿔 갈게.
저 그러면 레드 시작해요?
어지간하면 난 그게 좋아.
미시도 가능.
메시 가나.
근접이랑.
미시 가능.
렐레.
이거 와드박으로 온다 이거.
이거 한번 봐주자. 징크스 살짝 올라와봐.
볼게. 될 것 같은데?
나도 붙었어. 나도 붙었어. 레 죽이다.
야 이거 풀 정도 뺐는데?
되나?
나 Q 5초. 여기까지.
빼.
렐 로플. 아이번도 좀 정글 링 느리긴 해.
게이드. 나 탈진이랑 레넥 W. 야 이런 탑 이거 무조건 초반에 주도권이야 이거. 레이트 라인 같이 앉혀가지고 탑 좀 편하긴 하겠다.
선이래 안 무빙. 얘네 이거 먹으면 이래.
맞췄다.
아이 오케이.
딜교했고.
바텀 역갱 봐야 될 것 같은데.
우리 그냥 알아서 살 수 있어. 렐 로플이라서.
이거 내가 다이브 각이라.
위쪽으로 해줘 위쪽으로.
미드갱 한번 찌를 수 있고.
갈게.
네, 갈게요 저도.
내가 살짝 붙어줄게.
버티면 좋아요.
남아가.
와와와 제 요네만 봐. 요네만 봐.
아이번 보자 아이번.
아이번.
나 이거 스턴할게 병건아.
네.
내가 먹을게. 내가 주도권이 좀.
풀 로고 썼어.
아이번 노플이 아이번 노플. 요네도 풀 쓴 거 아니야 이쪽?
썼어.
아이번이랑 요네 노플.
오케이 체크해줄게. 나 이제 와드 갖고 올게.
병건아 이거 땅굴 붙으면 잡아.
네.
거기 노아드야.
큐로 넘어갈게요.
천천히.
나 보이거든. 나 보였어. 이거 쇼부 볼 거야. 야, 렐풀 돌아. 렐풀 있어. 아이번 보였다.
나 이거 3마리 먹으면 6이야. 병건아 나갈게.
네네네.
이거 정글 와도 야, 할만해.
나갈게.
네네네.
형 원제 봐봐. 나이스 강영우.
나템 잘 나왔다.
좋아. 얘네 뭐 용도 안 되고 뭐 할 거 난 딱 미드갱밖에 없다고 생각해.
근데 나만 풀공이라 나만 풀공이라 걔가 안 나올 거야.
오케이. 자 W
아이번 아래, 아이번 아래.
W 없어서 딜 없다 얘네.
나볼 거야. 나 마구냥 볼게. 볼게.
괜찮아. 앞에 거 뺄게.
나 Q 5초. 계속 때려봐. 나 죽겠다 이거. 나 카이드 오플. 소리. 이거 내가 풀 체크를 못했네. 소리.
아이고. 너무 많이 맞았다 이게.
요네 노플 오는데 블레.
거기 있어볼래요? 나 혼자
그냥 먹을게. 쟤네 그외 노공이라 여기 못 싸워. 쟤네 어지간하면 용할 텐데 지훈이 용 체크 좀 해줄래?
저 체크 안 돼요 형.
이미 준 거긴 해요.
근데 카이사 안 쳐줘서 느릴 것 같긴 해.
나도 그래서.
느릴 것 같아. 야 줘도 돼. 괜찮아.
전령 80초. 전령 타이밍 잡는 게 좋아요. 집 갔다가.
병건아 이번에 바텀 안 쓸 거면 탑 한번 무빙 해줄래? 그냥 이거 풀 W 잡자. 이번 턴밖에 턴 안 남을 것 같아.
버틸 수 있어요.
넘어가 볼래 그냥?
저 큐 없고.
큐 몇 초야?
13초.
천천히 해 병건아.
네.
너 마무리 돼?
안 될 것 같은데요?
안돼 병건아.
네.
내가 말을 할걸. 나 뼈방패만 뺄 거였는데.
그래요? 전령도 못 썼나?
전령 바텀에 풀어.
끝났어요.
내가 너한테 말을 제대로 해줘야 되는데.
와 이게 안 돼.
이거 용쪽 싸워볼래?
좋아 나 미드 개피야.
이거 상대는 텔 없거든. 나만 텔 있고 20초.
나 피해.
빼. 걸로.
아이번 바텀.
죽었어. 걸로 빼봐. 카이사 풀 있다. 렐 로플.
아이고.
죽었고.
야 병건아 이거 봐봐. 내가 뒤텔 탔어. 쟤네 내 위치 정확히는 모를 거거든.
바로 공대.
나만 와. 형 나 궁 없어요.
카이사.
카이사 나한테 밀어봐.
카이사 봐야 돼.
카이사 잡았어 이미. 위 봐 지훈아.
아니야 형 나 궁 없어요.
나 이거 밥 나갔다 이러면.
용 안 나갔지?
안 나갔어.
야 용 우리 거야. 빨리 다 와.
야 리콜테. 용 주고 싸우자. 마차야 나 오더 하나만 나 진짜 세.
야 이거 아이번만 봐.
오다나.
카이사 높을.
카이사 봐도 돼.
카이사 봐.
아이번부터.
나이스.
용 먹자. 오케이 나이스.
얘 혼자 먹었네.
옆풀 너무 좋았고.
지훈이 믿어가.
네 저 갈게요 형.
이거 이제 나 사이드 가면 안 돼.
아이고야.
됐다. 정말 바텀 가? 이제 올려봐.
지훈이랑 나랑 사이드 하나씩 갈게.
레이도 잘만하고. 잡았어. 레이도 노플.
이거 바텀 고속도로 났다.
억제기까지 나가겠네 이거.
그엔 이거 괴물이거든? 이거 우리 숨어서 CC 연기 잡는 거 아니면 절대 못 잡아 돼. 한 번 실수가 너무 크다 우리.
괜찮아요 형 진짜 괜찮아. 저 엄청 잘 컸어요 경환이 형. 제가 캐리해봄.
지금 아이번 노텔이야 확실해?
아이번 여기.
풀 있어. 아이번 풀 있어. 풀 다 있어. 상대 풀 다 있어.
풀 뭐 안 썼어.
다 있어.
근데 나 이거 뒤텔 자리 너무 좋거든? 그냥 몰래 한번 탈 수 있을 때 타볼까?
잠깐만.
나 이거 뒤텔 타볼게. 아이번이랑 이거 봐봐. 지훈아 너 1대1 이겨?
아니야 못 이겨.
카이사 볼게. 카이사 형.
카이사 오케이 나도 카이사 볼게. 카이사 봐봐. 아이고.
간 거 같은데.
아 이러면 안 돼.
아이고.
아니 왜 카이사가 안 걸리냐?
아이고.
간 거 같은데.
아 이러면 안 돼.
아이고.
아니 왜 카이사가 안 걸리냐? 저거 그 애는 일 버리고 저 사이드 이거라도 하나 노려보자 우리.
저 궁 없어서 지금 안 하는 게 나을 것 같아.
너 말고.
저요? 저 근데 형 바텀
성장해 성장해.
네.
그애 야 이거 여기밖에 우리 그거 기회가 없거든? 여기 텔각이랑 이거 우리 요네 자르는 거밖에 가 없어.
우리 쪼인다, 우리 쪼인다.
그애 노텔이야 얘들아. 나만 가.
타워에서 하자, 타워에서.
봐봐 알아서 봐.
아이 진짜
해봐.
쫄지 마.
영건이가 봐줘야 돼. 타워를 그냥 열어줘. 이거 아이고 봐봐.
늦었어.
여기까지.
늦었어?
늦었어.
네 늦었어. 아쉬운데?
이거 딱 우리만 붙었을 때 이득 보긴 해야 돼.
맞아.
안 그러면 뭐 없어.
야 억지로라도 열긴 했어야겠다.
칠 수 있다. 지금 치고 있는 것 같아.
쳤어.
별로 안 보여, 안 보여.
해볼게.
싸움 보자.
궁 써줘.
안에 와드라도 좀 병거라 들어가봐 그냥. 그엔 왔어. 그엔 봐야 돼 얘들아. 그엔.
도망갈 수가 없다. 와, 잘 썰려버렸다.
보디.
깨비.
실수 한 방이 너무 크다. 빡세다.
끝났네.
끝난 것 같은데?
끝났어.
병건이랑 내가 탑에서 한 번 한 게 너무 커 그거.
아니야.
괜찮아.
그것 때문에 졌다.
인사해야 돼 우리. 그거 하고. 괜찮.
제제.
지지요.
내가 병건아 너한테 정확하게 콜을 했어야 되는데 그거 내 잘못인 것 같아.
오늘만 기회가 있는 게 아니잖아요.
네.
같이 오늘 경기해준 선수분들 모시고 한번 얘기 간단하게 나눠볼까요?
안녕하세요.
딸 선수님 어디 갔어요? 방금 피 흘리셨어요. 너무 왜요? 라인들이 얼마나 힘들었어. 이 정도로 때리지 않았는데.
아니 첫 판하고 긴장감 많이 풀렸을 것 같은데?
그래도 이제 마형 레넥톤 상대로는 긴장을 할 수밖에 없는 구조라고.
초반에 맞았어요?
아니, 사실 정글이 좀 주어진 게 좀 크긴 했는데
그게 떴지.
밀리긴 했죠 사실.
아니 다른 분들은 어떠셨어요? 이게?
아니 나는 그 스태틱 안 쓰고 정정당당하게 붙였으면 어땠어? 너무 라인 살리시고 쑥쑥 돌아다니니까 좀 기분이 그랬달까요?
어때 요즘 시대에 맞게
멘트가 벌써 아파.
캡틴 잭 시대에 맞지 않다.
아니, 나도 연습은 했어. 차마 거르진 못했지만
앞으로 우리 비태즈 멤버들한테 좀 조언을 뭔가 이렇게 해준다면.
아니 저는 솔직히 라인전부터 솔랭에서 만나는 사람들보다 더 잘한다 생각했어요. 솔직히 마린님은 솔랭에서 만났을 때 털린 적도 많았어가지고.
그것도 진짜 많았겠죠.
그래서 제가 럼블 무서워서 밴했잖아요. 두 번째 밴도 이제 레넥톤 같은 거 이제 밴하려고 하다가 자존심이.
탑슬러들이 그런 마인드 있어. 너무
진짜.
상대한테 밴 많이 쓰면 자존심 상하고 그래.
근데 럼블은 솔직히 아직 제 실력은 이길 자신이 없던 것 같아요.
해도 반반일 거예요.
뽀뽀해요 둘이. 나 하트 시그널인 줄 알았어.
근데 확실히 탑슬러들이 약간 비슷한 게 방금 전에 아이번이 약간 밉다 했었는데
제가 위에 칼이 들어와도 아이번은 좀.
나도 약간 세주하니까 약간 밉긴 하거든.
세주안이 레넥톤이 머리 박아줬을 때 어땠어요?
네, 솔직히 말하면 레넥톤은 좀 최선을 다하긴 했는데 세주안이 갑자기 플래시로 먼저 들어오셔가지고
정확히 알고 있어. 나는 뼈방패만 빼고 2로 뒤로 돌아갔거든? 근데 이미 돌아갔는데 갑자기 풀을 쓰더라고. 그래서 나 어떡해 이러면서 자극하게 했는데
살짝 오긴 했죠 사실.
탑솔러들끼리 또 다 통한다니까.
정글 뭐 비호해줄 거 없습니까?
정글 입장에서는 내 전멸공 다 써가지고 잡아줘야지 했는데
역시
내 영혼을 다 쏟아부었는데.
진짜 서로의 입장에
제가 듣기로 비태즈 멤버분들을 되게 롤모델로 생각하고 있는 분이 계시다 들었는데 혹시
제가 방송이라서 하는 말이 아니고 진짜
5분 중에 5분 나오겠어.
아니야
아니 진짜. 자기 같이 올리는 거야 방송국에.
우리 선배들이 다른 2군 팀이랑 붙으면 이길 수 있을 것 같아요? 우리 어찌 보면 이제 막 시작하시는 이제 새싹분들인데 선배들로서 좀 좋은 말씀 한마디씩 해주시면 좋을 것 같아요.
너무 잘해서 우리도 진짜 뭔가 부럽다? 더 열심히 하고 싶어지는 것 같아.
지금 여기 있는 5명이 이제 같은 팀이잖아요. 다 같이 잘하려고 이제 뭐 화도 내고 피드백도 하고 이러잖아요. 좀 배려해주면서 했으면 좋겠고 그런 거 좀 많이 신경 쓰면은 스스로 실력도 많이 올라갈 거라 생각합니다.
이게 이제 앞으로 프로 생활 아마 길게들 하시겠지만 하시길 바라고 여러 가지 이제 마음이 꺾이는 일도 있을 테고 이제 힘든 일도 많으실 텐데 경기하고 보면 진짜 잘하는 분들이니까 본인의 그런 실력을 믿고 정진하셨으면 좋겠어요. 진짜 잘하시더라고요.
그러면 저는 좀 쓴소리로 갈게요. 20살이면은 그렇게 젊은 나이가 아니다. 여기서 한계를 깨가지고 거기서 더 올라가야지 살아남을 수 있을 것 같습니다.
어쨌든 지금 다들 어리잖아요. 저는 그거를 오래 가져갈 수 있는 게 목적 의식이 진짜 중요하다고 생각해요. 그러니까 의지라고 해야 되나? 그 의지를 정말 끝까지 부여잡고 가야만 론할 수 있다고 생각해요. 지금 이 마음 그대로 잘 불태웠으면 좋겠어요.
저도 뭔가 덕담 하나만
덕담 못해서 너무 아쉬워.
서로가 이제 연습하면서도 그렇고 경기할 때도 그런데 그냥 서로가 서로 믿으면서 못할 때도 있고 잘할 때도 있으니까 최대한 좋은 것만 많이 생각하면서 믿으면서 했으면 좋겠어요.
근데 저는 생각이 좀 달라요. 롤은 작자 생존이에요. 여기서?
그러니까 지금은 포인트는
여기서 5명에서 2년만 지나도 3명 사라져요.
그러니까 지금은 내가 하고 싶은 말이 병건아 내가 하고 싶은 말이
3명 안에서 들고 싶지 않으면은
지금은 같은 팀이니까 서로 더 좋아해주고 믿어주고 하면은 더 시너지 나와서 더 잘할 거란 말이지. 그래서 나는 그렇게 해줬으면 좋겠다는 그런 덕담이었어. 충분히 잘하고 있어.
아니야 얘들아.
저희는 결국에 이제 팀파이트에서 다 졌거든요.
한 곳이 균형이 무너졌을 때 너무 무력하게 지지 않았나.
우리가 이거 싸움 걸각인데 뭐 이제 제대로 걸지 못하고.
아 진짜 해봐. 쫄지 마.
병건이가 봐줘야 돼. 병건아 그냥 열어줘. 아 이거 늦었어.
합이 안 맞는 게 좀 컸다 보거든요.
천천히 해 병건아. 네.
디테일하게 좀 미리 상황을 인지하고 싸울 수 있는데
너 마무리 돼? 안 될 것 같은데요?
그것도 안 됐고 이길 수 있는 상황인지 모르니까 안 되는 거죠.
다음 경기 때까지 저희는 어떤 노력을 해야 될까요?
저는 롤 프로게이머가 진짜 정직한 직업이라 생각하거든요. 진짜로 그냥 정직하게 노력하는 것 말고는 방법이 없지 않을까라고 생각하긴 해요.
확실한 거는 저희 다 이제 열심히 해야.
그냥 이기길 원하는 건 약간 좀 아니란 마인드인 것 같고
뭐 팀적으로 좀 더 연습을 많이 한다던가.
스크림을 당연히 많이 하는 게 제일 직관적이고
개개인의 실력 플러스 믿음
이거밖에 없지 않나.
Hello and welcome back to the LCK. We are here for the second match of tonight. It is Humalife Esports up against OK Savings Bank Breon. And this one on paper definitely favored towards Humalife Esports, but Bro are coming off a win as well. Will they have the strength to take down Humalife Esports tonight?
It's tough. I myself am not the biggest believer, but I think that even with Breon improving in their form, it's also important to look at the team that they did it against. And as we clearly see, Kwangdong are in a free fall at the moment. And Humalife trending the opposite end. The team looks more consistent. We're starting to see more of the quality of the individual players shine through and everything actually coming together. So it'll be a tough one here, but Breon have been able to get wins where we don't expect them.
Yeah, it's just a weird team in that sense where sometimes they play to the strength of their opponents and sometimes it's just a bit of inconsistency, perhaps, if we boil it down, whereas Humalife Esports, in terms of consistency for them, they have looked strong against the teams that are not that strong. And that has kind of been the case for Humalife Esports for a very long time as an organization. But nowadays, it feels like they are ramping up to a point where they can actually be a contender in playoffs.
And what's important is to note that KT actually did lock in playoffs, and now, of course, with the score that they had, it was already 99%, but KT fans see 99%, and that is not enough.
Yeah. So you're saying there's a chance?
Yes. And now, no longer. Even in the worst case of scenarios, they are guaranteed to make it through. They will definitely go to playoffs, and you know, playoffs round 2, I'm sure, is only a few weeks away with how the team has been performing. But I actually want to echo what you were saying earlier, Valdez, which is that the Humalife series against KT, they didn't win, but the fact that they were able to actually stand up and look like a competitive team against a team that is as good as KT should be good signs for what's to come here. And if they can get a decisive 2-0 here over Breon and continue that, I think the team can really ramp up heading into playoffs, particularly helped by some of the patch changes that we have seen recently.
Two teams in excellent recent form. I wouldn't call what I saw against Kwangdong Freaks excellent, but they did win.
They got the dub.
You're a rookie, aren't you? Grizzly showing a stable performance. Will he maintain his composure against the rookie killer Umpty? Umpty does kind of roll with it. If he feels like he is the guy that should be winning, he generally does win. Matchup of both teams, bot aiming for their dreams. No aiming in these two AD carries, just to add confusion. As Viper dreaming of competing in his hometown Daejeon, which is where the finals will be for Summer, and Henna dreaming of a playoff miracle run.
And I want to note these t-shirts that we're seeing here on Breon in a little bit, but for Viper, he individually has been great. At most, he's had some games where he's been invisible, but in the games where he looks good, he looks absolutely crazy. And Grizzly called up as a Challenger super sub after being in Challengers for like 2-3 weeks.
Yeah.
Being pulled up from Academy because the team wasn't really meshing too well together with Guwon. And his first matches looked nervous, looked kind of all over the place, both visibly and in-game. But as he has been absorbed into this team and he's been scrimming more, he's been looking better and better. He's been looking proactive. He's been able to mesh well with the rest of the team and kind of give them a little bit of the momentum that it feels like they were lacking previously.
You were talking about t-shirts, by the way. One thing to mention, it is Orange Day for Humalife Esports, so they have their special orange t-shirts on, whereas on the side of OK Savings Bank Breon, the man, the OK man, is here tonight, and he is featured on the shirts of all the players as well.
I hope guys get to see him because he is great. I'm looking. And right now, I'm not witnessing him yet, but I'm sure that at one point he will show up. And for Breon, this team, fan favorite for a reason. Oh, look at that. That's the artwork I want to see. You can actually get that as a cap.
Yeah.
Get a cap with a little carrot thingy on top. As a key player, Karis versus Zeka. Zeka, effectively the same player, where on mages he looks highly inconsistent, and then outside of like the one Yone game, if he gets melee characters, he looks like old Zeka. It's funny how that works. And Karis, mid laner with this high kill participation is very rare. It has looked so much better after he went down to Challengers, after Ivory took over for like a week or two. But that's also because his form before that was not great. And Zek sitting on first in solo kills here, something that we saw of him in their successful Worlds run as well. This man is always down to scrap.
Yeah, he definitely is. And I think that the fact that he brought out the Yone against KT, Rolster against BDD is a big sign of confidence. Yeah. And we are going to see more of that, I think, especially with Sejuani in the meta. It just makes sense, right? So we were calling for this, for him to not just play Azir against the stronger mid laners and to actually get a little bit down and dirty. And he has done exactly that. Whereas Karis, he changed his solo queue ID to something of the effect of always go in, always be the first one to go in, and he took a deep look at himself after going down to Challengers and decided, well, I need to change up my playstyle a bit. Something's going wrong. I'm not quite the Karis that I used to be. He says he's better at playmaking now, and, you know, his average kills per game went up, but he's learning, and that's what's important to him. So maybe that's what he needed to be able to come into this match and actually challenge Zeka.
Also a player that's had a pretty tumultuous career path, right? We've seen after winning Challengers in 2021 summer, then still showed up every now and then on Gen G. If I remember, even played some World Games back in the day, and then went over to Hanwha, where he had like a really good spring, a pretty so-so summer, and then from there on it was kind of the old Karis that was in fact very aggressive, was nowhere to be seen anymore. And you're going to need aggression, and a lot of it, and appropriately timed here against Hanwha Life, because if you just try and 5v5, I've been extremely impressed with Hannah's individual performance, but you will not win against Viper. That's not a dig towards Hannah. No. But it is a acknowledgement of how incredible Viper is as a player, and most importantly, even though I don't think Hanwha are the best team, because that's by a large margin Gen G, when it comes to enabling their AD carry, I do think that the Hanwha Live roster has done a better job than the roster of Brion have not really been able to save their AD carry, who feels forced to make aggressive plays, because otherwise not too much generally goes on in a Brion late game.
Yeah, the Brion late game was rough against Guangdong Freaks. I think if you're going to win this one as Brion, you need to win the early game pretty handily. And they're good at that, so that's definitely an angle they should take, especially because that has been a weakness of Hanwha Life Esports. As Yone is the first ban on red side, they are not messing around with this. They immediately identify that Zeka should not be allowed to play this champion.
And also means that we might see a bend towards the Sejuani here as well. If they want to try and mitigate the mid-jungle impact, I do think it's very valuable to put Grizzly on something he's not as comfortable on. We've seen Umti, even against some of the best junglers in the LCK, be able to outpath them early, actually get early game setups. Big fan of just flashing over Dragon Pits in particular. Not really too bothered by taking risks like that. And we'll see if he can do that here, because, again, Brion, they have had early games where they look good. Then, well, when we get there, we can talk about how they actually transition, because it is one of their biggest weaknesses, but that is test number one that you need to pass if you do want to beat Hanwha Life Esports, as the Annie and Nico also taking away 3 bans here towards Zeka and kind of pushing Hanwha Life towards an early pickup of the Azir, but Sejuani is still open, so I'm pretty sure that that's just going to be the pickup here, and then that means Karis will get his Azir here.
Yeah, Karis should get Azir. This means that maybe we get... No, this was the other thing. Tristana's left open. I was thinking maybe we would get the Sejuani Akali angle, but it's not meant to be, as Tristana is locked in for Zeka as the first pick on blue side.
So Sejuani Kai'Sa would be some of the quote-unquote tier list picks here. You look at the relative strength, but with mid already picked up, I don't know. I don't love the pickup of the Azir, when obviously the Tristana might go bot side, but I think securing Sejuani is so much more valuable here because of how strong the pick is and how likely it is that King is going to be playing a melee top laner. Sejuani Jax to me feels very strong here. Doesn't really run into any big issues. We've seen that Jax hasn't really suffered at all, as Oh, it looks like Brian might actually have had the read here on Zeka not being the one to pilot Tristana.
Yeah.
And we do know he loves this matchup. But...
And you could just pick Jax this one.
Perfectly fine, yeah.
That's also fine. You know, maybe trying to throw in some mind games, right? Because you may have been just going for Jax Sejuani the whole time. But maybe you want to say, hey, maybe we're throwing that Tristana on the bot side. Maybe we're going to play the Akali. Maybe you should ban it in the second round.
Yeah, ban some more mids.
And then Zeka just plays Tristana. So that could be some nice mind gaming, as the answer here for Morgan for the Jax looks to be the Gragas, as Morgan had a really rough time against Dudu in that last matchup. So I don't mind him going into the King and matchup and saying, just going to go back to basics and put my belly in front and not interact.
Just be an AP Gragas into a Jax lane. Slam him away, press your Q, build Everfrost, and live your best life. Set up for Kai'Sa. Do really like the combination of Gragas and Kai'Sa. I think that the ability to instantly activate basically guaranteed killer instincts in the enemy backline can be very valuable. Does depend though on what Hombar are going to lock in here, because we do see the Aphelios Xayah is often what happens in situations like this. Now I do actually think that the Xayah is not that amazing here. Obviously it can still be the Tristana as well, as we already mentioned, but I would prefer to see something else banned here, because I do think that Xayah into... Okay, we'll get banned away here. Into like Gragas and the current form of Kai'Sa as well as Azir, really not that great, right? Like the current Kai'Sa build has so much more range, which previously Kai'Sa had to go in against Xayah. It's like, ready to get anything done. As Umti picks up one of... at this point, we got to start calling it a signature pick. Keeps getting banned against him.
Yeah.
He's the only one really consistently picking it up.
It's an Umti pocket pick.
Yep. So, what does Viper want to play into this? That's kind of a soft counter pick into Kai'Sa matchup, but it does feel very good into Skarner specifically. As Milio, kind of a no-brainer. Milio Ezreal though is not the best lane.
Yeah. No. Maybe one of the lanes of all time, you could say.
It is definitely a lane that exists.
Yeah.
But yeah,
a lane that exists outside of the lane.
Yeah, I like this a lot more. So the reason why is that Milio is really good because you can actually play him as a lane oppressive support into the right matchups when paired with something like an Aphelios, even like a Jinx or a Kog'Maw we've seen, where you leverage the range to get early health leads and then kind of get a good set of backs going and maintain pressure. But ideally, Ezreal you pick to leave him alone. KT, like last year and even in spring, did this a lot, where they're just, hey, Lehend, you go and have a wonderful time. We're going to just put Viper, or Aiming rather, by himself, leave him, and see what happens. And with Rel, you actually have valuable roams. Milio's roams are, no. Not real. But the downside is that Kai'Sa actually has a really good matchup into Ezreal because she outbursts him. She actually has a way of getting right on top of him and gap closing. And that matchup in the 1v1 or even in the 1v2 is definitely scary. I do think though that this gives Viper a lot more agency when it comes to dealing with the rest of Brion, and he should still be, you know, a second-tier target. I actually think that the Tristana is often the bigger threat because of the amount of damage she can output, and the resets can completely take over a fight.
Yeah, absolutely. Do agree. I'm curious to see how Viper does pilot the Ezreal, because Ezreal famously a very high skill ceiling kind of champion.
Oh yeah.
And the better you are, the more you can do with it. And Viper is certainly right now one of these AD carries that you would imagine can absolutely pilot the Ezreal, but definitely a bit non-standard. So we'll have to see how it does go. They still have a very strong side of top side of the map, and as you can see on this side, the Skarner does return. The Kai'Sa Rakan. Rakan, by the way, was on a 9-game winning streak, did lose the last game, so no longer on that winning streak, but still a very strong pick with a high win rate. As we are ready to jump onto the rift for game 1, let's do it. Here we go once again into the fray. Oh, hello.
Hello.
And Viper has to flash. He is Ezreal, so it's not the end of the world, but certainly not something you you want to lose this early, but at least he respects it and backs away. He doesn't know what's on the other side of that.
Game's like, oh no, I'm in trouble. Yeah, and I do think Ezreal actually has a surprisingly aggressive laning phase. Again, if you hit your Qs. I still dream sometimes about the pace games that he played on Ezreal last Challengers Summer. We haven't really seen him play a whole lot because he's just been locking the Thalios every single time, but I hope that we will. And Viper, mechanically, has been exceptional this split, as he has been really the entire year, although obviously Humble Life in spring was a little bit more lackluster. And not having Flash does mean that you can't really try and push a lead level 1, because Kai'Sa Rakan laning phase is pretty eh. It's not great.
Something Ox has been talking about a lot is the very tanky melee support kind of thing with the secondary runes, trying to go for the conditioning.
Oh yeah.
And the other one that
Overgrowth.
slipping my mind, but you just get those two. Neither of these supports did go for it.
No, of course not.
But
not doing that. I do remember that. There was a time where it was also picked on basically more and more junglers, like everyone started to do it because you got so many free stats, and by the time that you hit the spikes, it would be very hard to kill, as if you do have a level lead, can actually push a little bit, but even then, like, Morgan is gonna ding 2 and then be completely fine. Even with the passive nerfs, we have seen the AP variant of Gragas specifically still be fine because he also simultaneously received a buff to his Q. But we did not see any more tank Gragas. It's exclusively been AP Gragas as a counter into Jax. And it's been doing that job very, very well, which is good because it does kind of feel like Jax doesn't have a whole lot of counters, as Grizzly is going to set up a ward, and they might be looking for a dive on Morgan here. Do take note, Jax so strong early game with Sejuani.
Life Esports ganking early as the flash away. Kingen is flashing in, and Grizzly died to the turret. Not the best dive I've ever seen, Chronicler, but at least they're trying, question mark?
Yeah, that is going to cost you so much time. As Viper and Life are crashing this wave. The rare pre-6 Skarner gank.
Yeah, he went from Raptors
There's no flash
to bot lane. And yeah, as you mentioned, Viper on the run is going to avoid the stun. And he does get knocked up by effort here. They're trying to actually turn this. He eats in, takes a kill. First blood over to Viper. Somehow, some way, as Life still has his flash, he should be able to get out alive, and they're not even going to try to pressure that. So a 1-for-1 in the bottom game to an Ezreal.
Didn't hit his stun. So Viper actually, as we mentioned, Ezreal does have to be respected. Has a substantial amount of damage. Life sets it up nicely there. Now, it's still going to be favorable because Hannah just gets to stay on top of the wave, as Grizzly thinking he could tank one more turret shot here, but as Aftershock wears off, that third one definitely not going to happen. And you see as well that this early on, Gragas already very hard to take down. And here, crucial, Viper actually gets the sidestep on the stun, right? And then Life really elongates the play. And if Viper sidesteps that W as well, like, they might actually be able to take someone else with them. But fortunately for Brian, after that does actually hit the Grand Entrance, there's no flash of it. Like, if Viper has flash, that would have been a
2v3.
Yeah, I mean, it actually could have been. But instead, it is still favorable. Even though both AD carries get a kill, Hannah is able to pick up double buffs and then also shove out the wave. But generally, when the enemy jungler dies in a failed dive, they aren't supposed to also trade evenly in the cross map.
No. Yeah, that's not supposed to happen.
That's not okay.
Kai'Sa Rakan as a duo are on a 7-game win streak.
Yes, but out of those 4 are Genji, who haven't lost. And then one was KT.
Well, Stop ruining the narrative, Chronicle.
Well, I'm not trying. I'm always critical.
Kai'Sa and Rakan are the best.
I'm always
okay?
critical when it comes to stats because stat and statistics use is important, and we need to do it responsibly. So we need to put
I wish
proper
we would
caveats
too.
there.
I hope for that day as well.
Well, we're doing it, Valdez. You and me.
Yeah.
Even though I don't have a background in statistics, which would be helpful to really put things into perspective.
You don't really need one for this for this
yes,
example.
Okay, no, this one was pretty obvious.
Yeah. The Rakan was also on a 9-game win streak with Delight with 5 of those wins. Maybe the best Rakan player we currently have in
Delight?
the entire league. And maybe I shouldn't have even said maybe.
And you know where Delight started? Oh, I didn't. He started on Gen G Academy, but started before he went to the LCK, or after he went to the LCK, rather.
Uh-huh.
Breon. So
True.
Take that.
He is a former Giga Chad and current Giga Chad. Even though he's not still on Bro. He carries the title with him. That's the way it works.
It's always really cool to see a player that you know is good in a team that is somewhat struggling, and then like they go to another team and they just become like an improved version of themselves. Because Breon, when they made playoffs last year, really relied on Delight's ability to engage and find these really big moments, right? This was a team that actually was surprisingly good at team fighting, which was what got them to playoffs in the first place. And seeing him do it on another roster is very, very cool.
It's very satisfying.
It is, yeah. It's like when your carry-out stocks really paid off, your early investments.
Yeah, wow.
Hey.
He looked better in the last match.
Yeah.
You can say that.
And I mean, he's also been like the best support in the LCK for like the last... Well, not this summer, right?
Not currently,
okay.
but yeah.
No.
For
right
a
now.
while there.
But like for like a 1.5 year period.
True,
Which,
yes.
That's good stocks.
Belly Boop is down. In goes King, and look. Oh, not going to hit that last one, but still. Good trade goes to him. Umpty going to pick up this early Drake. It's Infernal going the way of Bro. As in we go again, and the Belly Boop is here, as well as the Cask. But King again pressuring Morgan and forcing him to react.
Morgan forced to take a drink, eat some cookies. He'll be okay. As King, and yeah, he's going to keep looking. Oh, when the Gragas starts defensively body slamming, that's when you know the matchup ain't going too hot. As Grizzly trying to get what is his. Umpty gets a dragon, so he's trying to look for this. Is the turn?
Yeah, Umpty is level 6, but he's alone for now, as a couple ults going to be thrown into him, and that's one more hop, one more auto would do it, maybe 2. Oh, he gets around the bend! And then he dies. I was getting excited there for a second. No, Umpty does get taken out.
We had flash.
Yeah.
If he flashes to the brush, he probably lives there.
He lives,
but
yeah.
I don't know if he knew where Kingen was and where Grizzly was, because if they cut him off and he flashes, then...
It was a sticky situation. Yeah, just fully charged E onto the Azir.
He doesn't even spend his gold yet.
Kars just...
Oh, Grizzly, this is a good timing here.
This is a really good timing.
No cost.
He doesn't have ult, but let's see how this one goes. Morgan, yep, he's just up against the wall, has flash, but doesn't even bother to use it. Would not have been useful in that case. As here, ooh, he's actually going to be able to hop out of that one. As meanwhile, down to the bottom side, effort getting pretty low. He is ticking away as that barrage is not going to hit him.
So to summarize, they're winning the top 2v2, they're winning the mid 2v2, and bot lane is winning in a vacuum as well.
After Viper lost his flash, also we had a level 3 gank from Umpty in the bottom lane, which traded 1 for 1. And it's Ezreal into Kai'Sa. Yep. just, just to make sure we tick all the boxes.
What is happening here? And I think the only way that you get out of this for Umpty is if you
flash the Sedgel.
Well, even then, if you flash over the wall, actually with Azir you probably end up being fine in the... Yeah, I think you just live. Yeah, have to flash the Sedgel. And then here, Morgan trying to crash the wave. And probably thinks that Grizzly is just going to do Herald, but you kind of need to know. Because it is Jack Sejuani.
Yeah.
And now, Pretty sizable lead being built up here across the board for Humble Life. Nicely spread across multiple players.
Yeah, and this is the thing, like, we talk about in terms of, like, setting up this matchup. Like, Bro is very good oftentimes in the early game. Humble Life is good against the weaker teams of the LCK. Who's really going to get the edge? But I do think that Humble Life Esports, we've all seen it. They have gotten more and more consistent. They looked great against a top team, one of our best. And they're really leveling up. So when it does come down to this, if we take that all into account, Humble Life Esports should be massively favored when it does come to this matchup. And so far, you know, it's still early in game one, but it's definitely looking that way.
Grizzly also going Sunfire first? Are you kidding me?
Yeah, someone get Ox on the phone.
Man, love this guy.
He needs to see this.
This is looking like a gank setup, and it is the case, but Umti not going to be able to actually find an angle. And that will be the Herald go over. Already 1.4k gold lead, and when Herald comes down, that's going to be even worse here for Brion. And we do have Karis going for a Nashor's first here. Wonder if they can actually make something happen around an early fight, because my one issue with the Brion comp is that it is very reliant on disrupting, and that can be through Umti finding someone, right? That can be through Morgan getting backline access, that can be through a shuffle, that can be through Rakan. But if Humble Life is fully aware of what you're doing, it's not going to go well as Grizzly...
Seems like they have a good idea that they're in here on this red, as Grizzly is going to be taken away and just CC'd 100-0. Very nicely done, as now Karis, again, not going to be able to get that sweep, as here comes the Rel. Viper trying to get that damage in, but he's still Ezreal early on, but has that Trinity Force finished, as Henna is going to cleanse and ult as the cast comes in. King in it, not in the best spot, but he does ult and Counter-Strike, just trying to stay alive as Morgan.
There's Flash.
Looking for it here. And a hop away. Morgan will just take the small victory.
Very important, and as we see, if you do actually start up with taking down someone on Humble Life, you're going to be feeling a lot better. Grizzly not respecting the Skarner as much as he should, feeling safe, but Sejuani, once your Frost Armor is down, and particularly if you don't really get to proc your Aftershock, you just kind of die. And we see Humble Life still showing some moments of weakness, as King gonna go for the TP here, and Morgan should be able to just make his way out. Herald now being dropped in mid, and Zeka's been looking good thus far. And, I don't mind putting some more gold into this Tristana, notoriously snowbally champion here.
Yeah. Zeka, in terms of his mechanics, has been spot on. And imagine, you know, he adds Tristana into his repertoire. If he can widen his champion pool outside of, you know, Silas, Akali, Zione,
hey,
this guy would be insane.
He plays a good Azir.
I mean, it's
okay.
It's passable, I would say. I would just, like, he's not bad at it. I just feel like he's so much more impactful on other picks.
Oh, I
so, like,
no, I
narratively.
No, you have Zeka that's okay, and you have Zeka that will solo kill you and, like, actually 1v9.
Top solo killer in the mid lane.
Yeah.
That was one of our stats.
It was. And
so far.
And that one I think actually works. I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
And the back actually going to get cancelled there for life. Very unfortunate. Sad times, as they do know that effort is there. I guess they were unaware of Umti, and a couple of extra seconds, and Humble Life could have been able to play this. Again, great buffering from Zeka. And then here, unfortunately, they're not actually able to go in on the great engage from Life. Does force a flash, so he'll take that nonetheless. And now 1-1 in Drake's gold lead, about the same. So Brion is still holding on, and if they can get Karis and Henna fed, this comp does have a ton of explosive power come mid to late game, if it is utilized well, which this is Brion we're talking about. So I'm always going to have a lot of caveats on that front.
Yeah, I mean, today could be the day where they do that. You know, have the same form where they're 2-0ing DK in past games and stuff like that, or it could be what we saw earlier in the matchup against Guangdong.
Yeah.
What are you pointing out here, Chronicler? What are we looking at?
Oh,
Merc Treads.
Triple Merc Treads. Yeah. I can't believe you guys just let me say Merc Threads for like, what, 2 years?
Something like that, yeah.
You could have just
I
told
just
me.
I thought it was fine.
You know, I'm
it
always
was
trying to
different.
improve my English. You know, Chronicler, his English has gotten better. It's nice.
Chronicler's English.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There
What's
we
going
go.
on here? Kingen is taking a huge beating. The cask is coming in, and the AP is really online right now for Morgan as Kingen is
Level up.
going to ult. The Q is down now. And yeah, the level up certainly helping, but still not in the best of sorts is Kingen. He did have to TP just before. And now he's just going to have to take the brunt of the damage from the AP Gragas. He's down about 20 CS at this point.
Yeah, you're also looking at having Everfrost and the Lucidity Boots already done, which is a huge spike versus not having your Sunderer, which as Jax is always a really sad time. That's when you become an actual champion. And Merc Treads is really good in the 1v1, but it just means you don't die. As we have a lot of people being sent towards Morgan here. He is aware that Grizzly is there. Don't think that they've spotted Life just yet, but diving this with just 3 people doesn't seem to really be the angle. And Viper, in response, also has to completely abandon the bot lane turret. And Humble Life, if they can't get anything here, opportunity for Bro to strike back. But as I say that, they just rotate towards mid and top for some reason. I mean, Herald is coming up, but it's still a minute away.
I think that's why.
You had full control of bot side.
Yeah, both teams.
I'm so confused.
Every team, I feel like, in the LCK has just decided that second Rift Herald is the most important objective on the map.
Yes, but Humble Life, like, you have the time to still get a good tempo back in. Like, Humble Life went for a like kind of attempted dive towards topside, right? You rotate Life, you rotate Grizzly. Grizzly at least gets spotted. And as Brion, you have full control of the enemy bot side. Viper has already peeled off the turret. Like, you should be able to at least threaten. Get like a substantial amount of damage on that turret with Hannah. If the response from Han wasn't good, you get the turret. You have a Kai'Sa that actually has way more gold going into the Herald fight. Particularly with Hextech Gates, the actual time it takes for rotations is so short, but not going to be the case. And it is Brion, so I should keep my expectations a little bit
to
more,
a certain level.
Yeah, well, not to a certain level of proactivity. As we are going to 5v5.
Yeah, looking for Viper here. He's just going to flash on in. The charm is there. Viper in a lot of trouble as they are diving 2v1. Meanwhile, up on the top side, Zeka going in. They're going to take out Umpty here. I believe he's ticking down, but no! The shield keeps him alive. Of all things is now Karis just going to escort everybody on the side of Halma Life Esports out of this fight as Bro will take their objective.
Are we going to get the TPs in? It doesn't look like it. And Brion! Okay. Fighting their way back. It's effort actually starting that one up. Viper went for a heal as opposed to cleanse. So doesn't have a way to actually stay alive there. And to be fair, this is not a very high value cleanse game. Looking at what you're playing into as Zeka not going to go in too ham on effort here, but doesn't mean the gold now even, and that should be a gold lead. Security for Brion might even be able to turn this Herald into pressure on the next dragon.
Yeah, he arcane shifted forward.
Yeah.
And that's really what gets him killed here, because if he has that, you can dodge the Rakan and you're totally fine, but no vision on the side is now Umpty here, gonna get the Impale onto Zeka, and it will be a free kill handed over to Karis. As meanwhile, Hamaleith Esports will take down this Hextech trade.
That's an okay trade, but Hanwha Life is starting to show some mistakes here, and Brion is actually capitalizing on them, able to now get both Karis and Hannah more kills here, and if you can get those two ahead, eventually I do think it becomes very hard for Hanwha Life. Now their engage is still good, but that's going to be first turtle blood going over to Brion with an explosive mid-game here. As this is, yeah, very straightforward. He W's forward, which... And he doesn't have his ult, so he just dies. Yeah.
Well,
I mean,
you know, nobody's perfect.
We heard the groan of the Korean casters. That's, I don't know, you guys probably did, but it was just like, Yep.
Yeah, you got to be careful doing that, especially when you have zero vision.
And there is a Skarner in the game.
Yeah, if you know where he is, then you can hop forward all you want. Take aggressive trades onto the Azir. That's what Tristana excels at, but the second Umpty is there, it totally changes the equation. Now, Hololive Esports did get the Hextech Drake, which is extremely valuable, not just for stacking towards Hextech Soul, but even just the 7.5 of ability haste and attack speed is really good for a lot of their champions. The Tristana, the Ezreal, and, of course, the Jax are all going to really love that, not to mention just ability haste on everybody's great. And, yeah, it's definitely going to buff them up, as Ezreal right now, Viper is hitting his spike.
I was kind of wondering whether Viper was going to go for the Shiv Ezreal builds, because they do like AP. This is going to be a full AD composition. Obviously, there'll be some hybrid damage from Kingen and Grizzly with the best magic damage item in the game to come through, but that by itself doesn't really stop Brion from itemizing very aggressively for armor, which does look like they are doing, as Kingen Justice does pick up his cannon despite Morgan's best ever Frost efforts. And man, Karis he's not messing around. This is in the Crown first. He's going Leandries, he's going, he already finished his Nessus, his Umti.
Actually gonna deal damage, crazy, as we do have the Impale and an emote in his face. As Effort is trying to shore this up for the team, Karis gets in behind him. So does Morgan, looking for that backline. They take out Viper immediately. Down he goes, but can they take out Kingen? Doesn't matter, they take out 3 members as Grizzly and Kingen are being bopped here by the Grog, as Kingen now has to go 1v3, but he's getting escorted out by Morgan. And there is the knock up, one slow. Can they actually take him out though? I mean, it is a Jax. Yes, they will. It's a full ace to the side of OK Brion.
Hard 1v9 from Lord Morgan in that one. Everything gets thrown from Hanwha into Umti, of all people. And he's like, he's emoting as it's happening because he's Skarner. He doesn't care one bit. Even if he does end up going down, they probably end up being fine. There is no follow-up damage here. It's only Viper who gets CC'd, and then watch this. Morgan, flash body slam. That gets the kill on Hannah, and then as the attempted fight comes through, if they kill Karis, they can win this fight, right? If Jax is actually full health and gets the 2-man body slam as well. Morgan is showing up huge on the Gragas here. And Hanwha Live are losing control of this mid-game. The first couple of plays that we saw looked great, then it kind of slowed down, but now it's starting to feel a little bit dire.
Yeah, the Ezreal just not quite able to do as much as the Kai'Sa, and there is a strong Jax, but not nearly as strong as the AP Gragas at this point.
We have 14 kills in the Brion game. They're doing Nash.
They have changed. Karis is yelling at them. Now, everybody's going to get hit by that barrage. Effort on the flank here, looking for the turn actually as they get in onto Zeka. Zeka's down, and so is Life immediately as Grizzly is late to the party, and they will take out 3 and the Baron as Bro are showing up in a huge way in this game.
Bro Levers rise up. Hanwha Life is getting bopped in the mid game here. Umti finding yet another crucial pick. They're doing things. This is Brion.
They're pressing their buttons.
I'm loving it. This is great.
Proactive.
They're starting like a 22-minute Baron.
It's insane.
Karis, I mean, I'm not going to give him full credit, right? Despite what we were talking about earlier, despite the memes, but this team clearly trying to turn over a new leaf here, as it starts off with Umti just getting himself a pick and then followed up by effort, but it's everything that's happened before this, and the fact that they start up the Nash. How many Brion games have we seen where they get a lead and then they just kind of sit there and nothing happens?
Yeah, and eventually because of that, the lead just kind of plateaus and nothing happens, and then eventually they try to take the Baron late, but it's too late at that point. This time the tempo's there. They're doing all the right things, pulling the trigger on objectives. And look at this as well. They're trying to take as much advantage of this Baron buff as possible. They're not going to go for the Hextech Drake at all. They say, we want to get this inhibitor turret first. 5 members of Hanwha Life Esports are here at the moment. We do have Karis pushing the mid lane, and now they can back up and return to that objective as, yeah. You got to know the timing of the back. Even with the Baron buff.
Yeah, Ruffy there for
Grizzly. Bit desperate, yeah.
Yeah, they should be, because they are in a very desperate position. Brion is showing no signs of slowing down. They just pick up the Hextech Drake, so Hanwha Life don't even have a crazy soul out.
Oh, King is so dead.
Unless?
Why
would they?
Never mind.
Why would you show him the wave? He was walking up. He was gonna die.
I guess maybe they didn't quite see him.
That's good vision as well. Yeah, I might have not seen him. That must have been it.
Yeah.
King doesn't know.
How close he was to going down.
And a couple of mid-game fumbles have now put Hanwha Life in a position where they have zero control of this game. Right? It's going to be exclusively about can Brion play it out from here, because they didn't get an inhibitor, but they build up an immense gold lead. We're looking at like 6.5K here, which they should be able to turn into more as they can take over full map control, start shoving in these turrets, and deny Hanwha Life an opportunity to get back into the game. Because there is still, you know, if you get to like 3 item breakpoints, 4 item breakpoints for Hanwha Life, and you botch a fight, you don't get Zeka, you don't get Viper, they can take over, but that should never happen. And Brion just setting up a clean 1-4 here.
Yeah. Look at how great they have this all set up. I mean, well, as we're saying that, Morgan in a little bit of trouble here, but he's level 16, and he's just gonna bop him away with the cask. But they got every little bit out of the Baron buff that they could, even getting the inner top turret. So no inners available, just a couple of inhibitor turrets here for Hanwha Life Esports. So they don't fall over yet, but it's looking pretty close to having that happen here in this game. 26, 27
how far
minutes
would you
in.
say they're from the edge?
6 feet?
Yeah, that was my guess as well.
Yeah.
Oh. And that's pretty far down. I'm gonna be honest with you, Valdez. Brion should be able to just take obviously Hanwha Life playing some of the fights fast and loose, but I really want to give all the credit to Brion for playing as well as they are.
To Morgan.
Well, yes. So Morgan obviously is POG, right? Like that fight was.
Don't worry, media's gonna give it to Henna.
Okay, well, no.
Yes, they will.
No, we're not.
That literally just happened not an hour ago.
We're not doing that. No way. Absolutely. I mean, he might get some votes, but he's not robbing Morgan. Okay. Not happening
before as well.
No,
not today.
No.
Other days.
Fellas, I know I'm usually a patient man, but today, not so much.
Okay.
I'm not standing for it. It's not happening. I trust them to vote for, you know, maybe throw an Umti or a Karis vote. That's fine.
How about an effort vote?
Literally everyone but Henna. And it's not because he's had a bad game, but he's been there.
He's doing what Teddy did in the last series.
Okay, and then he got 2 votes. Okay, do you want to round me up? Is that what you're doing?
Yes.
As King and in trouble.
Okay, now he's so dead.
Surely.
Right? Yeah, he's in a rough spot here as Counter-Strike comes through and he gets burst down. They give the kill over to Henna. Nicely done. This is right before the Baron is spawning, so the timing is perfect. There's no objective on the map. They catch King in way far down the lane.
Oh, yeah.
And, I mean, there's no vision in their own jungle. Kingan's all the way almost up to the turret. And yeah, you're trying to put on pressure as Jax, so at a certain point you can't quite blame him, but the timing there is, you know, you got to understand that that's right before this Baron is spawning.
Yeah. Yeah, just try to get, I guess, the side lane, get the bounty, and maybe get another item finish in. We'll pick up the most important part of Zhonya, so that's cool, I guess. And Zeka and Viper both sitting on 3 items now. But the main issue is that Hanwha Life was able to gain control of this area because of the bot side play, but then immediately afterwards they had to back because they have to prepare for the actual fight that's about to come through. And then Brion with Hex Gates went back in and now is full control and are just going to rush down this Baron, and they're not going to be in time. TP comes in.
Yeah, they just got vision, but it's too late. The TP not even going to get there before the Baron is down, and Pale comes in, and Kingan is free food as now we might even see Viper join that team as Brell's going to go down first. Grizzly, everybody's just running away with tails between their legs. Bro are hunting them down as Viper, just scooped up, and down he goes. 2 kills to Henna. Down goes Zeka as the final one in the clean 5-0 ace, as Bro will take game number 1 in super flashy fashion.
Do you believe? Brion, this is going to be like an almost sub 30-minute game.
Record time for this team.
The legends were true. They're unleashed.
Wow. Okay, man comes down to watch, and all of a sudden, these guys have reached a new level of Giga Chad. It's OK Savings Bank Bree. I'm going to take the first win. Life Esports. Just one or two stumbles and the team fights, and immediately, OK Bro slapped them down.
And Breon. It's so satisfying when a team that you've talked about, okay, so Umti needs to get some stuff done early, right? They actually need to be proactive. They need to pull the triggers on these objectives. They need to realize when they have a lead to actually utilizing it. And you get it all in one game against the Humble Life that's looked so much better in recent weeks.
Breon win, Morgan Pog? Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. Yes. That's exactly what is going to happen. And Life Esports, I mean, I don't even know what to say in that case. It feels like the Ezreal was a bit of a miss. I wouldn't say that the Ezreal was really why they lost or anything like that, but...
No, I'm with you.
It does feel like there's a reason why we're not seeing it too much. It just takes way too long to get online, and then even then, from behind, it just doesn't quite have the carry potential that some of their picks have. Zeka, unfortunately, kind of invisible in some of the fights after that one that they lost. Not really able to utilize any of the spikes you get from playing in the mid lane or anything like that.
Really did feel like Humble Life at one plan, which was win through mid-game skirmishes, and then as soon as those started backfiring, they were like, double down, double down! And it did not pay off.
Yeah. Double down to 100, 200, 400. How deep does it go? As that is game number one. Okay, man, Breon, take it as we will have a break in the space. We'll be right back.
야 안에부터 볼게. 안에부터 볼게. 이거 잭스 타웠어. 야 걸게. 걸어. 봐봐. 앞으로 가자. 일단 미드 가면 끝난다. 미드 가자. 앞으로 갈게. 그냥 앞으로 쭉 가. 보이지 마. 쭉 가. 좋아. 보기 있다고 확인. 스타트. 확인. 미드 가자 얘들아. 나이스. 야 잡아. 나이스. 잘했다. 잘했다잉. 바텀 라인 그냥 타러 가자. 미드 쓰지 말고. 바텀으로. 처음에 전령대 실수했네. 미안해. 좋아요. 네 이겼다. 근데 그 전령 실수가 전령으로 아니야. 괜찮아. 다음에 달려보자. 전령으로 아니어서 다행이다. 루아나 오히려 잘 죽었다. 반판 잘하다잉. 이긴 알지. 처음 잘했다잉. 나이스. 잘했다. 다음 판만 방심하지 말고 하자. 방심하지 말자.
After the game ends, it's really break our heart.
But the pressure was too much for Gen G to come back on this redemption arc.
너무 아쉽고 화도 나고.
State of Division will not be played in Tokyo.
スタート東京にはすごく出たかったんで、かなり落ち込むって言ったらあれですけど、メンタルにダメージが来たなっていうのは覚えてます。
We won't give up. We will emerge.
もう一度チャンスがある大会なのかなと思います。
저희 젠지는 다시 일어날 겁니다.
諦めないで勝ち上がります。
Team Secret, we're gonna win it all. Laban Pinas.
We're gonna win with the power of friendship.
It's good for 2 more, and he gets 4 kills.
Global esports gonna win it all. G winning.
Nowhere to get out, and that's gonna be an ace from Rossi.
We're Talon Esports, and we're gonna win LCQ.
Starting things off with a reckoning of his own, but Cruz.
DFM が LCK を優勝します。
But Anthem with the ace.
We won't give up, we will emerge.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the space where Brolevers have been rewarded. An incredible performance from Bro, honestly, and that is without any caveat, without nothing. They just played better. Outside of maybe some kerfuffles in the early game, but sometimes you have to get your eye in. After that, it was all about the Bros just doing the win. And as we get into the draft, take us through it, Wolf.
It was kind of a weird game where Bro actually had a deficit early, but then were really proactive and actually took the game back. It was kind of like the anti-Bro game in a lot of ways, because usually they're the ones who are being proactive in early game, but they don't know how to use their leads. We'll talk about the draft for just a moment. Dion Skarner, he has been very good at this pick. It's been banned against him a lot. He's been targeted quite a bit with this, but he's able to play it this time, plays very well. We didn't really like the Ezreal that much, but I think Hanwha Life were just like, we're just the better team. We'll win this 2v2 even though it's not a good matchup. And they did in the early game, but the Ezreal didn't really have the opportunity to do anything later on.
Yeah, I mean, died earlier in the game, like, which is like kind of unnecessary, but still the fact that he actually succeeded getting on the bottom and make sure it boosts up the Kai'Sa lane is like, it was really, really important because the Kai'Sa Rakan is outscaling so hard against the Ezreal Rel. It's like way more useful. And I think I would like to just shout out to also Morgan. He's been not performing well these days, especially, but he plays so well. Even he died one time from the game, but the thing is like that didn't really matter because he was dominating in the lane. Like he didn't lose anything. It wasn't like he wasn't losing like turret goal, like nothing. He didn't even lose the minion. Like he could easily came back. He never lost the prio until Nexus exploded. Like Morgan actually just plays so well this game.
Yeah, Morgan was absolutely fantastic. We need to remind Harma Life Esports that you can flex Tristana into the bottom lane. It's a great matchup into the Kai'Sa. You should do that instead of picking a bad bottom lane. I think that's fine. We are going to have a look at our first highlight though. And this one is going to show you exactly how difficult Viper's life was.
So Viper decided to E forward. He decided to go in and be aggressive and then had to flash. It still died. So that was really rough. And then right after this, Zeka with no vision here decides to rocket jump forward and then is subsequently impaled to his death. And this was the first moment where Bro started to get a little bit more aggressive on the map, punished 2 overextensions, 2 aggressive mobilities used and then punished. And then they started getting a little bit more map control and dictating team fights.
Yeah, I mean, this is the 2 most important member in the HLE. And it's like they easily took down and then like the mistakes that what they made, it was like, it's so similar. Just like Tristana jump forward and Ezreal E forward and it's just get insta punished because it's just really, really easy mistake. And the consequences was way too big. It's just like after that, the gold swing and all the map controls back and just like, bro, okay, bro, just take all the skirmishes back like really confidently. Like it's just Baron play, it's just like perfect.
Yeah, over and over again. They were just great plays. And I think in the early game, like Zeka especially, a lot of those rocket jumps standing out when the Emperor's Divide was used, able to buffer that and get through it, was looking good. That one rocket jump that Wolf took us through comes out, and then after that, everything kind of fell apart. And let's have a look at our final replay here as Bro expertly navigate Barons. And like, closing out the game is not something this team's been good at.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like got engaged first, but it doesn't matter because like the TP was already instantly, and they were focusing hard on the scanner. And you also need to know Ezreal has no flash from the earlier mistake and eyes on Murder. Like just whatever he pressed the kill ability is everything is perfect, and it's like and make sure Azir can't escape, and they have to use a double flash to reach out to them.
It's so sick. I mean, he sets effort up for the double knockup too. He teleported first before Kingen could come over as well, so he had the lead on the teleport. And even though Kara's Emperor's Divide was pretty weak off his teleport, and as you mentioned, the initial setup on Umpty looked really good for Hanwha Life, Morgan just turned that fight completely by himself, did everything. Effort, fantastic game from him on the Rakan as well. Big return to form for him. But, I mean, Morgan helped set him up in so many of these fights.
I actually think it's like the 2-man duo, right? And Morgan has been a great Gragas in the past. Effort back in form on his pretty iconic Rakan from back in the day, but we've kind of forgotten, right? Because he's had a pretty missable performance of late. So really great to see such incredible play. Let's have a look at who picks up the POG. One of those two I think would be good, in my opinion, and it's going to be Morgan. There he is. The Lord taketh his POG when the Lord deserveth his POG.
We were really going back and forth between Morgan and Effort, but I think the last few team fights we had really pushed us over the edge, but this was such a critical moment for both of them. And we've seen a big bounce back here for Morgan. We've seen a bounce back for Effort in this series, and it's just really good to see that the Kingslayer mentality is still there for this team. They will punch up. They will be the underdogs to take these wins against top teams.
Yeah, I mean, like, perfect ultimate uses every single time. And like, as I said, even though he died one time in the lane, like first, like earlier on it completely doesn't matter because he was winning so hard. As I said, like as a result wise, it didn't even matter. It was like actually better for OK Brion.
The media vote we all predicted, we all knew was coming.
Media's brains exploded trying to vote for this one. It just
yeah,
work.
It's not even close. Like they actually get like none of it.
It's all the ones that you're not allowed to vote for. Jonah Strong with the absolutely based Effort vote there as well. Otherwise, everyone understanding that the Lord just, I'm sorry. It's the fact that they're all different. That's what really blows my mind. As we're going to check out Harma Life Esports, it's going to be a little bit of a rough coaching session here. You can see Mowgli not exactly talking too much right now, has been raising up Grizzly as best he can over the last few weeks.
Just a little bit more respectful play, to be honest. I think if they play more respectfully, that gank bottom side doesn't happen as easily. You don't have those 2 deaths in mid and top. Gotta just respect this team, bro. They are a strong team. They can't finish games oftentimes, but they'll play you closely if you don't show the respect.
Yeah, I mean, I really like they changed their play style, like which is like they're not hard focusing all the game. They're like more a little bit just taking deep breath in all the games, just taking their time and just focus on middle game, how they can actually play through the snowball, like those kind of things where actually matter.
Yep, I 100% agree. And for me, it's just, bro, the main team that they're facing off against every single time they take to the Rift is themselves. This time, they managed to win. We'll see what happens as we move to game number 2. Take it away, casters.
Thank you, Based Spacers, for that wonderful breakdown, as we do sometimes rob Morgan of his 11 out of 11. But it's okay. I mean, the team as a whole played very well. They made some great decisions as a team, and it's fine. It's fine. I'm going to say it's fine until my brain believes it.
I'm with the Jonah Strong vote. I think the effort vote is actually legit. The other votes, yeah, they actually went from like, they went downhill as you went further.
Yeah.
Because the Umti voting, you know, he had a couple of key catches. Kara's actually playing so much more proactive. And I'm really happy to see a player be like, I'm not playing aggressive enough. And then just shuffling in on every single opportunity. And, you know, I don't know, the Hannah vote, I got nothing. And I'm usually great at being like, no, but there isn't. No,
that third media vote, always a killer.
Always catch you. What you least expected, Valdez.
Always bringing in the hot takes. Half-Life are on the blue side once again, as was expected. And they're going to ban away the Tristana. So they say, no, Atlas, we will not flex our Tristana. That's not what we do.
We're not about that.
And that will be the one big change up here. With Vi now available, kind of weakens the Sejuani first pick, so they take Kai'Sa instead.
Good call. One day we'll remember that Kai'Sa is a champion that, you know, we can outrange her and really bully her in lane. But we also didn't remember that with Aphelios, so I'm not getting my hopes up. As Karis had a great game on the Azir. Wasn't really about him, but seeing him be a lot more willing to go in for aggressive plays ended up working out great. As Hannah picks up the Aphelios, still a top-tier pick. Aphelios Milio definitely can create a lot of issues for a lot of the Kai'Sa lanes. Does mean that they're a little bit limited in what they can pick up here on R3. Because if you don't pick up Milio, it's 100% getting banned. As Honma Life takes away the lesson that we made a terrible mistake. Because what
Sejuani is open.
Yeah. What we did was we did, in fact, not give Zeka a melee champion. And that was bad, and we feel bad about it, and we're just going to slam Akali again. Yeah, I don't know.
Wait, but they're just slamming it without Sejuani, which is where it gets a lot of its power.
Yeah, and they picked up Renekton as well. I know, I'm aware. So...
Okay, yeah, sure.
Okay, so now, if Honma Life... If Brion don't ban Sejuani, which I don't know if they will, then I'm expecting Honma Life to ban away Skarner and then try to get the Sejuani for themselves. But the problem is that Brion can pick it up, although they don't have a great Sejuani setup right now. There is the Skarner, so they're definitely looking for it. It's just going to be like Rakan and Nautilus banned, and then they are for Milio. Will make a lot of sense. Give Umti the counter pick.
And then Life just plays Blitzcrank, though.
Yeah. Well,
Life is he's a wacky support player.
I don't know why I'm talking. They locked in Alistair, so I'm just no. That's on me. I'm sorry.
Oh,
I just
we're
feel
all
bad.
a little loopy here. Yeah,
that you get roped into it as well. So they're expecting the Rel to come out, which does actually lose a lot of its power with Alistair already being locked in. It took you to talk about Blitzcrank for me to go like, hold up, wait a minute. Sejuani does actually get taken away here, which signifies that Honma Life are more worried about Brion still picking it up here, even though I don't think the setup is amazing. And I can't believe Vi made it this far through.
Yeah, this is not 13-13
No.
where she had some significant nerfs. This is actually just really powerful Vi. And it's really good into Sejuani, but it's still good even if it's not the Vi Sejuani matchup. Doesn't have to be Sejuani on the other side to pick it. At this point, I have no idea.
Oh, Grizzly Lee. I love that. That's seeing that you got beaten in some skirmishes, in some early fights, and saying, we're throwing down. Grizzly, Viego and Lee, kind of his trademarks. This is a composition that Honma really needs to go in very, very hard in the early game. Now, Life, is it just going to be like set?
At this point,
like Leona
probably
would be the other one. Rel obviously is available, playing Rel, so Alistair doesn't feel as good. Life still opting for that one nonetheless.
Now you just kind of want to put up the door, I think. There is so little range, and it's a bunch of melee characters that love to go in and engage, and if you can deny that as much as possible, on the side of Bro, you're going to feel pretty good.
I would have loved Gragas just again. Like, obviously it's not as strong as it was, but I feel like the tank Gragas into Renekton has always been such a good matchup for the pick, and would also provide you with a way to get the disengage that I do think you really need. And Brion's comp to me feels a little bit worse because it is a little disjointed, right? You have Vi who really wants to dive, and you can go for some aggressive plays with the Azir, but Azir Vi is not necessarily 2v2 I'm like super excited about because your potential ability to take on a single target is not necessarily as good. The Honma comp though, we're going full solo queue. Like, you win the top side 2v2s and 3v3s, or you lose the game. Like, there's no...
Yeah, pretty much.
There's no backup. There's no, oh, maybe Viper can like late game, like he's on Kai'Sa, but this is not the type of comp that allows you to late game 1v9. Kingen has so many great angles. I don't think this is one.
It's not the most flattering photo I've ever seen. But still, it's still great because it's Kingen.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they really just threw the gauntlet here and they said, yeah, we're just going to beat you now.
It didn't work in game one, though.
Yeah. Well, they really didn't like the Sejuani. They want to enable... I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. Akali's not a very gankable lane. Anyway, let's jump onto the Rift for game number 2 here as OK Savings Bank Brion goes head-to-head with Hanwha Life Esports once again. Off we go. Onto the Rift for game number 2. Is this how Hanwha Life Esports win?
Or is it how to get 2-0'd by Bro? I don't know. Frankly, I have no idea. But I do know that we're going to know fairly quickly because the Hanwha Life comp is either really, really good because you will have an insane amount of backline access. You can take down effectively everyone on Brion. If you get Zeka ahead, if you get Grizzly ahead, if you get Kingen ahead, because you can just continuously skirmish. Is that going to happen here? I don't know. Like, the 2v2 Akali lead, there's a lot of mobility, and post-ticks it's really strong, but it is so execution-based. It's so easy to mess up. Because you don't have CC, right? You don't, like, really have great, easy setup. A lot of the lanes... that we've seen in 2v2s be like game-breakingly strong, like Vi and Ahri are a great example, right? But Lee Ahri comes to mind as well. Lee LeBlanc is another, because the moment that you have a way to actually lock down your opponent, you guarantee all the follow-up, you guarantee the 100-0. But that's not really the case here. Now Zeka obviously is probably the best Akali that we have in the LCK. Does have a world skin on the champion, which helps a lot with making the argument. And also Viper has a much stronger AD carry than last time around, but after game number 1, if I was a Hanwha Life fan, I'd be a little worried. Not a lot, just a little bit,
yeah.
And hey, this one loss is against KT, so that... Oh!
Flash on in, making a play onto Henna. And trading flashes with the Aphelios always going to feel very good.
Oh, yeah.
As Henna's played 16 games of Aphelios so far. Kind of an insane number.
It's a lot of games. Now he doesn't have sums. Also went for lethal tempo, which we don't really see that often with Aphelios. Viper going for Halo Blades, so looking for a lot of laning aggression. And it does feel to me that Viper's like, okay, guys, I played Ezreal. I did not have enough agency. I want more. I want to be able to actually threaten an all-in to try and go for some aggressive plays. And Kai'Sa, particularly, Halo Blades, an early cheater that he's able to get in here, is going to be feeling a lot better for that. Wow, that's very, very early Kerchai shard. I know you...
Kerchais, right?
Yeah.
That's the official correct
Well, just Kerchai is fine as well. You don't have to actually pronounce the... You know, the sound. Because it's not pleasant if
But that's
you're
a
not.
sound that you make pretty often in Dutch, right?
Well, that's, yeah, because that's how Dutch works, but if
Oh.
you're not, then it doesn't sound great. Some might even argue that Dutch doesn't sound great, and those people would, you know, be mostly right.
Mostly?
Well, I think it has its moments, but I don't think it's a particularly pretty language. No.
Okay.
It's functional, though. It gets the job done.
It's the job done.
Yeah.
Well, as long as it's doing that, that's good. So Kerchizi very early on here for Viper, making sure he's getting as fast of a Shiv as possible. Would be curious if he does have Futures Market as well. Try to get that online and really have as much agency in the lane.
I saw he went, I'm 99% sure he went cookies and boots. I mean, the cookies is obvious because he, you know.
Or maybe he got some from Rel.
Just shared the cookies with him. That could be, yeah. That'd be cool. Imagine if you could just give your items to other people.
Yeah, you can in other MOBAs.
Man, that'd be great.
Yeah. Well,
I'm sure junglers and supports would love that. They would have a lot of fun in the game. They definitely wouldn't have just to give everything to the AD carry and mid. Right?
Yeah. Huh.
Right, Eldes?
No, give everything to the top laner, right?
Yeah,
the one who matters the most. As, yeah, it is Boots and Cookies. Wolf did confirm for us.
Thank you, Wolf.
Makes sense.
Much appreciated.
That is the more common version. It does mean that you don't hit your spike as fast, but it does mean that you get the free boots and you have a safer laning phase. That's just the way it goes. Although you could argue that with that extra money, the earlier spike, you have a safer laning phase eventually, but, you know.
Get some bookies, you know, cookies and boots.
Yeah.
It's actually the Dutch, what I used to say when I would go to the library as a kid to get books, because book in Dutch is also boek. Book, yeah. And then you'd go to the library to get bookies.
Bookies?
Yeah.
That's kind of cute.
I know. I told you, it can have its moments. As long as you stay away from the harsher sounds.
Yeah.
Everything's fine. And right now, expect Humble Life to really apply a lot of pressure surrounding these early objectives. Early dragons, most notably, Herald as well, can't give those up. Can't just let Brion get to a point in the game where it's like, okay, we have pretty decent hard engage with Alistar and most notably Vi. We have a good peel for Henna, who has been playing very well. And Humble Life's ability to actually get into a backline is not great. Grizzly is very far ahead though, 12 CS up. Although he is in an item deficit and also sitting on a level advantage. He should be able to get a Drake here.
Yeah.
Theoretically.
You would imagine. There's a ward in this bush. Grizzly is not going to clear that out. There's 2 control wards on the bottom side of the map right now for Bro.
Ooh, Zeka is shivving as well.
Well, they're going to have a lot of lane pressure.
That they will. I've given it some more thought, and I don't like it as much as LeBlanc. I do think one of the cool things about Akali specifically is that she uses AD a little bit better than a lot of other AP champions, you know, that have been going for the Shiv build. So that's cool.
Went Katarina. When are we going to get the Katarina mid with Shiv?
That's not a champion in competitive League of Legends because she doesn't really do anything.
She does damage.
Yeah, when not CC'd, which in pro play will be never.
All the time.
Yeah, well, no.
CC'd all the time.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. We're saying the same thing.
Yeah.
Would not work one bit.
No,
You know, maybe it's an R5 when the opponent has a 0 CC comp. Kind of like Hanwha.
Yeah, you know.
To be fair, they have Rel.
Wait for the Rel
Rel's a
to
lot of
engage,
CC.
and then you get in.
Yes.
And you're totally fine.
Oh, King, and yeah, he wins that. There's only... Oh, they're lane swapping. I like this from Brion, actually.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be right on time for this as Kingen ran at the Vi and might be punished for it as he's pulled all the way over the wall by the...
He wins this.
Cassante. As the Dominus comes in, here comes Effort just flashing over this one. And will exert some pressure in there.
Okay.
Yeah, pretty interesting.
So, yeah, I don't know if isolating him from your Vi was really the call when you were fighting a 1v2, but doesn't matter. The lane swap is now spotted, and Morgan doesn't have TP, nor does Kingen, but Viper right now, as long as they can stall, they're winning the play. Because Viper is living his best life. He's up by himself, hitting a turret. And it looks like Umti not able to go, and this is...
Wait, so why did you lane swap then?
Well, yeah, kind of have to go all in, but this is the problem. So the lane swap works if you just go for the Herald immediately and you catch them off guard. Oh, I'm just so dead. Oh, no, he's fine. Never mind. I thought he was going to get hit by the Q and die.
He's actually, like, perfectly alive. He's totally fine.
Not even a little bit threatened.
Yeah.
He's still in a ward.
Didn't even get attacked by an enemy?
No.
Yeah. Well.
He's flourishing.
Flourishing, thriving. Yeah.
Yeah. Shiv at 9 minutes. That's not too bad.
Yeah. It's not quite the 7.5 minute that Closer had, but Closer also had 2 kills.
Yeah, those were graciously given to him, which I think was cool.
Was it?
Cool. for Sandbox fans, yeah.
Yeah, Bro are going to come down and get this Drake instead. And meanwhile, we do have this Rift Herald kind of started up here as the W does come through his life looking for the steal. Rel can be cheeky like that, but not going to happen.
I like it. Trying to get the E-steal, not going to be the case. Umti is ready. And the result of this this lane swap is that you trade 1-for-1 in objectives, which probably would have happened either way, but you give up a substantial amount of gold to the hardest carry on Hanwha. So I'm not calling worth, and that's free drop of the Herald as well. It is not the best trade deal of all time.
This did happen in Game 1.
Very true.
As well. So, you know, I think that this time it's going to be much better with Viper on the Kai'Sa. I think he could probably single-handedly carry some teams, or some team fights rather, and some teams.
I would, yeah.
He could probably carry a lot of teams in the LCK. And he's going to be given an opportunity to do just that.
You say that, but that was that 2020.
Yeah, most teams.
What was the? I remember
Not that one.
Viper and Lahans, but I don't remember the rest of that roster.
Maybe we should leave it that way.
Let it be forgotten.
Yeah.
Sink into the depths of history.
It's there on the internet if you really want to know.
No, I think I prefer not knowing. I like...
No, we're not going to look it up, but if somebody wants to... Yeah.
I like the mystery.
Viper Lahens and the rest story.
3 other dudes that were there as well. 10th place in the LCK. Unbelievable.
Well, there's not a lot of action in this game. I think that Home Life Esports are pretty fine with that. You know, their Kai'Sa's ahead. They got a lot of these objectives. The lane swap didn't really work for Bro. They're going to get even farther ahead. Umti hasn't had a big gank yet with nobody going down. As, okay, Rift Herald.
It's not feeling it.
You go when you're ready.
Round 2. Kingen against 2.
Q3 misses.
Yeah. This is still Renekton. Come on, Brion. There we go.
All right, this time he gets stunned and doesn't all out.
Only took 1 game, but this is looking a lot more. Oh.
They had a great time in Game 1.
Yeah, that was fun. There's still time, because I do want to say, like, we're meeting around a lot, and Brion aren't really online yet. But I do want to highlight that the lead that Hanwha have right now is not enough. I think. Because I think individually, a lot of the champions skill really well, but you're so reliant on catching Brion off guard in the late game to win a fight. Like, you can. I think this is the type of composition where you can be like in like a 45-minute game as a Grizzly.
It's going to get ulted here. Even Karis is going to get into the play as Grizzly is going to flash kick, or kick flash, but it doesn't matter because there's 4 members of Brion there. And that lead that you had, now it's going into a Luden's Azir as Karis is going to pick up first blood.
I actually have no idea what happened there. Like, why was Grizzly under the impression that...
Just casually stealing the blue buff, you know?
Well, yeah, but... like... that.
It's a challenger's maneuver. You wouldn't get it.
No, but even in challengers, at least it feels like there'd be someone else to join the inevitable fight that would ensue.
Maybe like half the time, maybe.
Well, it depends on which challenger team you're looking at.
Uh-huh.
And no, it's just, yeah, it's not allowed at all. No idea why. Yeah, this, okay, no, you were right. I take it back. This is just straight up. That's challengers, maybe.
Yeah, you know, he hasn't had enough time to fully get the challengers out of his system. Yeah.
Yes.
Dad's like, I don't know what is happening. Like, can you explain this to me? He gives a little golf clap. It's so cute. As I assume his son is explaining
adorable.
that.
Hey, that means the gold stays relatively even. And yeah, as I was saying, I think that the Humble Life comp is the type of comp where you can win until any point in the game, but it just gets progressively harder and harder as you're playing into double front line. A ton of CC, right, between Cassante, the Azir ultimate, Vi as a champion, Alistar existing.
Yeah, you're playing
are a lot of tools.
Basically 5 melee champions into an Aphelios.
Also,
that
yes.
if you don't get on top of him, yeah, with Peel, he is going to have an easy time of not getting clobbered. And if he doesn't, and everybody's in melee range and he has red-white, you will disappear as long as he's a champion in the game. Now, he is 30 CS behind, but...
Imagine the bro leaf. If Brion go from being 2-8 at the start of this week to going and evening Kwangdong Freaks. Not in game score.
It's a big swap.
Not in game score, but in... At the very least, say that they win this series, right? Even if they don't 2-0. Still, in series score, they would actually match them.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be something?
That would be something, indeed.
So insightful.
Yeah. Definitely one of the things of all time. Yeah, I mean, it would be a huge change in the standings, right? I mean, Quantum Freak's a big fall from grace, and Bro coming up big.
We did cast that series. If you didn't watch it, don't watch it back. Just accept the sandbox win. It's better that way.
Here's Life, but here's Umpty as well. Bit of a 2v2 here, but Life is a support. And it's still very strong. So
it's also Thornmill Rush, which I've been pretty vocally not the biggest fan of. But when you're playing into Rel and Renekton, you're not dying in the 2v2. So it does that very well. And this is a very important objective for Humble Life. Want to keep accelerating the pace of this game. Want to get that mid lane turret. Oh, big cancel there.
Got him.
That's big though, because that means Morgan is going to spend another 8 seconds channeling his recall. And then might not be in time to TP onto this objective, and it looks like Brion gonna let it go.
Yeah. Sometimes Brion, you know, passively falling behind and not doing anything is a problem. I think in this case, it's fine. You know, it is the fact that they got that first blood on Karis is actually huge. If they hadn't gotten anything and they were losing map control and they lose a Rift Herald, that's just going to get them even farther behind, Bro in this case. Then I feel like it would be a bigger problem, but I think the call is decent here to just say, we're not ready.
I'm also, after the previous game, I'm like, this is not you anymore, Brion. I'm not falling for this. You know.
You've changed.
You've changed in a good way.
Chronicler left, came back. Brion's a totally different team.
I know.
What happened?
They just needed me to believe in them, you know, and it took me like 5 days, but here we are. No, they need to actually win the series. Then, maybe. And I do want to highlight Karis, though, again, the man went from what felt like just going Crown Azir every game and not doing anything. He's going he's going, we already talked about a little bit, like Luden's Nashers. This is the complete opposite of a trying not to lose the game type of build. He's like, no, I'm going in. I'm topping those DPS charts up until, you know, Henna gets online, in which case, good luck on that one, because that is a Phalios. Still.
Yeah, I mean, Bro are sitting back down 1,000 gold, but they have a Hextech Drake and they have a Azir Aphelios into basically 5 melee. So, you know, we'll have to wait and see the execution as always.
Yeah. If we see like one fight, then we kind of have an idea. Because either Brion will probably have a pretty good idea of how to deal with this. We'll peel, right, for Karis. We'll peel for Henna. Karis can even help peel for Henna with his ultimate, obviously.
Yeah.
They'll poke out Hanwha Life, and they'll make it work, keep their backline safe. Or they get dove on, and like Henna dies immediately, or Karis dies immediately, and like Zeka picks up a triple, and then the game's over. So there's two
Zeka
very clear outcomes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sure. Either of those. If it's Grizzly or King, and I'm like, we'll see.
Yeah.
If it's Zeka or Viper, I'm like, no, it's
It's Brover.
It's so Brover.
Yeah. But for now, just hanging around, 1-0, 18.5 minutes.
Vibing.
I'm glad you guys joined us for Bro and Brew episode 47.
Yeah, this is a more authentic Brion game. The previous one, if you're tuning in for your first Bro game, and that one you're like, oh wow, this is what people are a fan of this team.
Yeah.
Like, no, they're not.
They're the Giga Test because they engage and they get aggressive and they take fight. No, that's actually, yeah, no, that's not what they do. But
well,
they did
in that game they did.
They did it in that game. In this game, they don't have to. And it's actually the
eventually.
Well,
not yet.
Yeah. I mean, you should eventually play the game. That's part of the reason why we're here. Got him.
It's big. Means his timing on this back for the Dragon is considerably worse. Mid lane turret is going to fall here with Herald. Large gold influx for Hanwha. Oh, that's Drake. Okay, well.
Yeah, okay. Mountain Drake for free here to Hanwha Life Esports.
Let it go, Brion. It's not happening.
Hey, Henna, he's got red-white.
Sitting on almost 1,600 gold. Can't do it.
He would enjoy a Kraken Slayer. But,
no.
And, okay, this time is not going to hit. So
hey,
there you go.
Guess what? They can fight for Herald. So they will. They will fight for Herald. That's 2 turrets though.
Herald.
Now, wait, why did I think there was another Herald? I don't know.
It's been a slow game, you know. It's like, well, we haven't had enough action to already have Baron on the map.
Right.
That doesn't make sense, right? Right.
It's been so much. It's hard to keep track. You know when it's like an action movie and they're just throwing plot point and plot point. Well, it's not really plot because it's an action movie, but
yeah,
it's like they move to different cities and it's kind of unclear why. But you just keep like, oh, this looks pretty, and then they go to, you know, you go from desert city to jungle city to mountain city to normal city.
Normal city is always New York.
Yep. It's without exception.
Yeah.
Or maybe Paris though.
That's the other one, you know, if they're trying to be a little fancy.
London,
like, ooh.
But only if one of the people in your team has a British accent.
Yeah,
otherwise,
a very thick, obvious one.
Oh,
so that all of the American
yeah.
viewers can understand it. Very
very important.
Understand that he is very British.
Those are
is what I mean to say.
Only cities.
Yeah. No other cities exist.
No, Stockholm, not really. Budapest doesn't exist.
What's that? I've never heard of it.
Yeah, exactly.
Stockhelm? I don't know. I don't know. It's been a long game. I mean, it's 21 minutes, 1 kill. What can I say?
Completely unfamiliar. I'm glad we're back to normal. I was a little worried after game number 1 that we
the LCK hasn't changed much since since you left and came back for 3 days or something like that.
Yeah.
Well, Bro are like, oh, you're not doing Baron? Okay, never mind. We go back to farming.
2 item spikes now done across the board except for the junglers. And we're throwing waves at one another. We're playing a steady game of tennis.
Effort still doesn't have his first item.
No. It's been a decent amount of time, but it's not getting there just yet.
Can we get a control ward counter on our row support, please?
They haven't had any global gold. I think that's one of the big reasons as well. They haven't gotten any turrets yet.
I don't think there were any plates that went down in favor of Bro on the bottom side either.
Nope. So when do we get our fight? We did already have first blood, so fortunately we don't have to wonder about that. Which was
honestly, I don't know. I mean,
that's still, I
think the onus is still on Life Esports to make a proactive play, or at least try to get a setup on the Baron so that you kind of like pull Bro apart and then you get backline access, you enable Viper with the turn or something like that, but it's still kind of soon since the Baron has spawned, so maybe they don't want to take that chance just yet. But if you just sit around, I don't think that's going to help you too much either.
Thank you, Ludens, showing Zeka there. And Kariz with this build does a lot more, but
Umpty very angry.
That's my scuttle!
Did about negative damage to Grizzly, but he showed him who's boss. Very important.
As Hannah actually picked up a Hex Drinker here, and that makes sense. If Kingen or Grizzly are on top of you, you are in deep trouble.
This is the new tech, actually. Yeah. We're seeing this a lot. Like third item Maul.
We're playing into generally like double AP, right? With it being as good as it is, all Grizzly.
Very nice. Q gonna miss that time around as everybody on Bro is on the run. Umpty is going in as now they're trying to engage. And it works! A ton of damage. They take out Viper already. In the fight is now Kingen. Gonna try to flash on a Karis here, and there you go. They get the backline access. They take out Karis. They take down Effort, and it looks like Morgan might be soon to follow. He's pretty tanky, though. He's gonna pull over. Oh, man, he's gonna take him out, too. Morgan going 1v4 on top of the Baron. Not even going down yet. Avoids the Q. Everybody better be praising this Lord right now. What a guy!
The Lord comes through here as Hannah somehow was able to live through that. And there we see exactly two things. One, Breon not letting go, and secondly, Home Alive. If the fight gets messy, by all accounts, that should have been a win for them. That didn't end up being one, but so it starts off, a lot of damage going down on Effort. He doesn't want to use his ultimate, but then as a result, he already goes down very low right from the get-go. Then Umpty's call to go for the turn here is the least Breon thing I've ever seen, but I'm a big fan. The problem is, afterwards, this is the dream scenario for the Hanwha comp. You have Kingen coming in from a flank, you have Grizzly on another angle, and you can't front to back as Breon. But then they get Cassante as Morgan is able...
there's a Baron, okay.
It's gone. What?
All right, so we have no idea how that happened.
Dies.
We're going to have to take a look a little bit later. As, does he die? I mean...
He should.
Umpty has good chase, but he's down in ult now. Trading for the stopwatch. Is the rest of the team trying to stop Morgan from getting in there? That's not going to happen. He can't stop the Lord himself. But they do take out Zeka, and that's actually a shutdown, looks like.
Also, they probably get Dragon of this, although they do need to respect the shove that comes through here. And crucially, Hannah didn't go down in that fight. Still has his Maw of Mamortius now done. Cleanse available as well. And Home Alive without Zeka, they don't dare push into Breon. And if Breon can get through this Baron power play, I think they're gonna win.
Let's see exactly.
So it was just, good tempo call, because even though Morgan got the kills, they were very far behind, and their death timers were unfavorable. So good call from Humble Life, and Zeka does end up going down. Probably shouldn't have used his flash, because I do think that gives you a lot more backline access in an attempt to try and salvage, maybe try to buy time for the rest of his team to show up, but not going to be the case. Morgan plays bodyguard to ensure that the rest of Zeka's team can't help him. And that is now 2-2 in Dragons, and a negative Baron power player because of the bounty, or the shutdown rather, that came through.
I don't know how he had a shutdown. He didn't get any kill, and he had just died to Morgan.
Don't know.
I thought, like, I don't know, the words are in Korean, and I do recognize them, but maybe I was just wrong. Maybe it wasn't a shutdown.
Hey.
Either way.
I've been wrong plenty of times, even just today, Velda, so no one can hold that against you, except all the perfect people in chat.
Oh yeah, of course, yeah.
But that's just the internet for you.
I mean, yeah. Either way, it's a very valuable kill. Take a look at the items here of Karis. He's about to have the Shadow Flame as well. He is going to be chunking people so hard. Sork Pen boots, Luden's passive, Mythic passive, and that amount of pen across the board. It's going to be pretty good.
And Effort is actually going to be unkillable. He went Radiant Virtue on Ali. So also why it took so long for him to finish his item, because it's so much more expensive than even Shroud. While if it procs, like, you're actually unkillable, right? The extra health makes you a complete unit, and Alistair already hard to take down. We're going into the upcoming fights. Can Brion keep safe the backline? Because if they don't, like, both Karis and Hannah are, even with Maw, are going to get popped in an instant. Like, there is so much burst available here from Hanwha Life, and as soon as there is a Plasma stack and Zeka or Viper or Grizzly or Viper or Kingen or Viper get on top of anyone, they die immediately. But if not, like, the front to back, you're winning at this point. Like, I think Hanwha Life are looking at, like, the last 5 minutes that they really have as a window, and they're not sitting on Soul Point. The Baron didn't actually build a critical lead.
Did it do anything? Did they even take down a single turret?
I think it might have taken, like, a... They already got mid early on. They got bot lane early on as well. I don't think they did. No. And this is because how do you siege with this comp? Like, even with Baron, it's hard. And then as soon as Zeka died, they were unable to find an angle.
Yeah. So, Baron, negative Baron power play, basically. I mean, if anything, it's neutral, and that's
neutral is the best you can do.
Yeah. But so, now we return to lull state.
Yeah, we chill out, because it's so hard to call this as well, because I've seen so many D+Kia and Challenger games where it's a game like this, and then they just find the one pick. Like, they get Hannah, they get Karis, and they just win. They, like, immediately hard shove, they push, they win the game. But that timer should slowly start running out, right? Hannah is getting towards a 4th item.
Yeah.
Gonna get harder and harder to actually burst down. Eventually should be picking up a GA.
Yeah, I mean, Henna's going to be chunking people down so quickly. If there's any amount of CC, if they can fight front to back, I think Bro win almost 100% of the time. Like, again, if Viper gets access and he does some crazy stuff, then yes, maybe, but there's a lot of, I don't even know what you would call it, non-cleansable CC.
Yeah.
Right? Like the knock-up from the Alistair, you've got the Vi ultimate, you've got the knock-up from the Azir, even Cassante is going to be throwing you around, right? So, you know, Viper goes heal in this game, which makes sense, but it also means that there's a lot of different ways to heal, as we have been highlighting.
PT done.
PT. There you go.
Actually, the most Brion thing is to look like they're going to win this game, and then they don't, and then we go to game 3.
Yeah.
But today is a different look.
I remember just 2 days ago where that exact thing happened in game number 2.
But the Brion that played that series against Kwangdong, is that truly the Brion we see here today before us?
It's a different beast. They have evolved.
Is it perhaps a different vegetable? Is it
no?
Is it carrot? I really hope you guys get to see.
Could be. OK Man is he's pretty cool.
He's very cool.
All right, we got Sun turret.
Maybe it's just for, like, in Low Park. We don't actually get to. I'll be so sad.
So
as a double side lane.
Brion do need to pull the trigger on this Baron. Second it's spawn.
They will.
As already some poke coming in, and they are going to pull the trigger. Let's see how this one does go. The teleports are coming in. They're getting flanked as the back line. Henna in a lot of trouble, but he is going to flash away as Henna still alive in this one, and he gets flashed on by Zeka, and Kingen takes out Karis. Both of the carries on the side of Bro are just gone immediately as it's double kill now for Zeka, and all the damage is gone from Bro, and the wind immediately taken out of their sails as Hanwha Life Esports, a massive team fight that pushes them in the lead.
And when all is said and done, it's so obvious as well. We've been talking about this for 30 minutes, and then they don't have anyone to keep Henna safe. Zeka gets on top of him. Viper gets on top of him. He dies. It's game over.
Yep. So much for all that peel. I guess they just weren't able to utilize it. No wave here. I think they still have enough damage. Shouldn't matter. Here's effort. He's going to give it his all, but his all is not good enough, unfortunately. Down will go the Nexus, as How Life Esports going to take it. Not a lot of kills in this game, but they got the job done. And just waited for that one perfect team fight. If you can get that one engage that gets in the back line, isolates the two carries of Bro, then you should be able to take it down. So How Life Esports good on them to force a game number 3.
I need to vote for a POG here, which I guess Zeka, because he got the kill in the end. That's good. That's good enough for me. I'll go for it. It's fine.
Could have been Life.
Yeah, maybe.
No idea. I mean,
maybe it was King. I don't know.
There was like nothing happened, and then one team fight and the game ended. So, I mean, Viper was landing W's. Does that count?
Yeah, he did. He did do that. Some people might say a game of League of Legends was played, but I don't know if that's true.
Yeah, I don't think that's true.
It's team fight simulator, and then Brion made the one mistake.
It's like Scrim Simulator. It's like, let's run that team fight back.
Yeah.
Okay, we played it out. We lost. Okay, go again.
So we won't yet know if Brion are going to get to 4 series wins, or if Honma going to further solidify and start challenging T1 and D+ after this one.
Yeah, I mean, after that game number 2, I have no idea. We'll just have to wait and see. And I'm very curious what the guys on the space have to say about that one, as we'll go to a quick break.
봐도 돼. 이거 맞아. 앞에 물었고. 나 올렸다. 괜찮아. 괜찮아. 앞에 봐봐. 앞에 높을. 나 앞에 높이야. 가려. 앞에 잡았어. 아래 좋아. 나 초식이 있다 아직. 나 더블 3초씩. 딴데 몇 칸한테 맞아. 탑텔 잡아, 탑텔. 탑텔 잡을게. 딴데 맞아. 야, 학텔 여기 됐어. 나 빠진다. 가자. 나이스. 이거 바이 노공이야. 건질 수 있냐? 끝내. 노공이야, 노공. 바이 노공이래? 저거 그냥 그 라인 살리면 돼. 뒤로 빼는 거 잡아줄 테니까 그냥 그거 지켜. 그 라인 쓰면 돼. 이 라인 쓰자. 넘어가자, 우리. 세트가 아칼리는 내가 더블 쓸게. 동원아. 방어 사줄게. 미는 거 겁나 빨라.
Sure, it was heroic sacrificing myself for the team like that. But does that make me a hero? Maybe. Who can really say?
Yeah, for sure, man. So where is this legendary Max bot?
What's left of him is right over there. Nice catch, mate. He's a good little min-bot now. Do you like that?
Yeah, I get it.
Oh, come on, Gecko.
Hilarious.
Let the games begin.
filthy in it. KJ, Raze, what happened to your robo cleaner?
What? That's not important. Get to the bottle room. Now.
Yeah, I'm on my way. Damn, you couldn't even wait for me.
This should be fun. Greetings, agents. I am MaxBot, your host. Welcome to the Danger Dome. Choose your weapons and set your sights, agents.
I hit the ground running. Now look what I am becoming. I do not wait for the summons. Just happens all of a sudden. I got the eyes of a lion. I got the heart of a tiger. Standing the height of a giant.
This is gonna hurt, agents, but remember, I am the effect, not a cause.
I hit the scene like a meteorite.
Yeah.
Pass me the torch and I'm here to ignite. Believe in myself, I ain't leaving this fight.
Sorry, bro.
Ooh. I hit the ground running.
Embarrassing.
You had your fun, now it's my turn. I'm gonna watch you fight. I'm gonna watch you die.
You can't take what I got, and I ain't gonna stop.
Shall we go again? Walk through the fire. Walk through the fire. Into the night.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to The Space, where we celebrate a calm, cool, and collected style of League of Legends, one that we enjoy immensely. It was absolutely the epitome of that demonstrated on the Rift in our previous match. Gentlemen, I thankfully have Wolf and Huni here with me to take us through what was not a lot of action. It started with a draft, though. Wolf, do you want to start us off here?
Well, we could talk about the draft a little bit, sure. Where, once again, Akali was chosen, this time early in the draft, into the Azir. Again, relatively low impact. You know, did a lot of damage in some of those later team fights when we did actually have fights, because for most of the game, we were just not going to do that. As the Lee Sin pick here also just really pushed this draft into an all-in single-target blow-up composition. And they often funneled into choke points against Azir, and some Cassante knockups were to be had, but ultimately, Bro kind of dropped the ball in some of those later fights, and this composition that they put together was pretty risky.
Yeah, I mean, I think the HLE, basically the composition around the build, it's just first pick by just Kai'Sa, just they probably much higher than the first game, which is like, it's alright. That's the answer, and it's like they also took a Renekton, which is like you can always pair with the Kai'Sa anytime really well, and then it's like always win lane phase on top. You can always make a proactive play around the top side first, and those kind of things is like it makes the HLE just not doing anything, don't have to do anything, just wait for one skirmishes and just win the game. That's what HLE is just like best at it. I mean, it's kind of boring, I do agree, but it's like, it's their strength. That's how they approach the game, you know?
Yeah, wait until Viper can hard carry. And that is 100% what they did. We're going to go into our first highlight here. It was about 20 minutes into the game. We're going to ignore the shenanigans that happened early on. Grizzly had a little bit of a whoopsie in the jungle. I'm just going to glide right past it. 21 minutes is about where we're going to start. And here it is. Bit of a fight around this Herald, and it was actually kind of beautifully orchestrated here by Humble Life Esports.
Yeah, I mean,
by Bro.
Yeah, I mean, it started pretty good for HLE, as you see, and it's just like the choke as soon as they enter to it. It's like they're getting free damage. Like that Kai's got popped because they actually overextended, but it's not done yet because Renekton actually playing really, really well, and in the eyes on Akali, it's just like this is what always one Akali want to do. Like you're not the one started the fight. Someone actually threw the body for you, and then you actually have a second ulti with Renekton. Like, I mean, there's no Kai'Sa yet, but Morgan is saved the game.
I think for me, like, this fight was really about the fact that Bro were so ready for Hanwha to funnel into that choke point, and the fight got split up. But then Bro was also split up on their follow-up. They had really nice engage there, but they didn't kill anybody. And then as Hanwha Life split into like 5 different directions, Bro couldn't figure out who they wanted to kill. They used all their tools, and then the Akali just zips through the team fight because that's exactly what she wants to do. Is when the fights go longer and everything gets broken up, she's going to be able to just slice through and be. They're just unable to lock her down.
Yeah, thriving in the chaos is kind of what it seemed like Zeka was able to do there. He has done this so many times in the past as well. There's a reason why he has a World Championship skin that he refuses to use for this particular champion. Expertly played towards the end there, but Morgan needs all of our respect, being able to snatch Zeka out there and then go all out. And then from that point on, nothing happened at all. The game was extraordinarily even. It was just both teams trading objectives, things like that. We thought we were going to get to 7 Drakes of the elemental variety. It didn't happen. Let's have a look at our final team fight here, where Humble Life Esports just won the game.
Yeah, I mean, basically, Brian was like actually forced to hit it because they forfeit the side lane, but Life actually found a really good angle that is from over the wall, just like just by pressing WR. It's just like, it was really, really free, and it's like, no, again, like Zeka's like actually just, they can't even touch anything, and it's just like same thing. Brion's just stuck in the pit, stuck in the river, but HLE just they're coming multiple angles, different way. Kai'Sa flies in at the same time. The skirmish is that easy from the draft.
Viper, he assassinates Henna, and Morgan, you know, is locked up there in Kingen on the Renekton. He actually has so much survivability at this point because he has the GA, he's Renekton, he has ult, he's just ripping through everybody, and he could basically 1v3 on the other side of the fight. So better target selection for Hanwha Life Esports, better decisiveness, and as the caster said many times, this felt like a more traditional Bro game here for the wrong reasons, unfortunately, but at the end of the day, maybe some more proactivity in the draft in Game 3 could help them take this series.
Yeah, we'll see what can actually happen. Let's see who picks up player of the game for this one. We were a little bit split ourselves. Very interested to see who it's going to be. It's going to be Zeka, 700 points now for the man in the mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, as I said it, I think he was like really patient, that like just not using ability that fast, and also just like a lot of time that he's positioning is like really well. Like even this fight, he was like waiting his shroud in like 2 seconds until Renekton actually be in the fight, and it's like wait for Renekton the ability uses. And even this fight, he came through like behind on the triangle bushes. Like this is what Zeka actually good at, melee champion, because he always find the angle that either flank, open the fight, make a great team fight for him, just not wasting his time. Like this is the why Zeka is really good at melee.
Yeah, his shroud usage was fantastic. I think that's for me the big standout. He will move up to 700 tied with Pays. Zeka at the beginning of the season, we were a little bit worried about the meta. Is it actually going to suit him? Is he actually going to be able to be the dominant force he was in Worlds? And eventually, we're kind of getting there. You know, he's moved up quite quickly here, as Hanwha Life have also moved up in the standings.
Yeah, it feels like all roads lead back to Akali and Yone and Silas and stuff. As we do have a few votes going over to Life here as well. Some Zeka votes there, and Viper getting a little bit of a shout out, stuff like that. It was a difficult game to vote in because not a whole like
nothing happened. Yeah. There was not a lot of fights.
A whole lot of action is what I was trying to say here. as we're going to go back to the Korean desk just to let you guys know that they exist. They are over there doing it as well. Don't know why my brain decided to explode. Gentlemen, do you think it's okay if we just go back to the casters and get into game 3?
Yeah, I think I'm ready for that. I'm down for that.
I'm ready.
Right.
Let's dip into it.
I reckon that's the way to go. Valdez, Chronicler, if you could take it away, that'd be great.
Thank you, Spacers, for that wonderful breakdown. As I'm going to send it right back to you guys. Take it away. No, just kidding. We have to cast game number 3. Hopefully this time, a little bit more action in the game.
No, Valdez. I've realized that we, in fact, I've been enlightened by Brion that violence is not the way to go. There's only one correct way to win. And we saw that Brion is able to win in another way where they play proactively and do stuff and then win the game in 30 minutes. But that's not their way.
That's gone now.
That's not.
They forgot about that one.
That's not what they want.
Yeah.
I just want to see them do that consistently.
No.
Like they looked so good. They looked like the team we know they can be. And then in game 2 they went back to the team that they are. And I'm not about that. I want to see the team that they could be. We didn't see it in game number 2, and hopefully Edgar has pulled the gang together. And we're going to see it here in game number 3.
Perhaps. Let's see what we get. I'm gonna wait and see. I want to look at these drafts first, as Nico and LeBlanc hanging in the balance. LeBlanc banned, threatening that Nico first pick if HLE do let it go. Could let it go if you feel very comfortable in countering it somehow in the mid lane, but then it can be flexed. So generally you don't want to let the Nico go through. As Tristana available. Are we playing it?
Sejuani, another option. Azir in this series, even a B1 contention. But no, like in the previous one, it's going to be just Kai'Sa. And now, if HLE follow the script, they're going to look Azir and Aphelios. Well,
Tristana was banned in the last one, so was, Yone, but he's banned this time again, of course. So, will they consider the Tristana? Or will they just take the Azir? Azir's fine. I think, denying Karus, something he's looked pretty good on, is a decent idea. But it does mean that Zeka isn't playing a melee champ.
Now Karus is going to play a because he loves the champion as well.
The Renekton?
The Azir. Yeah, it's happening.
And then what?
The random choices, the flips for objective, and then I don't know. I don't know, man. That was a frustrating team. They kept winning, and people kept letting them win. And then they made me believe, because they almost made Worlds Finals, and then they didn't get there, and it was a tragedy, and it was very sad.
Well, at least the team that beat them won the World Final.
Very true, yeah. And, EDG winning Worlds was really cool, and Viper got his win, and Mako after all. It's fine. It was a great experience. But still broke my heart, although that was more con-related, as Jax and Sejuani are going to get locked in here. Brion composition looking wonderful. Viper going to give himself an extra amount of safety. And we are looking to, maybe ban away Alistar here. If you're on HLE side, R4 some Rel. Can, of course, also go for the Rakan, but I do expect that will be banned away. I don't think Brion is going to let you have Xayah Rakan, because why would they do that? Because it's really good.
Hey! Akali banned away, and Karus left dumbfounded.
Oh, it's going to be Veigar, isn't it?
Yeah, there is only one other option amongst the 158 champions that are in the game.
I know Karus. Those are the only options. Maybe he comes out with like a Syndra or something.
What if they ban Veigar?
I actually like Syndra. Not specifically into Azir. I think that matchup's pretty rough for obvious reasons. Okay, well, I guess it's Veigar because Tristana's getting banned, but it can be good into Xayah specifically. It makes it really hard for her to walk up. Good into Renekton, obviously. has the ability to enable Kai'Sa.
Why would they give them Zyra Khan?
I don't know. Because they're
you were asking before.
Yeah, well, I don't have all the answers.
Why would they do that?
I don't know. I don't know.
Seems like they really want to take as much away from Grizzly as possible, but you are, in a sense, giving over a really strong duo. You're giving more potential carry to Life and Viper, which is where a lot of this comes through, as it is Veigar.
Yeah, Veigar will.
As we mentioned, it's the one champ available of the 158 that you can actually pick.
But it's actually really good, though. I actually think the Veigar angle here is amazing, because whatever Grizzly is going to end up picking is not going to have the best of time in the Veigar unless he gets something really off the wall. But Maokai is like the only top tier jungler still available. Not a great look for Grizzly, who's looked a lot better on more carry-oriented picks, because obviously his invade was pretty boneheaded move. But outside of that, his lead was fine, was able to make it work in the fights. And instead now we'll be back on the Maokai, which he has not looked amazing on. But Brion have a composition that's really, I think, really strong in what Humble Life have. You have a lot of engage power, right? You can set up fights in your favor, and you can kite back very nicely with the Veigar and trying to kind of maybe absorb Humble Life's comp, though, when you look at what they're able to do in the later stages of the fights between the Maokai and the Rakan, is both play very well offensively and defensively. So it's a whole lot of words to say. I don't know. If Brion play like in game number 1 and they actually make decisive moves, I think the composition can really work. But if it's a repeat of game number 2, then Humble Life are going to win in the exact same way. Nothing's going to happen, and then they win one team fight. That is a great drawing. Love
Zir
that.
With a bat.
Thank you. That's a threatening pigeon, I'll tell you that.
What did they mean by this?
I don't know, Veldes. I don't know. I'm unaware.
Veigar returns to the Rift. Karis, a former understudy to BDD. Another guy who played a lot of Veigar in his time, and we have seen it from time to time. We'll have to see if it works again here today as we're ready to hop onto the Rift for game number 3. Here we go. Game 3. Game 1 and Game 2. If you took off the nameplates, you couldn't convince me they were from the same series.
No.
But the fun part is that now we get a Game 3, and who knows what lies in store in this one. It is a Game 3 filled with wonder and mystery.
It's the chances, the possibilities, truly, that make this one so exciting. We don't know what's going to happen yet. Because after it's already happened, there is only the reflection and reminiscing on the experience that we collectively went through. But right now, anything can happen. Anything is possible.
You're sometimes a jungle player, right?
Yeah.
You ever look at your reflection in the river and think, what am I doing?
Only when I play the Disney song Reflections. Otherwise, no. Otherwise, what's the point? You know?
What is that song?
If I remember correctly, it's Mulan?
Sounds right.
Feels like that's right, but yeah, it's a great song. It's about, you know, looking at your reflection. Can you still recognize yourself? And as a jungler, often you can't, because
if you get pinged enough times, you can't really see your reflection.
No.
So
no, it's a special rule. I gotta say though, just muting everyone has helped a lot with the enjoyment. But you know, you're a jungler every now and then. You've partaken in some jungle games.
Sometimes, yeah.
Sometimes. Have been known.
King is 6-0 on Renekton. It is a very just great scoreline, obviously, but
yeah.
When I think about Renekton players, the one that pops into my mind isn't necessarily Kingen.
No, I also think that the Renekton throne was very much held by specifically Kana, and I don't think he holds it anymore as...
Well, he's in the cage. He's going to be knocked up by the Sejuani. The W is dodged, but he can't dodge the permafrost as one auto gets it done. And Karis is going to pick up first blood.
Violence in the early game. Bro Lavers out in full force. Oh, Morgan, why would you take... No, not the turret shot. You can't proxy the wave if you tank the turret shot.
There were 2 turret shots.
Oh, okay, it's fine. He's fine. He's okay. It's
Brover?
No, because he can't actually abandon the wave, so and there's no jungler, so you're okay. But that was a little bit more stressful than it needed to be. And Karis picking up another kill is actually huge. A lot of damage going down on effort here, but getting... Oh god. Yeah. So we see Hannah go for the same play that we saw Viper go for in the previous one. You get early control, and then you turn that into a early wave crash, and then you go back and you pick up an early Kirch Ice, and then make your way back towards the lane. But unfortunately, Effort was not really ready for the amount of violence that was thrown his way. He's a pacifist.
Yeah.
That's not what he's about.
You know, I asked Suni what they call the Kirchizi shard in Korean when they're on the cast.
Yeah.
They just say shard.
Oh, well, that's a great way to solve the whole issue.
Yeah, just avoid the name entirely and just call it the shard.
But it's such a cool anime reference, and I do really like anime references.
Do you even know what anime is from?
Yeah.
No, he doesn't. Okay, let's get this gank in the top side as Permafrost is down. Kingen takes a big chunk of damage, but he has to flash.
I actually think the anime is named after the character as well. But I might be. I haven't seen the anime. I just read.
Kirchizi's anime.
That's
that's the name.
Eventually, if you keep making joke, oftentimes, you know how like you can search in shop and it can show up something else?
Yeah.
Eventually, when you type in Kirchizis, it will actually find it. One day.
It should.
Why?
That's the name.
Why do you do that? Why today, Valdez?
Today's the best day.
No, it's not.
We have this extra time in the series. With Bro and Hamalife Esports butting heads once again.
Yeah.
No Alistair in this game, though. And we are getting in to take out the Control Ward, and that they do. Umpty's here once again, though.
I, for one, am a big fan of Umpty just going hams. Oh, here we go. And it's Cyrocon, so you're fine. I really got pranked with that one.
Will Effort pick up his 200th win in the LCK tonight? He gets it with a Game 3 victory.
I don't think we can possibly know at this point in the game. I don't think there's a way of being aware at this point in time.
Yeah,
what's your
pretty
take,
difficult,
right?
I think with a team like Bro that's wildly inconsistent, it is pretty difficult to see. I think Hamalife Esports have a little bit of that in themselves as well. So it really does feel kind of impossible, I guess.
Yeah, no, I don't. Because I think what's interesting to me about both of these two teams, obviously in varying, to a varying extent, right? But very often you can see, not right now, I think T1 right now is a bit of a wild card, but back in the day, if you have a T1 draft that works, you're like, they're going to win this game, 100%. D+ was another good example, where specific draft, right, centered around early game, centered around enabling Canyon, you can look at it and go, they're going to win this. Gen G right now, if you get like a good bot side matchup, if you get Vi and Ari for Chovy and Peanut, Doran right now is kind of on a tear as well, right? You can see it and you can be like, easy. But both these two teams have looked so different in like, not even on different days. Like you're saying, like within this series.
Yeah.
You just don't know. We couldn't, and that's the beauty, that's the mystery, and that's why you need to be a bro.
This is the wonder, yeah. You just don't think and put your points on the line. That's all you got to do.
Yeah. You gotta. Those channel points have only one purpose if you're a believer.
Yeah.
Yeah, sacrifice them to bro. One way or another.
All of them, yes.
All of them, always.
What is your bro and brew of choice?
Which brew?
Yeah.
Probably coffee. Or do you want like a specific type?
Sense.
Oh, Morgan!
Uh-oh. Morgan in a little bit of trouble here. He does have flash, but he is being stunned up and rooted up forever, it feels like, as now he will flash away after the Nature's Grasp. As Grizzly's going into the jungle, but there's Umpty there, so he has to flash away himself. And that was getting pretty spicy.
Ooh! Flash for flash trade. Does mean that Kingen should have a lot more threat in this lane as his flash is going to be up, so considerable window going to be available there where Renaxon, who already is a lot stronger at this point in time, and also Kingen has picked up a considerable amount of plate gold, so he's going to be very, very far ahead. He's going to be feeling good as... Ooh, Umpty doesn't hit the Q, and that should be the end of the play. Kingen going to be completely fine. So Rift Herald might get started up, but we'll see if Karis can actually join up with the rest of his team. And looks like Umpty also decides that it is a bit risky. Doesn't end up going for it. So Bro and Brew, do you want like the specific type of coffee, or...?
Yeah, you know, when you sit down, you're like, all right, I'm going to launch this Bro game. We got to get my Bro and Brew ready. What's the brew? Recently,
because I got an espresso machine recently, so I've been making espresso drinks. Those are fun. It's like either a shot of espresso or like a drink with milk. Nothing crazy.
Whoa.
It's espresso, and you heat up and foam up some milk, and then you drink it. It's very nice.
Sounds pretty good.
You've had it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you know.
It tastes pretty good. Can't agree.
What's yours?
Water? Maybe some coffee. I like coffee too.
What about tea?
Tea, nowadays there's this thing where you put a tea bag in a bottle of cold water.
I'm looking at it right now.
And it brews very slowly.
Yeah?
It's very good for Bro and Brew, because Bro and Brew...
It gives you the time?
Yeah, you have enough time for it to brew and to steep over a long period of time. You can leave it there for 20 minutes if you'd like. Nice. It is cold water after all. And then you have a nice, refreshing, cold tea beverage.
Well, if you leave it too long, the water eventually would get like room temperature-y, which would be unfortunate, right?
Yeah, it's not as good at that point, but it's still okay.
You can pour it
then
over.
It's like cold tea, right?
Yeah, you can pour it over ice. Yeah, okay, but you want either cold or hot. You don't really want in between.
Generally. All right, just going to flash away. The stun does come through as the charm is landing. There's Magnet Storm effort. Oftentimes finding himself alone against these two. That's like the third or fourth time in this game.
But he hasn't died yet, which is pretty important, because if Viper gets fed, my opinion on this game rapidly deteriorates for any Bro leavers, unfortunately. As is often the case, even Viper not getting fed, just not falling behind is often enough, as the early Drake is going to go to Humble Life here. Now, Brion already picked up the Herald, so they should be okay with this trade. We'll see if they can have something happen towards the top side, but it's a... Actually, Kingen's sitting on a lot of gold, but I don't think... Oh, they got the cancel. Zach has TP, though. I don't know if they actually want to dive, that this is risky, because Morgan hasn't backed either.
All right, well, they're going to try for it. Dominus already put through the stun and the Glacial Prison. Kingen already low, but he is renecting the stun to come through, and this time, no! It goes down onto Morgan. He's going to take another turret shot. The dive fails, and this time Kingen is the one with the last laugh.
And I think to actually get the damage, you need to double use the passive. You can't just throw out your ultimate. You have to actually get the permafrost stacks. And now the counterplay.
And here we go. TP even coming in here. Summer Life Esports index heavily into a bot dive. Zeka rather is getting on into this one. Grizzly this time around will tank it perfectly, as Zeka will collect a second kill for his team.
Not like this, bro. Not like this. And yeah, take another look at the dive here. As we see, by throwing out the ultimate, the amount of damage that you actually have available just isn't enough. Flash means that he stays alive. Yeah, that's Renaxon. You have the ability to get those 1v2 outplays, and then yeah, this is very free, right? You have the guaranteed knockup, and just to make sure that this all goes well, as Viper starts off tanking, then heads out, then Grizzly takes it, and completely fine. I have enough DPS with Zeka also making his way over. And obviously for Karis, not really the opportunity to follow. He is Veigar, so trying to get to those plays not going to be too much. Now, it's not a complete disaster for Brion when you look at the gold. They are still in an okay spot because Karis was actually able to get a decent amount of damage on. And also, I'm wondering, I think Grizzly put down Herald in mid.
Yeah.
We did, yeah, we saw the tail end of that.
Not Grizzly, Umpty.
Umpty, thank you, yeah.
Umpty put it down in mid, and
there you go.
I think that Karis got some of the plate gold as well. He is going for this this rod into Seraph's no ability haste build, which has been torn apart multiple times on Twitter.
Yeah, I'm not a fan either. And I also, particularly when you go Roa, Seraphs, and which looks like it's going to be Merc Treads as well, which Merc Treads is good into Hanwha, don't get me wrong, but you are not going to be relevant until you finish your Death Gap, which will be third. And like by that point, the game is going to be decided one way or another. It feels like with Hanwha Life trying to up the tempo here in a series appropriate way.
Yes. Only 2 kills per 7 minutes.
Oh, Grizzly.
So getting in there, getting very aggressive. Not going to get stunned up by that one as the burst damage comes in, and Grizzly, one flash ult will get it done. But Zeka also going to collect the enemy jungler. And so the mid laners just decide, okay, let's sacrifice our junglers. We each get a kill. How does that sound? And Kara says, well, that sounds good to me.
And looking at the trade, I'd say that it's probably Hanwha Life. I don't know. It's tough to really judge. Looking at the camp timers, it's probably slightly better for Umpty because all his camps are actually down. But when you're, splitting hairs like that,
yeah,
doesn't really matter because both Azir and Veigar are obviously going to be very happy with the amount of gold they get. And we'll see if Henna can stay alive.
Oh, they're diving this one. Double ult committed to, and Henna has to cleanse and flash already just to get away from that aggression. Definitely very annoying as Grizzly trying to take his own red buff here, and Umpty's just going to come in and steal it away.
Big. Nice win there for Umpty. Has been very aggressive, even with the topside dive not working out. Has been trying to continuously make plays around the map nonetheless. As we see Karis now, Merc Treads done, sitting on a stopwatch as well, as Anna is not having the best time against Viper here. And we'll be able to clear the wave thanks to the Shiv. And oh, if that W hits, might have actually had an angle there because Viper doesn't have his Feather Storm. He used it aggressively. Yeah. So he does need to really respect the power of the Void Seeker, but looks like that's not going to be the case. His effort says hello to Grizzly in life. Hello.
Spotted in the bush here. And they don't really have a bot side pressure point here for Bro, so they just have to give away this jungle as well. Viper going to pick up the first turret of the game. 15 minutes in, Umpty says, well, at least I'll take this Rift Herald down. Might be able to get the mid turret and trade for this, like in the grand scheme of things. And obviously, Viper being ahead by 20 CS or more is going to feel very good as Hanwha Life Esports, but you're also going to be missing your mid tier 1.
We will see if Brian can test based on their positioning right now. I'm saying no. They will not, and they'll give up the second Drake. And there are only good Drakes. Ocean obviously is like as bad as it gets, but everything else is going to feel amazing to pick up here. If you are...
It's going to be Ocean.
I mean, even that is not bad, right? The poke from Henna is still going to be annoying. I do think the Brian comp is mostly burst-oriented, so Mountain is probably the highest value you can get as you're trying to will it into existence.
It's Infernal, okay.
Look, we're fine.
We're fine.
That means we get fighting over them.
Surely we're going to, surely we're going to fight over these Drakes.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to that.
It's going to be fun. 4.5 minutes.
Yeah. If you guys have enough time, if you haven't got your Bro and Brew yet, you can go out and you probably got enough time, honestly, to go out to the store, maybe grab some gasoline, some fuel, right? Maybe you can pick up some snacks.
Gasoline.
Go visit your friend. Say hello, and then
you need gasoline.
Grab your Bro and Brew, and then you go home.
You cycle to the store.
No.
Yes, that's what
no,
you do.
Don't.
Yeah, you do. A cycle to the nearest supermarket or nearest store, and then you get your snack.
Depends on where you are.
Well, yeah, obviously, I'm saying this from a perspective of a normal, average Dutch person, which I assume is most people watching this. There's a lot of other countries that utilize bikes.
True.
In a very nice and and proactive way.
Environmentally friendly way.
As well, it's healthy.
Yeah.
Good for you, you know.
Exercise
cardio.
is great.
Yeah, as it turns out.
It's good for your physical health, obviously, for your mental health,
Don't
everything,
need to use fuel.
You get tilted after a league game, go out and have a little bike ride.
This is a cute little bike ride. It can be with someone else, can be by yourself.
Have your Buki, maybe?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Go to the local library.
Grab Buki, go down to the local park. How do you say that in Dutch?
It's just park.
Really?
Yeah.
So grab your Buki and go down to the park.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. That was a lot.
Everyone really is Dutch. Figured it out.
Yeah. There's a lot of overlap, as it turns out. Only 2 more minutes, by the way, until we get to a fight. So we still have some leeway.
I think it's 3. I mean,
let's say
I guess they're gonna fight over the
Yeah,
Rift
you gotta set up position,
Maybe.
right?
Generally, they do. Feels like teams fight over the second Rift Herald more than the first Rift
There is
Herald.
also another move that's a little scary. But what you can do as Brion is you can walk up to Hanwha, realize you don't have control of River, and then you back off and walk to Baron too slowly and you don't get item.
I think that's probably what's going to happen, actually.
That's a bit of a crazy, it's a bit of a crazy move.
I don't know. I think that's probably just what happens. Oh, they're engaging. Cage comes down. They want to enable this Rift Herald as... What am I even talking about? Fighting over the second Rift Herald. They already have the second Rift Herald. They drop it in mid, and they take down the first mid turret. As I'm feeling like Chronicler in game 1, you know. Thought there was another objective, but there just wasn't. And so they take down the mid tier 1. And...
Yeah, no,
back away.
Still in the same trajectory, don't you worry.
And then, okay, Seraph's is done.
Who can get to 2 item spikes in this upcoming fight? Morgan, probably not. I don't know. He's probably sitting like a decent amount. Karis already is there, yeah. I think Hannah should be able to because he's very close to Nashers. Effort, probably not. Viper, probably yes. Zeka, maybe is... Oh.
The timing.
Would be a good setup. Crocodile dive V2.
And Kingen has no idea, not even going to flash that one as the stun comes through. And there you go, the Killer Instinct this time is going to be enough as they have their help from the 80 carry. And that is enough to take down the Croc.
Oh, and this is a Freeman investment because Effort and Cars are still there and Morgan has TP. No opportunity for Humble Life to go for a Baron here. They are going to try and set up a little bit of a trap, but there's pretty good vision here for Brion, so it doesn't look like they're going to be falling for it just yet. We're seeing some question mark pings, and now with the ward, Effort will spot them. Now, this doesn't actually change the equation. Oh, they've started up now. They don't have a Scryer here.
Yeah, and they just threatened a turn already, but...
Morgan has TP.
The damage not quite there, so Bro are going to be able to get in here and try to at least force a 5v5, but Hamalife Esports might be able to take down this Baron as the engage comes in. In goes Zumpy, looking for the smite. It's a total flip. It goes to Grizzly as they take it down, but the fight right now is going the way of Bro as Zumpy gets over the wall. Grizzly not able to take him out, but Hamalife Esports, they take down the Baron and only lose 1 man for it.
Big win for Hanwha. Yes, Brion will able to pick up a Drake, but it's just a single Infernal. And by giving up your Crocodile, you get so much additional map pressure as it took a while, but this play actually ends up being a bust for Brion because they invest 3 people towards the bot side of the map. They are then unable to contest any vision, so that by the time the response comes through, Morgan still has to finish his back, not able to join. Effort hasn't actually been able to walk up at all because he'd have to face check. And then crucially, as you point out, it is just a straight up flip here. Although, got very close. But in the end, it's fine. Humble Life pick it up. Coordination is good enough, and now...
Yeah. That was dangerous, though, man. I mean, Kara says Unsealed Spellbook, like, you had potential if you didn't burst it down quite fast enough to go up against Double Smite. And, yeah, I mean, you can see if he switches to the Smite, maybe you can pull off or kind of evacuate, but they get through it. It's a very early Baron, and it was a flip, and it was scary, but it does work out.
And we did get our fight timer right. It was just on a different part of the map.
Yes.
But that happens.
That does happen sometimes.
And they will probably get... They should be able to get 2 turrets, but you are playing into Veigar and a Shiv Kai'Sa, so maybe no turret.
Maybe 0 instead.
Maybe no turret.
Yeah. How does 0 sound to you?
You can't have 2 Baron power. If KT like looks at a Baron angrily and they have like a 4,000 Baron power play.
Pretty much, yeah.
Like I've seen it happen 20 times this split. And now KT is obviously at the very least the top 2 team in the LCK, possibly the best. I know that, but still, you'd expect a team that is a shoe-in for playoffs and boasting 3 world champions to be able to get a little bit more out of your Baron. But no, that is not the game that we're looking at today. We are looking at a good old-fashioned bro and brew type of experience.
Good old-fashioned, like I said, you know, you have time, you hit up the gas station, maybe grab a snack, say hello to your friends, right? You're going to come back right in time for the action.
Why
not
are your
going to miss
friends
anything.
at the gas station?
No, I mean after you go to the gas station.
Oh, you can do like a quick drive-by?
Yeah.
Pick
well,
cookies?
maybe not a drive-by, but yeah, something like that.
Yeah, I feel like I'm... this is a cultural barrier that I'm not getting here.
Perhaps.
You know, you go to your friends and you have a cup of tea and you have some cookies.
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
Just so we're on the same page.
Or Taco Bell.
I have had Taco Bell, and I don't think I want to have Taco Bell again.
Well, in this case, it's the LCK. You grab some BBQ chicken and
that sounds good.
You munch
I
down
love that.
and you're feeling great about yourself.
Oh, Morgan is fine.
Life is still considering. No, he's not. Just kidding.
Set him up, lot of vision though. Setting up for the fight that's going to happen in a minute and a half. I am loving it.
So we just have Karis hitting his 3-item not spike of the Void Staff.
Oh yeah, that's... Yeah, I mean, it's a good item, but it's still not Rabadon's. So I don't know how much AP Karis is going to be sitting. They are... You know, there is an angle for Brian where if they just keep stacking Infernos and he gets his Rabadons, and eventually he can just 2-tap everyone.
Yeah, he'll have over 1,000 AP.
And it's so my main issue is specifically the Seraphs, because I don't think that you need the extra mana. And if you just go Rabadon's Void, which will be a little bit slower, obviously, because of how expensive Rabadon's is, but like you still would get it, and your free spike would be so much better.
Yeah. And obviously he doesn't go in for any ability haste because they never fight.
Yeah.
So you don't need to rotate your spells and like...
Because why would you?
Try to get your ult back up faster or anything like that. You don't need to stack your Q faster. Nothing like that. No, it's not important.
This is why you're a developed analyst. I didn't even consider that angle.
It's just the way, you know, Bro are playing around their play style. Karis specifically, he knows exactly how to build this Veigar for Bro. It's a weird war.
I just can't believe that after that game number 1, we go back to the old Bro. It makes it even more, because obviously if they lose against Halma, you know, that's fine. Halma is a great team. Yeah, there are inconsistencies, but the quality of the team kind of speaks for itself. But Brian, you can play like that.
Well, they were only able to play like that because they're like, oh, well, we're not expected to win this one, so let's just play freely, you know, but then they win game 1 and they're like, oh, crap.
Oh, no.
Now we're the favorites?
Now what?
Now we must become a literal turtle.
Oh, that's not a spike.
Do you think Bro's colors are green for just by coincidence? No.
It's all planned.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's all part of the branding.
So Brianna, yeah, okay. We're good. We just gotta let them have it. Oh, Baron isn't up for another 15 seconds.
But Chronicler, they got supreme vision advantage.
This is what I was talking about earlier.
Just in time.
Yeah, but they can just walk up.
All right, here we go. Teleport. They are committing to it heavily. Let's see if this works out for them. Effort way on the flank. I don't know if they have any idea about that, as there is a ward somewhere around there, but the cage is going to get onto Grizzly, and now Effort is in there. He doesn't go in, as he chooses not to, and now the front line here, Morgan goes down to his stopwatch as the engage here from Effort is good, but he is alone. There is 0 follow-up as Karis and Henna desperate. They were going to take out the Croc here, but that is about it, as Little bit of a leash situation. Homolife Esports, they take the Infernal, they take the Baron, and they're probably going to take the game from here.
Karis even had the smite! He was so ready for this!
It's just a classic Bro and Brew we have prepared for you guys here today.
He was so ready!
It's just a classic one. Now, sometimes you want to go for like the tropical blends. No, today is like that classic English breakfast, okay?
Oh, so many ifs, so many what ifs, but none of them are actually coming through. So a lot of damage goes down into Grizzly, who is the tank frontline, so he doesn't really care. Then Morgan goes in by himself, and Effort, by the time he actually goes in, Zaka's already peeled back. Kingen is single-handedly zoning the entire backline, so there's no damage.
Yeah.
And that's the end of the fight. Not actually an opportunity for Brion to utilize some of the power of this composition. And Hannah, again, just has to watch as the team gets taken down. Now, the one upside of this is that Homolife's Baron power plays haven't been very good, so maybe they get another try. But I think this one might be too much. You know, second Baron should be enough to actually break open the map.
You'd imagine so. And, you know, Homolife Esports, they got the Infernal Drake for free. Don't forget about that. So they get the Infernal Drake. It's a ton of stats on. By the way, the guy who built Rabadons was Zeka in this game, funnily enough. So he has a huge amount of
AP
scaling. Yeah, there you go.
Karis is going. He's just going Zonyas.
Yeah, no Rabadons needed.
Need Rabadons!
For the AP champ. No, this is fine. No, he needs to survive.
No, he doesn't. You put down Cage, you blow up someone relevant. That's all you need to do. You have a fat Kai'Sa.
Well, I don't think he used his R onto Grizzly in the last fight. They could have actually turned and just blown up the tree. I don't think they did.
So there is an upside to everything. And the upside to this one is that in a 30-minute game, a 4,000 gold lead doesn't mean that much. There's a downside, which is that Umpty is dead. Unless?
Maybe if we just keep saying unless, like, we can have more action.
Well, that's... That's fine. They don't have frontline, but you know, they have... Morgan pushing in a side lane.
Yeah. Oh, no, wait, no, he's not. Okay, never mind. He has to get back to stop the Baron push.
I'm so glad.
Unless? No, wait, he already backed.
I'm so glad I'm back at the LCK Veldas.
Yeah.
Here with you, watching a classic Brion versus Hanwha series.
So Morgan could have traded turrets and gotten an objective bounty. Instead, he went back and bought his Zonias.
You know, credit to Homolife, actually, for seeing that there might be an opportunity, because if, say, Umpty and Effort are waiting in that brush and you walk up trying to cross and get to the inner, and you get caught off guard and you get engaged on, with Kai'Sa in particular, there's room for shenanigans, so they just check it with a Scryer's Orb. Nicely done. And now Homolife is setting up, and all I want, don't flip, just don't flip. Okay, you're very far ahead. No, don't.
Unless.
No, unless, Valdez. No flip. Don't let Umpty near the pit. You have enough tools.
Look at Karis' item. Wait, it's because we said unless enough times. He bought the right item.
It worked!
It worked.
It won't have it. Oh.
Why did he?
I don't know.
Why did he buy the
No, but it's good.
then?
It's good. It's good.
We're turning. Unless, okay, they're going to get on top of King in here.
Yes,
but then Nature's Grasp is in position. But again, the cage, they're utilizing the cage.
Okay, they're getting full value. Kingen just sitting on a ward.
Yeah,
going to killer instincts.
But he's kind of in an awkward timing here. But bro,
Freehold's down for Hanwha though as well.
Yeah.
An opportunity perchance?
A opportunity here arises for bro. Okay, well.
Doesn't hit the Q. Umpty has flash.
The cage, it just keeps them in place for a little bit.
Poro in a dream.
All right, the smite, will it come down? No, it goes to Zaya, of all people. As Viper picks up the Infernal Soul for the team. Morgan goes in, so does Umpty, as immediately Henna gets flashed upon as Kingen wants to take out the carry, and that he will. Down goes the Kai'Sa, and down goes the Brion. as they're even going to stop the teleport coming out from Karis. He nearly got there, and not enough unlesses in the world can stop this HLE Esports victory at this point. 32 minutes and a half, and they ace OK Breon on the direct.
Oh, Karis finally gets an ult off, but it's on Kingen with a GA. It doesn't work. HLE Esports, they take the win in a roundabout fashion. But will be able to pick up a very important win here. It means that Breon isn't going to end up contesting Kwangnung just yet. Not going to go to 4 victories here.
Oh, poor effort. Gonna give it his best effort, but at the end of the day, that's it. HLE Esports going to take the 2-1 victory tonight. And it wasn't the cleanest victory. HLE Esports aren't going to jump up and down for joy, but a win is a win. They get the 2 wins, and you can see that. It seems like Grizzly is really having a rough day today. I feel bad for him, but it's okay. Still got the win. It's all good.
Hey,
getting some experience under your belt.
His Maokai game was perfectly fine. It wasn't a focal point. Didn't really need to be. As I need to vote for a POG, and I'm a little bit stumped.
I'd say Kingen.
Yeah, I mean, he did have the really good final fight.
Yeah, all of his Renektoning was pretty good.
Yeah, he had the topside play as well. That was cool. Yeah, you know what?
Don't have to, but
no, I
just
like it.
Just a simple suggestion from the play-by-play.
I like it, Valdez. I am on board as... Oh, now you know I made the right choice.
Oh! Renekton. That looks like some kind of martial arts move as well. Like some I don't know any of the names, but it looks cool.
Oh, not the
sad camera angle.
Oh, Grizzly. Oh, he's Showmaker. Look at him go.
Yeah. And maybe he wasn't sad. Maybe I was just misinterpreting. It could have just been that Kingdom was like, hey, we got to go shake their hands. Either way, I think he was fine. He didn't have the best day. And he's going to come back. He's got a lot of talent. Obviously, I think Grizzly,
also,
he'll get there.
To be fair, all Grizzly needs to do is be serviceable because he has he has the lineup around him that he does. And in this game, that's what he was. And again, we see, I think, Zeka showing again that Azir is one of the champions that he actually does know how to pilot, even though it's not melee. And Life looking good again. Life, I think, really has been one of the players that has leveled up the most compared to Spring. Spring Life was not doing too hot, but here in Summer is looking a lot better. Viper, you know, no notes, always great.
Yeah.
Perfect marks, you know, keep it going. We're very happy you're here. Please don't leave us again. We would much appreciate it if you just stay. Just stay with us.
Yes.
And it started off so well with a nice gank.
Look at this permafrost in mid-dash.
Yeah. It's really well done. And then that was it. As unfortunately, yeah, gonna take another look at this one. Just didn't have the damage.
The King and POG angle.
He did absorb a simply obscene amount of pressure in this one. And it does mean he stays undefeated as well.
A lot of his team fighting was just really good. Like, I think the angles he was taking and his, you know, it can get really crowded and crazy in team fights, especially in pro play. Like, he always had a clear goal of exactly who he was going for, what kind of angle of attack he was going to take. So I was pretty impressed by his Renekton, even in this fight as well.
Yeah, actually splitting up the fight here did a lot of work in ensuring that the engage from effort didn't actually go anywhere, right? Because 2 members on Breon had 2 Zhonya's because of the threat of the Crocodile.
Yeah.
And yeah, he ends up going down, but we don't care about KDA. That's not what matters. It's about the impact. And in this game, the first Baron didn't really lead to a whole lot, but the second Baron was enough. And for Breon, for both ends, you know, this doesn't matter because it's never about the result, but that
they gave us 3 games.
They did. Maximum entertainment.
Yeah.
The first game showed
so much value.
I actually think that it's cool of Breon to show us what they could do if they wanted to, but they don't.
They're just waiting for the right moment.
Exactly. As here again, Hannah doesn't really get to play the video game.
Yeah, I think the team fighting of HLE Esports is much better. Like,
so much better.
We memed throughout that game because basically nothing was happening, and I still think that Bro have an issue with like decision making and exactly what macro maneuvers to make. But HLE Esports, when it came down to it, just outplaying them in team fights.
Outside of game 1, which was very heavily snowballed through a couple of early game skirmishes, it really did feel like every single straight-up team fight, it didn't matter if it was front to back, it didn't matter if it was like a kind of messy, you know, backline access type of fight. Humble Life won in this series. And there weren't a lot of them, but they were what decided the game.
Very much so. So Humble Life Esports, they take the victory tonight, and good for them. I think it was their 7th win so far.
It is. So now they are 7-5, and they have the opportunity to even up with T+ and T1, who are currently 7-4. So they play one more series tomorrow.
Well, there you go. Humble Life Esports climbing the ranks. Yeah, that's going to be pretty fun. Let's go over to the space and see what fun they have prepared for us as they break down game number 3.
All of the fun in the universe, Valdez. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for a great cast on the day. Very poignant things said by Chronicler at the end there that really did stick with me, and that was Humble Life Esports won the series. And they absolutely did. We're going to dive into the draft here first. Wolf, Huni, you're here to take me through exactly what this one meant. I felt at the very beginning that we were in for the long haul.
Yeah, well, the Veigar pick that came through... I mean, you look at the comp and it wants to go in, right? You've got Sejuani Jax, you've got Kai'Sa, and you have Rel. And then you have this Veigar pick that can kind of lock people up and set them up. And looking at the draft, we were pretty okay with this. We're like, oh yeah, I mean, there's ways to actually then use the cage to set up the engages, but you're also playing into Xayah, Azir, Maokai. Does feel like could be some problems with the engage. And then the build from the Veigar, we weren't very happy about that either.
And also in second phase on the ban, it's like, I don't know why they just open Rakan kind of for free. Like, and also they get Maokai with just banning Viego and Lee Sin. Like, when you have Sejuani Jax, you're scared for 2v2? That can't be. No, you can't. Also, when you have a Sejuani, like, try to... I do agree with, like, Yone's ban, but I was like, picking Veigar with the Sejuani is like, it's completely desync into Azir as well. Like, it didn't really have any pressure. Like, even this game, like, it started with 1 kill and it's like, it looked this bad. Like, imagine if there was no 1 kill, like, imagine how worse it would be.
Yeah, I think the game plan was definitely to try to choke out Grizzly's jungle pool, but then they left open a pick that he's fine on, which also really suited the composition. So, like, ban the Maokai at least, like, if you're going to go down that route, but it didn't work out.
It certainly did not. And it was very slow. So, I mean... theoretically, something did work out, because otherwise Humble Life Esports would have just won, and they would have won fairly quickly. What happened in this game was not really that, although there were some blunders in the early stages. Let's jump into that here first, because this is exactly what Bro's game plan was, not working out.
So Kingen actually gets enough Fury here to get the big Q heal, and Umpty is tanking this turret up, and then Morgan gets stunned here. Kingen cannot actually die without Morgan committing to one more auto. He flashed at the exact right moment. Morgan still dies here because of the stun. He's left out to dry because of all those turret shots earlier. And so you failed your top dive, so your jungler isn't bottom side. And Grizzly, try to choke him out of the jungle pool. He will press R on Maokai, and they will kill you.
Yeah, I mean, just so easy. It's from the draft as well. They're just playing Xayah or Quantum. They can just always dive like so frequently with the, especially Maokai. Like, they can just threading dive like miles away, screens away. It's like, it's just so easy for them, just pressing buttons, just like few click. It's just like there's no like exactly you have to do like on like top side. Like top side, Jax, the order to dive the Renekton, you have to counter strike the Renekton W, but it was not even close. Like, it's just tough.
It's super tough, and it's also really difficult if you're a Bro fan as well, because you're seeing this team go very, very slowly throughout this game, and you're looking over the other side, and it's Viper. And Viper generally just gets better. He's like a fine wine. As soon as he enters the Rift, just gets better and better as the game goes on. And that is kind of how this game went, because we're going to jump into our second highlight here and really illustrate how the feathers fly.
Yeah, I mean, this is like really sad, like, cause like they're like really indecisive in this. Is as a team, like they're like, I still don't know like what's their team call. Like, they do have a double smite. They're not going for the Baron. Like, let's say if they want to go for Baron, like at least like throw the effort body, like, and they just get the Barons out or try to leave as much as they can. Like, they didn't do neither. So that's why they're not even going for the fight. They're not going for the Baron. So the fight gets so messy. Like, effort just went jump into it. Xayah, who has no threat into it, and there's no follow-up at all. Like, the fight is just not even close.
Yeah, generally speaking, teams that have the really nice setup for skirmishes, like they have the killer instinct on that, like Bro, because they are so good at those early skirmishes where they're actually getting kills, they're getting these early leads, not necessarily this series, but a lot of the series this season, are generally pretty good at being decisive on team fights as well, because the same rules do apply, especially when you have an engaged champion like Rel. But as you mentioned, they just kind of waited until they lost it, and I think there's just so much tension in this team, and there's so many nerves. Like, we could have won this, we could have done this, we should have done this, and then by the time they actually do the thing, it's too late. It happens all the time.
And there's a lot of teams that we look at and we're like, oh, I hope they do more thinking. I wish that they'd make better decisions. You know, teams that just run in headlong and just lose fights. Bro need to stop thinking. They need to think like 25% as much as they do now, because it feels like a lot of thinking and not a lot of pressing their buttons when their opponents are pressing their buttons. And that seems to be something that does work out. We're going to be waiting for the POG for a little while, so gentlemen, want to have a little bit of a discussion as to who we think deserves it. I think we were King voters over here, right?
Yeah, King voters.
Yeah, I mean, observing the pressure like on the top side, just Vipic just playing Renekton into Sejuani or Jax especially, that's not tough. I mean, that's not easy. Like, as what I said, like, he played as well as he can. He just absolutely just wonderfully just counter dive and just be able to just like put the more pressure on the bottom. He kind of deserves it.
Yeah. He's 7-0, I believe, now on the Renekton, and both games that he played Renekton, he gets his GA fairly early in the game, makes a huge impact, and basically allows Viper to make big plays on one side of the fight where he's actually blocking 2 or 3 people out on the other side. He's playing very well defensively, but also aggressively, and I think it's becoming a strong pick for him this season.
Well, let's see whether he's going to pick up the POG. Let's reveal it right now. It could be him and Viper in my mind that could be getting it, but it is going to be King, and there is justice for the Crocodile. 200 points now. It's actually very few for our World's MVP from last year, as this was his biggest moment.
Yeah, Umti's trying to tank up one more, and then the stun comes through, and Morgan, he knows once he's got that aggro, he just sits back and takes it. He's like, oh, it's just done. So,
I mean, his POG with a 3-3-3 KDA, like, that's kind of, you know, like, that's what, like, action was not there. And, like, I feel like HLE, like, obviously could have just played, like, a little better with the snowball. Like, they could have been, like, a little more play faster, but, you know, I think it's just, like, really... It's showing like how they are playing, like how solid they are.
I mean, look at him in these fights. Like, the two things Renekton does well is single target blow up, but also being in the thick of 4 people so you can maximize your heal. He did both things incredibly well in both of those major fights. Of course, we do have some media votes for Viper, but I think everyone else kind of came to the same conclusion as us, though, otherwise.
Media.
Yeah, I think me saying the media or Kingen situation has exposed me. I've been a media voter all along. I need to like pull off a hood or something like that. But I don't have it, and I don't have a vote, so don't worry. I'm not going to be taking
Well, I mean, confirmed the media hates a top laner, it seems like.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Did you get very many POGs?
No, I think when I was a player also, I was getting hated by media, so...
You heard it here first, that media hates top lane. See whether they continue to do so. I think that we are getting ready for our interview now as well. Kingen and Zeka, both of our former DRX solo laners from that World Championship squad. Hopefully you guys have watched the DRX Road to Worlds video and stuff like that Lolly Sports just brought out.
Yeah, they've really been starting to level up. I think the meta's moving more towards what their comfort is and what their strengths are, but also as a team, once we had Grizzly come in, I think it's been kind of an upgrade overall, and I think it's changing the way they play early games. And while he is a little bit timid at times, I feel like this team is definitely going places if they can continue to go up and up. Yeah, not the most one-sided series for them this time around, but improvements have been made.
Yeah, I mean, 100% agree. There is a mistake from like early on from the Grizzly, like random death, or just like not, like he doesn't know where it actually need to be. But I think it's like as long as like they make actually playoff, I think it's like he will be able to learn a lot more in the stage, especially at the timeline. Like we still have like almost like 1 month to go. Like I think it's to make the worst. I think there's no problem for him.
Life Esports have done it before. They trained up Willa for Worlds. It happened, and he was actually pretty good. They made it to quarterfinals through play-ins. Amazingly well done. And now it is time to head over to Dia and listen to the interview with the 2 solo lanes.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Dear for the POG interview translation. We are here joined by Zeka and Kingen on the side of Hanwha Life Esports. Congratulations. So Zeka, with today's POG, you have now a total of 700 POG points, tied with Pace for second place. How do you feel? I'm really proud of myself for getting a POG with Akali. I feel like we had a hard match today. Although we struggled a little bit, I'm really glad that we won. And Kingen, how about you? In our last match against KT, we lost, and we told ourselves that we cannot let ourselves get a consecutive loss. So after we lost the first game, we told ourselves we need to wake up and we have to win this one. And Zeka, before today, Akali was actually winless in patch 13.12. So what are your thoughts on Akali this meta? I feel like because there is a reason Akali has 0% win rate. It's because there are a lot of other better champions that are more efficient to use right now. And just like before, you went for a static Shiv. So is there a reason you prefer static Akali? I feel like the only downside of Akali is that it feels a little suffocating to wave clear with her. And I feel like right now static's so good that I just went for it, but I'm not sure about the next patch. Is there a reason you didn't use your own skin? To be honest, you know, you've heard of that term, skin buff. But since last year, I feel like there is a lucky skin that I had. I used this skin because it has been really... it has given me good luck since last season, so I want to keep using it. And Zeka, you didn't even take a break setting up right after the feedback after game 2. So I'm sure it would have been exhausting, but maybe you're in a great physical shape? I usually have to go to the bathroom, but I didn't have to go this time. But after the match, yeah, I do feel a little exhausted. Right now, I feel like I'm a little lightheaded. I'm about to lose my mind. And Kingen, you had the opponent showed their potential in game 2. So what kind of feedback was there after the win? I feel like the game went as we expected. It flowed in a way that we expected in game 2. The way we wanted for it to go. So I feel like we just really just pinpointed all the main game plans that we had. And Kingen, you had a fantastic performance with Renekton in game 2. And 3. So your Renekton is undefeated after 7 games. So are you a Renekton god? Were you aware of the stats? You know, I actually didn't know that. I'm very surprised to hear that. I think it's because Renekton is just really good as a champion. Way to stay humble, Kingen. But you must be pretty confident to pick Renekton from now on. I feel like I am always confident, actually. But now that I heard that I am undefeated with Renekton, I'm going to be even more confident from now on. And Zeka, after giving Azir up in the first 2 games, you blind picked R1 Azir in game 3. So was this because you wanted to take caution in Kyrus' Azir? Our opponent showed us that they know how to utilize Azir really well, so we wanted to take that away from them, and also it's because I was confident. And how did you manage to deal with Veigar in game 3? I died from making a mistake in the beginning, but I feel like Azir gets more value in the late game, so I think that's probably why it went well. And Kingen, as expected from a big game hunter, there's a moment you pulled off a super save in game 3. So let's take a look at the replay. You got dove top. So how did that make you feel? I actually knew that I was gonna get dove. But if I were to play perfectly, I feel like I was thinking that I was going to die, but it somehow went in my favor, so I'm really glad. I was able to survive with Doran's shield, and also I had ult. And with the lifesteal at that point, it actually does put a lot of pressure on the enemy. But it kind of forced the enemy to dive me because my bot lane was doing so well, so it was just bound to happen. And Zeka, the mid jungle synergy has shown improvement, so how does it feel to play? I feel like Grizzly is very reliable, and we have so much faith in each other, so I feel like it has helped our synergy over time. And there's actually an interview that went wild that revealed how Grizzly lifts over 350 kilograms in the Big 3. In high school, as a high school freshman. So what are your thoughts on his weightlifting abilities? You know, when I heard that, I realized it's about talent as compared to putting effort in. So yeah, maybe I just have to give up on my weightlifting abilities. And last time during the review desk, I gave you a cool umbrella, a lightsaber umbrella. Did you bring it today? You know, I actually lost it, so I'm looking for it right now. And Kingen, I hope you get to use that umbrella in the next review desk, and I hope you use that lightsaber umbrella. And next, you will be against Leave Sandbox, who just got over their losing streak. Will you be able to stop their sandstorm? Yeah, we watched how they won, and it seems like they have improved quite significantly. So I hope that we were able to fix our mistakes from today and do well in the next match. And Kingen? Yeah, we noticed that they definitely have room to grow as well, and they have already improved so much, but as long as we perform well ourselves, we'll be able to win. This will be the end of the interview with Zeka and Kingen, and back to space.
Thank you so much, dear, for the fantastic translation of what was, in some parts, a very confusing interview, but otherwise a very wholesome and fantastic one. I'm glad that we got a little bit of fitness instruction, things like that. We got told the amount of times that players go to the bathroom between games. Just really, really cool stuff. Had some tidbits in there.
Yeah, it was really interesting, to say the least.
It was really details, right? So,
yeah.
Like, that's what you guys were curious about, I'm pretty sure.
I agree. I think everyone was asking those questions. I've got another question, and that is, what do the standings look like now, after the two matches that we've had today? Harmon Esports remain in 5th place. Bro remain in 9th place. Nongshim yet to pick up that 3rd victory. And that means that Liv Sandbox and Bro are going to be very, very close. Only one game score separating the two. 7-5 versus 7-4 between T1 and Harmon Esports.
I think T1 definitely sweating a little bit. I think if you're Guangdong, you're wiping a little sweat off your brow, you know?
Yeah, I mean, especially Guangdong Freaks lost, so there's going to be a lot bigger gap between the middle team. So it's almost, I guess it's like that's 99% chance that they're going to make a playoff pretty easily. And tomorrow, DK T1, that's a big one.
Oh yeah, and look, T1 looked very improved up against Nongshim earlier in the week, but the difference between Nongshim and D plus Kia is a large amount of victories here in the LCK. So
Massive.
Could be very, very difficult for T1 to take the win without Faker, who we've seen has been an absolute linchpin for this squad. They've looked a little bit lost without him, but we'll see what they can actually do, see what they can put together. That will do it for us this evening, though. Thank you so much for watching, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see you tomorrow for the final day of this week's LCK. We'll see you then.
Standing on the edge of this big love, I'm not looking down, baby, I'm ready to jump. I never believed love could set me free. You break down the walls I build around me. It's a strange magic every time we touch. Standing on the edge of this big love, I'm not looking down, baby, I'm ready to jump. I never believed love could set me free. You break down the walls